ANC.
Doors are being opened, a lot of scientists are passing through. Persona didn't check his back, and there's more kills coming up. It's good for it, but kills get taken down. Zahn responds back.
Jake gets taken down. What the situation now? Rita.
Oh my god. Should be ready for this. What's out one? Heard the shot from the other side.
Oh my god.
I can't believe it. Yeah, they definitely did. INF gets taken down. It's a quick one from Vera. He knows he has to take space. What is that? Now just Iron left. 1v4 scenario. He's being surrounded. Second kill is there. He has to find the third. Styron. The door being open. No! Oh my dear boy. So many players in this market position. That's a triple kill. Make another fourth.
Oh, Supe! What a pick!
Oh my god, but the tracking for Riza is so much better! Assuming they don't just fill in into Link, which they might be doing. There's the first one, and the lineup comes through.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to VALORANT Challenges Malaysia Singapore Split 2 Playoffs. This is the final week for the players. This is where our crowns are going to be handed out to our champions. This is the playoffs. My name is Colin, and joined with me here today is none other than the one and only Lemonade in a professional setup here to give us all the action. And yeah, we're extremely excited to get into the mix of things.
Absolutely. I got to change up my setup a little bit, of course, because we are going into a new week, a whole week after the first 2 days have begun. So there's been a bit of a reset for the players and a bit of a reset for us as well. I'm super excited to see how this is going to be playing out today. There are big names going to be playing out in this series. I'm sure you're excited, Colin. I am too, but I think you have something that's new as well. Can you tell me a little bit about what you're wearing on your head?
Yeah, as you guys can see, I now have a headset. It's finally arrived in the nick of time, just in time for the broadcast here today. It's none other than the Creative Zen Hybrid Pro SXFI. You can see it on L's screen actually. She has the box right there. But yeah, it's a headset from Creative, and it's got a bunch of features. Just gonna let you guys know, right? There's the ultra low latency mode. There's the low energy mode. Super fast audio for you guys who are engaged in FPSs, right? We're here in Valorant. You want your crisp, instantaneous sound so you can hear where your enemies are coming from. We've got a battle mode as well, so a lot of cool features packed into this headset. And there is a code for you guys. You can use VAL10 and get a further discount on the Creative website. So do check them out. It's really cool. Huge shout out to them for shipping this over to me as well as to L. And yeah, it's a pretty cool headset. Thank you for them sponsoring this sort of.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not using it right now, but I do have it right here. It looks really great, and you guys should really get your hands on it because Colin also mentioned a lot of cool features that this headset have. But as we continue on, you know what else is cool? It's going to be the tournament itself. So let's take a look at the tournament format here and how these players have been fighting from stage 1, stage 2, and then stage 3.
Welcome back to VCT Malaysia Singapore Challengers. As we come halfway into 2024, the competition rapidly heats up as we dive into the second split. Split 2 consists of 3 stages: the promo relegation, the group stage, and the playoffs for the Challenger Ascension. We began with the promo relegation, where the top 6 premier teams and the bottom 2 teams from our last Split 1 group stage battled through an elimination bracket to fight for their spot at the group stage. Only the top 2 teams from the relegation bracket will proceed to the next challenge, the group stage. At the group stage, the top 2 teams from the relegation bracket battled it out with the 6 teams from our Split 1 playoffs. To make it out, all 8 teams will face off in a grueling gauntlet of best of 3 matches, with each victory awarding the victor with points. The more points, the higher their placements. And only the top 6 teams with the highest placements will then be propelled into the final gauntlet of Split 2, the playoffs. When the playoffs commence, the top 6 teams will move on to the double elimination bracket. The top 4 teams from the group stage will be fighting for their spot in the upper final. The victor of the upper final will be launched straight into their spot in the grand final. The second half of playoffs pitted the losers from the upper bracket against the bottom 2 teams of the group stage, all equally fired up to prove themselves worthy of climbing the ladder into the lower semis. The victor of the lower semi will meet the losing team of the upper final in the lower final. It's a duel that will determine who will make it to the grand finals. Now, we approach the grand finals, where champions are made. In a best of 5, the final 2 remaining teams compete in the final showdown to claim the crown as the champion of Split 2. The crown champion advances ever more towards the VALORANT Challengers Ascension Tournament. And that's all for this video. Have an amazing day, and be sure to follow us on VALORANT Esports MYSG's Facebook page, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to catch the latest updates.
Yeah, it's a fantastic format that we have had, and it's super cool to see that, all these teams that have come from the promo relegation stage, that they fought their way throughout that group stage, fighting every single team in the tournament, and now we're down here with the top 4, the last 3 days of this tournament, and at the end of it, we're going to crown a champion. It is super exciting to, be in this kind of situation, right, where we got so many teams vying for that prize. Ever since Bleed left us, to head to Pacific last year, I think the doors have essentially been blown wide open. So many opportunities for all these players and teams and orgs in the region. So it's really cool to see the diversity essentially that we have here at the top 4 today.
Yeah, I think you said it best. We saw an example of what has happened before in the last splits, in the last years, coming up and then making their way into international, right? International stages. And of course, everybody here now getting inspired from the grassroots up is looking to make their mark. So before we continue on, we have to take a look at the brackets because we did concise the storyline earlier in the format video, but let's take a look at who actually made it in the top 4 as we speak. So we're actually starting off right now. Today, we do have a big opener. Golden, Elevate, and this guy's gonna go head to head. They have actually beaten out their beginning matches, match 1 and 2, which is against RDA and Lays, which were bumped down to the lower bracket. And then we also saw last week Lays against Nextgar, RDA against Kizuna, and then now we're looking at Lays and RDA, who have both made it out of their lower bracket matches into these 2 series that we have today. Elevate this guys, Lays and RDA. So big names. This is our top 4, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, they have to be feeling proud about making all the way here. But Coden, of course, the big money question is coming for you. It's coming for you. What are your predictions?
Oh shit. I knew you were gonna put it in somewhere else, but I mean, I think the playoff brackets have kind of played out how I would have expected it. I think Elevate Disguise in the opening matches, they were definitely the favorites. RDA definitely gave Elevate a bit of a run for their money, made things a little bit close, but Elevate still pulled it out at the end with a 2-0. The other match, Disguise versus Lays, that one was much more one-sided than I could have anticipated. I thought Lays, have been putting in a lot of work. They have been improving, but DSG showing that they are literally a level above the rest and dominated that series 2-0. And then now we have Lays, RDA, coming in from the bottom. The lower brackets, they've taken out Nextgar as well as Kizuna, as you mentioned, and now they're going to face off against each other. That match going to be super exciting, but that is just the second series of the day. First one, right, against, at least Elevate up against Disguise. I think this matchup, a lot of people in the region, internationally as well, looked at this after the group stage, would look at the brackets and be like, hey, Elevate Disguise, definitely looking like the top 2 contenders in this region, but who's going to win it out, in the playoffs where it matters the most? I think that is the question. And today we're gonna get an answer, right? Today we're gonna find out who's coming out on top, who's gonna get that first place in the grand finals, and essentially, are one best of 5 series away from just qualifying for Ascension.
Yeah, that's funny actually because you mentioned that against like Lace and Nextguy it was a bit more one-sided, but that was a 2-1 match. But we felt that RDA against Kazuna was much more push and pull because of how long
that match.
they stretched out, right? Yeah. But with that, like you said, Disguise and Elevate, big names that we're seeing, and we have the team lined up here of who's going to be playing today, and it's none other than, of course, the main roster because it's a big game, right? A lot of people could even argue that this could be grand final worthy, possibly, but we'll never know until we make it through, and this is one of the big roadblocks that Elevate and Disguise have to go through. So for Elevate, we're seeing Flaring, Nakia, Pajay, Redco, and Riza. And against DSG, it's going to be Grumble, Juicy, Styron, Vera, and Wei. Of course, we already have an example of what these players can do, just knowing that some of them came from last year. And coming into this, they are back and they are ready to hunt down that champion title.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams, we've said it time and time again, Disguise essentially forming that super team, right? Picking up the best players from the previous split, from split 1, and then forming this crazy strong team. You got Styron at the head of the helm, leading Disguise to such an impressive record so far. And the other side, I think Elevate, when people first saw them, a little bit underrated. Flaring, Nakia, Pajay, Ritko, and Riza, these players, not exactly star players in their own team, in their previous teams, but they've come together, they've formed an incredible bond, an incredible team synergy, and they've demonstrated it perfectly on the stage, in the server. I mean, time and time again, they prove us wrong, right? Any doubters, right? Despite them not having that incredible track record in terms of the stats, they themselves this time are putting up crazy numbers, and they're kind of playing off each other, right? They're greater than the sum of their parts. They are an impressive feat to see. And going up against Disguise, they've beaten them once already. In the group stage, Elevate did beat Disguise 2-0. It was a very good victory for them. But again, this is where it matters the most. Playoffs time, no more time for mistakes. You get that spot in the grand finals, you get that double map ban advantage in the grand finals. I think will come in really handy. So very excited to see how this series is going to play out.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very interesting as well because at least for Disguise, they actually came out on a very strong series last week. They're looking to be at the top of the game, but we do have a head-to-head here to really break down what's happening between these two teams. And it's none other than Pajay and Grumble. Okay, this is a bit interesting here, Coden. Now, I know this is not the best in terms of directly comparing. You have a Killjoy, you have a Viper, but we take a look at how it is, and I know you have something to say about this.
Yeah, so Pajay, Grumble, arguably in my opinion, the two rookies of the team, or at least each respective rookies for their own team, right? Pajay coming into Elevate, you've got very renowned players in terms of Flaring, you've got Redco, you've got Riza, all very experienced players. Pajay coming into that tier 1 scene for what could be said like the first time, making his breakthrough appearance in split 1, now coming into split 2. On the other side, Grumble also making that very deep run together with August, right, on Rico's team previously, split 1. Now he's been taken up by Disguise. He's come into this role. Both of these players on the big stage, the rookie players, they are the ones that a lot of the time make those crazy moves. They're both sort of the anchors for the team. Grumble obviously playing the Viper the most, Pajay picking up the Killjoy, but both similar styles in terms of how they are put in the anchor positions. And it's really interesting to see, right? These two players, and this is all what VALORANT Challenges is all about, right? Finding that new breed of talent, finding that new player that's going to break onto the scene and make money moves. And these two players are essentially that, both doing crazy work for their team, both impressing me and I think the viewers a lot as well.
Precisely, and coming in as a rookie player is not easy, and they made it up into the top 4, whether or not if they are the main star players, but the fact that they are here, they're also hidden talents, right? Because most of the time you're looking at the big numbers, but sometimes it's not about that, it's how much they contribute to the team and how they play their role well. So making this far, that's definitely a statement, and for that, now that we're up in the upper bracket series, a lot is being asked from them. The pressure is on, but of course, maps is where we're talking about, right? How are they going to be picking out their maps, considering this is probably half of the battle for this series? So, Icebox, Bind, and Abyss. Okay, we are happy. We're happy, right, Colden?
Yeah, I definitely am. I love to see players fall off Abyss. I'm not gonna lie. I have to make a little bit of a confession right here. But these are the maps that we're gonna have. Icebox, Bind, and Abyss. The previous time these two teams played against each other, it was Lotus and Bind. So similar maps, and specifically just the Bind. Icebox is gonna be the new pick coming in from DSG. Right? DSG did lose Lotus, so understandably they want to change that map. Picking up the Icebox instead. Elevate, they won Bind. It was a very close series, 16-14, but still, Elevate got to pick into that Bind. And coming down to that third map, it's very interesting to see that Elevate essentially picked this map as well, right? They were given the last choice between Lotus and Abyss. Despite them winning Lotus the last time, they want to ban that out. They want to take the series to Abyss if it comes down to a third map. And I think it's characteristic of Elevate. This is exactly what they did the last time Abyss was in the map pool in the early stage of the playoffs. They left it, they floated it as a third option. And it would have been a third option if we required a third map, but it was a 2-0 series. We didn't see any information on Elevate's Abyss, and we don't have any information on Disguise Abyss as well. So this is going to be a very interesting map if and when potentially we come to it.
Yeah.
But for the time being, it's going to be Icebox first and then followed by Bind.
Yeah, so I guess literally we are looking at the Abyss, no data whatsoever on that third map. But I reckon that the fact that Elevate let it float once again shows that they have a little bit of an idea, but it's a total question mark currently. But one thing I do want to point out is the smart ban, the first ban actually coming from Elevate onto Ascend, because Ascend, of course, at least on DSG, they have been rocking the numbers, I think 100% even until today. So they don't want to go up against them, and with that being said, I think it's very interesting as well that Bind was played out because of the higher stats coming in from Elevate on that map as well. But of course, this is DSG. They are feeling better right now in terms of their form. I'm pretty sure for them, they want to go for a challenge. And of course, we have agents ready. So let's take a look at how these teams is going to be formulating their teams. Oh, I'm not going to say the Elevate group more than you can do that.
Yeah, but I think we mentioned this last week during the playoffs as well, right? Me and you had the conversation, the debate between picking the ISO. Is he still good in the card meta despite the nerfs that have come in against ISO? Seems like these guys are sticking to the tried and true. That is the strat that they've been practicing, and they're going to bring in the same ISO pick on Juicy. Well, Vera's going to be going on their duelist. This is going to be the same composition that they have been running on Icebox, so it's not too much of a surprise. On the flip side of things, looking at Elevate, this is the second time playing this composition. The first two times they played Icebox in this split, it was with a Chamber, it was with a Sage, so no duelists, and that was a little bit, rocky for them. They lost to RDA 8-13, and then they brought in the Jet and Reyna picks, and they dominated against Lace 13-5. So it's understandable that they're going to be running with the double duelists yet again here in this series. But it's going to be interesting. These two teams are pretty decent on Icebox both respectively. DSG a little bit shaky, but as we see from last week, they've been really ramping up their protocols. They've been looking much cleaner as a team. So this map, honestly, looking really juicy. No pun intended. Double duelists on both sides.
Yeah.
Let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, I love the double duelist. It's kind of as if we went back to the very beginning of Valorant when we had the double duelist meta. And now we are actually returning back into it. So that's great to see. I love that both teams also picked the Jet. They prioritize their movement. The one thing different, of course, is ISO and Reyna. But both of these teams, they made it work before. They are very comfortable with it. But at least on your call, Gordon, who do you prefer, Reyna or the ISO?
And it is, again, a very difficult thing to call, right? Because we haven't seen a lot of ISO versus Reyna picks.
Right.
Nakia obviously going on that Reyna. But ISO definitely has the advantage in the initial fights, right? You have a shield. You get a literal advantage in that opening fight. But on the other hand, Reyna, has the Dismiss, has the Devour that can be, existing throughout the round. Right? ISO, once you pop that ability, if you don't get a kill, you're not going to be able to get that shield back again, right? Because of those nerfs. So super interesting to see the dynamic. Double duelist. Back to how Juicy once played against Bleed, the double duelist on that team. But Vera, the first one, opened things up. A nice headshot to Nakia. Gets tagged down low though, but that is a big pick to start off the round.
Well, if you take a look at Elevate though, they are slowly creeping up in. Pudgy does manage to make quick of Vera after taking the initial hit. Grumble finds one in return, but the plant is coming down. The Viper Smokes is also down, so this could be a good opportunity to try to push back the aggression, but they don't really go for it. Instead, they're waiting it out. Flaring does find one. It's a 1-for-1 situation. Wayne and Juicy. Last one standing. Juicy finds one more. It's a 1v1. Rico, oh, manages to readjust, and that is just the slightest bit that gave them the pistol round.
I love that we're getting the player cams as well. Redco, he has been a standout player for the Elevate side. Highest rated for his team, I think, at the group stage, if I'm remembering correctly. So impressive work from him to bring his team to this stage. And, you know, he himself showing his prowess in terms of his mechanics now. Pudgy with 3 kills right there was crucial to give themselves access to the side. Despite them losing Nakia at the start, they still recover the round. So a great first round coming in for Elevate. They're going to be bringing in that standard 3 buys, 2 saves approach on the second round. As DSG going to be farming up that orb on Styron. That is exactly what you want to do on these low buy rounds. Just prioritize the mini objectives around the map.
Yeah, and I think because DSG now is a bit on the back foot. They're taking a bit of an aggressive stance, playing close together. They actually have the right read here because most of the attack is coming from a side. Naka manages to find one. That's going to be Grumble. No more Viper on DSG. A little bit of precaution they need to take, but they are not budging. They're trying to wait for the aggression. And there it is. Cloudburst into the side. Pudgy manages to find one, but he gets taken down in return. Vera also finds one more. It's a back and forth. Once again, it is Juicy. Last man standing, but unable to look at 2 places at once, and Elevate takes the second round.
Love that back and forth between the players in terms of the gunfire. But yeah, it's still around on the board for Elevate, and that is the advantage of only buying those 2 pistols, right? Or at least saving in the second round. Now you can come in with 2 Vandals on the side of Elevate. Dakia and Riza going to be the 2 that pick up those weapons. And yeah, so now the bonus round is going to be a lot more potent, right? It's got a lot more firepower. You put those rifles at the front of the spear. And yeah, let's see if DSG can answer back against the bonus of Elevate.
Yeah, and for Elevate, they're actually looking for a different tactic. Vera does catch wind of this and moves all the way back. Very nice jet crochet, by the way, on this camera. Very true to his character right here. And he is alive, he's ready. Oh, but that's the Viper smokes here. It's been put down. The wall hasn't been popped just yet. But this gives a bit of an indicator that Elevate might commit onto the B side.
Yeah, they've gotten that opening pick onto Pudgy. And now they're just playing it a little bit slow. They want to see what utility is going to be expended. DSG, Styron's going to spot out at least 2 players. That's quite a bit of information. I think Rico is just on the other side of the map, hoping to see if there's anyone being aggressive. And then he might call for his team to go back as DSG. You see the rotates are coming in right now. Juicy has lead over towards B. There really is only Grumble, and he's not even playing in the site, right? So he's just playing and playing for containment, right? Just making sure nobody creeps up towards A. And Elevate might be able to find themselves a free site, get the spike down, and find themselves in a pretty decent post plant if all things go well.
Interesting enough, they do make the rotate and reconvene here with Redco. This might be the right answer because nobody is here except for Grumble. If Grumble catches one off, it could be detrimental, but he is the one caught off his pants on the ground. Naka manages to find 2. Gets the overheat as well, and Spike goes down. They actually missed out the window, but they are going straight at it. Wayne is going down, and Vera finds one more. It's a 2v3 situation. Vera and Styron are already on site. But Elevate, they are holding down the fort. Visa manages to find one. Vera, one last man. And they have the guns as well. Oh no, this doesn't look too good, but Vera manages to make one out of it. 2 more within the post plan. But Redco and Flaming, they're just gonna play for the post plan lineup. They don't even need to fight Vera.
Yeah, Vera has to get an ace here, and he's on barely any HP. They're playing the lineups, playing the long card, not even giving him the opportunity. And Elevate, they steal away this bonus of theirs. They get themselves a pretty clean A site. And then in the post plant, they were able to find the trades out, despite DSG, being the team that actually found that opening kill. The post plant Elevate just looked really solid. And 3 rounds now, DSG going to be forced down to a low buy. Not the best situation you're going to find yourself in. Despite the work that Vera had done, it's just not enough. No one else on this team managing to get any other kill.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky situation as well, just because at least for DSG they had the turret up mid. They know no one is there. It's either A or B commit, and they decided to just spend most of the resources and manpower onto B side, which is the complete wrong read. Good thing at least for Vera, he's one away from Bladestorm. He does have the gun though, and he is still running with it. Doesn't manage to find anybody in B side. Instead, Elevate have dispensed their man up in A side.
You saw Styron going for the orb time and time again. I kind of wished if Vera gave his Vandal to one of his other teammates and then he grabbed the orb, so he would have the blade stuff for this round. But yeah, just leaving him towards their B site and heavy stacking towards A. DSG's got the read correct, but can they find the kills though? Nice flash into the side. Beautiful entry from PUTJ as the rest of the team of DSG flop from the back of the side. PUTJ just holds down his angle. Beautifully done. Expects the heaven peak. Goes in for second dippings as well. Wayne with only just the sheriff and Vera called in for assistance now. They want to just take the fight to DSG. Vera, beautifully done so far to find that kill onto Nakia, but he's up against PUTJ. 4 kills already. Looking for the ace. Gotta get denied though. Vera, nice shot coming in from him. And yet again, he finds himself in a post-plan situation as the rotator. But there's so many players far and wide on the map. He peeks into 2 players. It's gonna be a hard one if he even gets the opportunity to. He wants to find some isolated duel, but Elevate again, they're playing it to perfection. A double swing him at the right time, and that is 4 on the board. Beautifully done by Elevate. They pull the rotations yet again, and honestly, despite them having the stack there, Elevates executes the flashes and the execute from PUTJ himself. Just the pure mechanics was really solid.
Yeah, and I think this is something that we have to give props to Elevate as well. Probably they realize how these guys are usually playing around Icebox and how they play as a team. Managed to just synergize a little bit more, and it's really unfortunate because we're seeing Vera time and time after again. He goes up for the aggressive push out here, try to get information, but he's usually the last man standing and can't exactly fight out a 3-man battle. And I think we might be seeing a similar situation. He gets distracted a little bit with the abilities, but everyone else is up in a site. We have the drone here, does manage to spot them out, gives a little bit of information for the upcoming DSG. They're going to pull a little bit back here, try to recuperate and get a better angle, see if they can get any picks.
I mean, Juicy has his ultimate, right? He has the killshot contract together with Styron's Hunter's Fury. Styron's been farming that ult time and time again. No contest from the Elevate side. They've got to give up the side. They might use the ultimates for this post plant. When they tap the spike, doesn't matter. Nakia gets brought into the kill contract, broke the shield of Juicy, and an instant headshot. Nakia sits him down. Antisri comes out just to delay the spike plant. Grumble coming in from the back lines, able to find one onto Riza, but the spike not yet down. Nakia in the Empress. Find an opening pick though. DSG hoping to enter into the site. The dart comes through. Oh, and the dismiss from Nakia. Wayne's in a world of trouble. Doesn't get a single thing. Styron required. 3 kills already. Almost gets it, but in mid-air, transition, flaring, shuts him out. Takes him out of the skies, out of the round, and puts a 5th on the board for Elevate.
Oh, 0 and 5, and now for DSG, then once again, they're looking to scrap at the bottom of the barrel here. Bladestorm's available for Vera, but what is Elevate on? The tactics have been so clean, the way that they're playing, they understand how they want to hold, how they want to take over the site. You can even see the way that they play with the verticality. One is on top, one is at the bottom. They play this tag team situation that has been working so well to overrun DSG.
Yeah, Elevate's reads and executes have been second to none. So far, it's been perfect. This time, another A fight, but Vera's got the knives in tow. Nice opening coming in for him. That's Nakia down for the count. He's got assisted by Grumble as well. The low ground, but Vera very eager. Somehow flicks onto the head of PUTJ as well. But Riza, the one to actually pick up those trade frags. Important kills right here. 2v3 low buy from DSG, but the man advantage. He got Wayne at the back of the side as well, but a beautiful clear. Riza does not miss any angle. Does not leave any rocks unturned. Nice killjoy lockdown just to secure the round, secure the site. Spike should be able to go down. A retake setup coming in from DSG. Juicy and Styron up on a bat.
Oh, but this is so doable. Flaring with this plan is going to get one more out pawn. Straight away, Viper's Pit gets popped out. Oh man, you would think that's DSG moment, but this is so unfortunate for them. Visa gets the run out. We do get the refrag coming in. Styron though down to half HP, and Flaring, he's created his own world. He has to push in if he really wants to make position for himself. Oh no, ring around the rosy situation. 1 HP, no armor. And Flaring, he's having a great time. He just walked out of it. He doesn't even need to play in his Viper's Pit. Instead, it's the mind games. Siren, he realizes this. Try to go for the dart, but the time is ticking. The time is going down. And there we have Flaring. He's going to find one more, bringing it to 6-0.
This scoreline is mind-boggling. Elevate just look perfect right now. DSG, they try to go for those aggressive plays. They have their setups. They put the stack towards the correct site. But the trades coming for Elevate, every single player having impact rounds so far. We saw Riza with 4 kills. Flaring right here, a nice clutch. Pat J opening up rounds. Nakia with crucial trade frags and the dismisses. Rico, of course, with that calling of his. And DSG need to kind of switch things up. Things are not working. They bring in the operator. Perhaps that is an answer to this annoying Elevate attacking side.
Yeah, and for Elevate at least, they do slowly make their crawl up from A, so that's a big opening that Operator does find its dividends. That's going to be one, and that's Nakia. So less of a blinds, less of those layers and those abilities. And that actually deters Elevate to move up into B. But they're not budging though. That's actually
the Owl Drone.
Members. Oh,
Yeah,
Owl Drone?
The Owl Drone coming in from Styron has just cleared out the entirety of close A. And so that causes the rotation coming from DSG. And they should be able to reach the B side before Elevate commit on this execute. So DSG putting the players in the right spot yet again. But how do they stop this? Do they want to go for the plant denial?
This is very much possible. Rico does pull out the null command, walks up all the way and goes for the plant. No one's able to use any abilities to stop the plant at all. And so is the smoke screen coming in for Viper here, totally blocking it out. DSG, they have to try to go for an overrun. Good news is Nakia's already down. They only have to deal with 4 more men.
Rumble has the Viper's Pit. Here comes a beautiful flash to stifle them, but they're still pushing on towards yellow. Juicy's got his double tap into the one-way. Beautifully done to isolate these 1v1s. Juicy on a rampage. Farah picks up one more, and it's just Riza on the look for on mid, and he's not going to be able to find any impact whatsoever. Plant not in his position, has to run up, and DSG, a flawless round. Beautifully done to get that first on the board.
Now, this is absolutely what they need. Take a little bit of a breather here. Maybe the rotates actually give them a little bit of time to think about how they want to re-strategize and run through with the retake. And that's what they did. Operator does pay his dividends. They go for a vertical kind of situation, pushing down yellow, clearing out as they go because they know they need those positions, that map control, to go for the spike retake. So very well done. DSG finally on the map, and they have the money going as well. Grumble, Viper's Pit, Siren with the Hunter's Fury, which I know they will make great use of those ultimates.
Yeah, Grumble not even needing to use that Viper's Pit the previous round, so now he's going to use that towards the Zay side. Knife going to be spotting out Vera's position, and they should expect him with that op right there. Saw it the previous round, they gave 2 kills towards him. It's going to be the third option. They're going to test mid this time, Elevate. Let's see what they have in store. The Viper Orb going to be coming up. Just to creep up towards mid, Elevate. They just want to walk straight towards this B side. The wall comes up. Oh, they're fighting towards Boiler. But instead, Wayne's got to hold down the fort. Nice kill right there. Juicy answers back. Flaring does as well. Styron still picking up the pieces. And it's a 2 versus 3. They know that Viper split towards A. Styron was spotted towards this position. Flaring trying to find an isolated fight. But guess who's watching? It's Vera on this angle. Towards that mid position. Should be able to catch the spike. No, the wall. Good enough. Flaring has slipped the gap. He's found his way into the A side, and I don't think DSG are aware that he has been able to get so deep. Alarmbot comes in just to find out where Grumble has gotten off to. Here's the footsteps running away. Flaring finds a beautiful timing. Nicely done. Tap on the spike just to bait for information. Just to bait for a peek. Not going to be the case. Riza watching the screen's position. Dart comes through. Vera spotting him out. Shorty in hand. Into their faces. He's vulnerable up as well. Shocked out by his teammate, but it's not going to be doing enough. Flaring 3 kills right there, but Styron with the last 2. And DSG managed to navigate that awkward situation. down to a 2 versus 2, I guess 2v1. Style with the last two right there. Beautiful clutch coming in from the IGL.
Yeah, a bit of a heart attack moment, but of course with Flaring and Riza, you don't want to underestimate them, although there are only 2 men left and you have the number advantage. They did respect, they tried to go for the flush in, they get the refrag out of it, Siren, just being a very trusted member. Now we move on 2 to 6, so great stuff now, DSG putting the name on the map here. And we do have one more ultimate, the kill contract, which could be really, really big. But of course, remember that Juicy did pick up Nakia and lost out to it. Let's hope that doesn't happen once again.
Destabilizing.
Yeah, hopefully Juicy can find someone a little less sharp, perhaps, on his trigger. Nakia is definitely, one of the better fraggers, I would say. Like, you don't really want to go up against the Reyna. Even if you do take down the Reyna, it's not that much loss in terms of utility, right? So hopefully you can perhaps maybe 5 Flaring, Ritko on the back lines. That would be ideal, but here comes the execute, the flash in. Toxic screens will delay them for just a little bit. There's 2 players actually within the A site. Styron trying to spot out information, but Juicy is here. He's got the double tap in tow. Doesn't need his up, because he's gonna be able to find all those kills just like that. The shield comes up huge for the side of DSG. 3 players already taken down by Elevate. The lockdown gonna be flushing them out, and Nakia's gonna be tagged up as well. It's detained, and it's 5 players still standing, barely 0 damage done to DSG. And they have the spike, so they just gotta sit on it. Elevate will eventually need to walk towards the spike.
Oh, Juicy. He's been doing some crisp shots earlier, taking down so many resources of Elevate. Flaring does manage to find one though, but Juicy and Siren make quick work of them. No 2-man miracle happening today. But what a round we're seeing from DSG. Finally, they're getting wrapped up here. And it looks like the very normal DSG that we're used to seeing, very composed, hitting their shots, locking down the site, and at least for Elevate, unable to make a breakthrough. I mean, seeing a timeout straight away from Elevate, knowing even though they lost 3 out, they're still ahead. They want to take precaution here, want to plan for the future.
Yeah, and ever since Vera has taken out that AWP, right, it's been very challenging for Elevate to get good space. Because every single corner that you clear right now, you are kind of afraid that Vera could be there. So you really need to play a little bit slower, use all the utility you have. You have the Jet and the Reyna. Those 2 agents don't have the best utility to find out where an AWP is or to, push an AWP away. You kind of really only have perhaps, Riza's Nano Swarms. You have the 0 point from Redco to find out information. A couple of flashes of Redco as well. Flaring's walls might not be the best. It's usually in the standard positions towards B. As the default wall. So Vera, finding gaps in their armor, finding opportunities, making Elevate very respectful of that operator. And that allows Juicy to find those kills, Styron to pick up those clutches. It sets their team up. And yeah, that tech pause being caught by Elevate just to assess the situation. How do they want to deal with this off?
Yeah, a bit of a sticky situation here for Elevate. They were very used to flushing outsides, going with the 5-man or the 4-man formation here, just running over from main into side. But now they have to really think about something else, considering of the operator, considering of the way that we're having DSG just revved out a little bit and locking down side. They're not afraid of a fight. They know that. But now that DSG actually managed to perform it, it's even scarier just knowing how detrimental it could possibly be. Oh, that Aljo manages to get great information, relays it, but they're not going to budge just yet, knowing the way the Elevate is used to just rotating midway through.
I mean, Vera's got the B line, right? He's watching down B main. He knows that nobody's there, so there's no real reason for DSG to over-rotate at this point in time. They haven't even gotten B main away from DSG. But on the bright side, Elevate might have a chance to enter this side with only 2 players anchoring at the point in time.
What?
Oh my gosh, the utility combo. The vulnerability from the ISO together with the shock dart. That's 140 damage instantly done onto Nakia. And he's out of the round. Pat J with the knives in hand. He needs to come up huge right here. The vulnerability again, the kill contract. Styron with 2. The synergies of the abilities just absolutely decimate Elevate.
30 seconds.
They don't even need to see them. But the read from Styron, he sees all. He knows exactly where they're gonna be. The contingents, the vulnerability together with the shock darts, it's just a fantastic combo. It's so fast, you can't really expect it. And now Viper Spit invested by Flaring. Riza on his back line just to assist. They spot out where Riza is, take him out, and now they're gonna converge onto Flaring. What can he do? Dancing around his pit. He's on such low HP. They're jumping around. The shorties in hand as well. DSG, what a beautiful round coming in from them. It's not just the aim of these players on DSG. They're star players in their utility as well.
Oh man, who needs bullets? Who needs guns? You can just use abilities here, just combo it. But of course, that's easier said than done, right? Synergy, it's needed here, and we're seeing that coming out from Juicy and Styron. A 3-kill coming in from just a shock dart.
3 kills thanks to the undercut. Thanks to the undercut and the shock dart. I can't believe the second got 2. I mean, I thought it was only going to be on perhaps Part J, because Part J was taken down low from a couple of shots, but it's just good enough. I think it was half armor as well. That's why, I know, 75 damage, right? 75. So it's 150 max damage. And, you know, if you're right in the dead center of that shock dart, you're gonna feel the brunt of it.
Oh man, you know, Styron had full liberty if he wanted to just pop the Hunter's Fury, go for full ability kill if he really wanted to try. But of course, not gonna take the risk in VCT. But the risk that's being taken right now is Elevate. Few of the members here are actually rocking out the 25 half shields, not fully covered here. And this could be detrimental to the Hunter's Fury. Wayne does manage to find Pat J though. One more Hunter's Fury doesn't quite meet any mark of Elevate. Instead though, it does stall them, buys them some good time. The plant is coming through, but DSG, they're not exactly running for it just yet. Gotta wait for the recuperate.
They get a good post-plant position as well. The spike to the exposed spot. Shield being picked up, but Nakia on the top rope. Nice kill right there, pops the Empress, but he can't get the second though. Grumble, nice trade right there. Vera coming in with the dart, carrying in with the smokes. Up on the high ground, but Redco flicks on it. Redco, huge kills coming in from him. Grumbled out in a 1v2 up against his former teammate. Onto the side. He has to go up and above, and yeah, this is an awkward position. His smoke won't last for too much longer. Redco with 3 kills right there. I don't know how he managed to spin on a dime, catches the player on the pipes position, and then flicks down to the player trying to trade him. But he managed to find those 2 kills, gets the last one as well. And the IGL stepping up this time for the side, elevates 7 rounds to 4.
Yeah, and they really needed that round. Not sure if he's just better in the read, if he's expecting or predicting the way that DSG is going to be playing, but that does award him with the null command. Riza also walks away with the lockdown. One unfortunate thing is that for Riza and Nakia, they do not get to buy they don't get to get by full armor here, but a win's a win. They're going to take it, and Vera getting suppressed. That means he only has the operator to work with, no dash, and that's going to give the opening for Nakia here. Big takedown.
Not expecting that angle. He was a little bit too wide. They pay with his life. I mean, DSG want to be even more aggressive. But the Aldrin comes in. Grumble, the one to take the initial contact. Drops the snake bite just to ensure his escape. But that is key utility already taken out for DSG. The Killjoy lockdown are going to be invested just to flush out these players of DSG. And they even have the null command for this post plant from Redco as well. So really, really solid outs for this final round.
Yeah, abilities are still available for a few of them. I think Juicy is the one with most of the abilities actually. Well, when this comes through, I'm not sure if it actually finds much, but it does give an opportunity for a back and forth fight. Wayne is the last one standing right at the back of the side. He gets a refrag, and Flaring is the one to take him down. Nice stuff. Even if Redco is down, information is still given.
Switching sides.
Yeah, huge round coming in from Flaring right at the end to get that trade frag. Down to a 1v1 is still really impressive from DSG to claw things back. But yeah, 8 rounds to 4. Elevate leading the half in really, really strong, convincing fashion. They got 6 rounds in a row, gave up 4, but after that tactical timeout, right? After they realized where the op was going to be, after they decided how they wanted to handle it, they got the utilities in place, they waited out the dash of Vera, made him to respect the multiple angles that they could be coming from. And in that last round, we just saw, right? Playing it slow, slowly peeking different angles, catching Vera off guard in that position again. So nice adaptation coming in from Elevate.
Yeah, it's also it's just also the combination of just being really smart with your utilities. We saw that being played out by DSG. Elevate did take a page off of their books here, applied it to themselves, especially when they are going in with something that nullifies abilities, you know, something that Redco has. stops out Vera from the dash here, gets a good pick, and that gave them the round the last time. And now they're gonna look to be making waves on the defender side, but DSG with 4 right now. They have to try to win this pistol, try to just collect themselves into 6 and 8 and try to close that down if they want to stand a fight in Icebox.
Yeah, definitely. They need to, string a couple more rounds together. That 4 rounds, while they were great, right? The reads and adaptations from Elevate, that is something that they, really excel in. Elevate's mid-round, or at least, mid-game calls, right? The adaptations and the changes that they make in accordance to their opponents have been really solid so far, and that is what has gotten them that top seed in the groups and how they're doing so well versus different opponents. Right here, mid-take coming through from DSG, an interesting one. Actually, it's just going to be Vera, just to feign presence, but Elevate looks like they're more than expecting this. They're pushing aggressively. They take down Juicy with his double tap shield as well. So that is the raid boss out of the round already.
It's actually looking so much different compared to the way that DSG was defending. DSG, at least, they will hold their ground, but for Elevate, they are moving around, and this is looking to be in their favor. They managed to find another 2 more and make that an even number, though. At least for Wayne, he manages to get flying on the side lines here. The rest of the members, they are actually separated. Redco and Pajay, they are on the other end of the site. Pajay here could get a really good flank. The alarm bot did not go off. They don't really know he's there.
Oh, Redco! Oh, the jump peak actually saves him that life. Now expecting the flank coming through. Only seen Redco so far. Wayne expecting that flank coming in from Pajay just to clear it out, but Pajay on the angle already. A nice shot coming in from him. And Elevate with a solid pistol will pick up that 9th round. So both pistols going in the favor for Elevate. They've got some really nice strategies. And those duels, I mean, every single player hitting their shot. Nicely done coming from Elevate to expect the push from A. They triple push to take down Juicy. And from that on, it's just a formality 2v1. Nicely done. Redco finds the isolated 1v1 as well.
Yeah, I think that was a really...
2v1 in their favor.
And I think that was also a very brave move coming from Pajay. Just starting off in the second half here, making that flank. Doesn't quite get spotted out earlier. They know that there was going to be one flying sound cues and everything. But when was the timing that he's going to be pushing out? Really caught him off guard once again. Oh no, Reset and Redco goes down. Nakia one or more is going to find Styron here. And Vera with the Guardian is going to make it pay dividends. 3k straight away.
Yeah, they just steamrolled the site. A bit of a pace change. They read really fast and they caught multiple players of Elevate off guard. Gave Vera that Guardian and he's gonna make it work. Pajay answers back. But with so many players around him, I mean, he's only got the Outlaw. 2 bullets, 2 shots, 3 players. How does he navigate this? Around 410. Here's a shot being fired, but Grumble. Nice jiggle peek coming in from him and a headshot to solidify this Swifty. With 3 players still standing, DSG pick up the 2 Guardians and the Outlaw, so it's a fantastic eco coming in from them. And Elevate getting caught off guard here. Just a classic in his hands, but they get overwhelmed, right? Guardians not great for shooting multiple players at once. And while Nakia gets the first, Vera picks up that Guardian and makes it work.
An exemplary way of shifting the pace and bringing it towards your favorite. Started off with just Sherris and a few classics as well. But DSG now, they are able to purchase out their rifles, purchasing out their full armor. And they're looking to make waves with this, except for the fact that they're not going to be going with the same aggressive pace. It's going to be one of the situations where they're going to get those information, see if anybody is making like sneaky push out, especially since Pajay in the very beginning did go for the flank, so they know Elevate, they are capable of this. They have to use their abilities towards the best benefit at this current point.
Yeah, but Elevate's read. Look at this. 5 players on this eco round for Elevate, stacking this A side. Nobody towards any other part of the map. Does DSG do that due diligence? Do they clear out these angles? Are they aware of this heavy stack coming through? Bit of a pause in the action. And they're gonna accelerate into his Juicy with a nice shot. I don't know how, but he managed to get a wallbang headshot onto Nakia. Flang with the frenzy in hand. Grumble and Wayne both finding those frags. Still 2 players at the back of the site. They spot out where Riza is, and Redco will go down as well. So despite DSG walking into the meat grinder, into the trap play with 5 players there, they only lose 1, and they keep things really solid in the anti-eco.
Of course, you do have to thank that they do have rifles here. Better firearms means better damage. But at least for Elevate, I saw the attempt being made here. Trying to just be together, getting the good read. Unfortunately, it's just a bit tough to play with the pistols instead of the rifles. But we're looking back at DSG with a very nice change of pace earlier and now taking back 2 rounds. And this is all they need. They're going to start out the momentum. But they actually got a call for the timeout. Very interesting here. We don't usually see a lot of timeouts being called after getting a 2 win, at the very least, at the start of the round swap, right?
Yeah, that is a good point. This timeout seemingly a little bit earlier than we tend to expect, but perhaps DSG is just wanting to ensure things do not get out of hand. Expecting perhaps Elevate to do something interesting at this round, so they want to answer with something back. Both sides now with guns. Wayne, interestingly enough, gonna be picking out that Outlaw. I think it's a super underrated pick for Killjoys to pick up the weapon because even with full armor, we all know that the Outlaw does 140 damage to the body, right?
Yep.
But with the Killjoy turret, if he plays with the turret deals 12 damage in a burst. So if Wayne manages to hit a shot onto a full HP Elevate player, and then the turret just deals a little bit of damage, that's gonna be enough to convert for a kill. So let's see if Wayne actually abuses that kind of little dynamic right there. Looks like he's going to be playing towards mid where his turret is actually in, but in the meantime, Nakia gets scanned out by the recon dart, and DSG more than respectful of this area. They'll be slowly clearing things out, turret for any potential re-aggression as they assess the map.
A bit of pause over here, but if you take a look at B side, there is a sneaky star run trying to get some information out. On the other end, it is going to be flaring. But at least for Elevate, they're actually going back into their default positions. Not going to stack up in A here. This could be detrimental because for DSG, they haven't budged at all from the last skirmish.
Elevate making a bit of a read, and it's not going to be the correct one. Thinking it could be B or mid, but it's going to be towards this A side. J, beautiful pre-fire will break the shield of Juicy, but he's got to get the kills though. Rico, up-down setup together with him as they try to triple swing that position. They find both of the kills. Nakia answering with one back, but Grumble with the Guardian. Huge kill right there in a 3 versus 2. Visa's in a bit of a tough situation. He's being pushed in from different sides, goes to the top play instead, but Wayne takes him out, and Grumble just swings out without any fear whatsoever. Grumble with 3 kills. The Viper player, the rookie player coming in from DSG and doing the damage as well.
And sometimes you just need rookie players like this to really put the pedal to the metal. He held down the side so well here, knowing that the alarm bot got taken out as well. That gave word that Riza is going for the aggression, gave a bit of information about where he is. These are all the little cues that work towards his favor, and of course having the teammates as well. 7-9 right now, and DSG, they are looking so good. Blazestorm and Viper Spit available for them. Maybe they know something that we don't know with that timeout, right? Like you said, and this just proves it. Vera does find flaring. Aggression is being pushed out on B this time. Haven't been hit since the very beginning. So at least for Elevate, they're not expecting this at all. And Riza goes down just like that. It's an overrun. Site is open and available for the plants.
Nakia, the spam kill coming in from Snowman, gets the 3rd as well. Rico's here to back him up. Nakia with the Guardian, he makes it work. And now it's just up to Wayne in the 1v3. Ice lays the first, saw the dash towards yellow as well. Tap on the spike to bait his reaction. They're both double holding his Royce peak. He somehow gets away with it. There's a lockdown. Yes, double nails on this wall. J pushing the issue, and he's got to be able to shut him down and deny him of the 1v3 clutch. J. Ooh, Elevate's got to be thanking him as he puts his team up to the double digits. 10 and a thrifty round, no less. And it started off with Nakia with that triple kill from the Guardian all the way in Snowman.
Oh, that was so crispy, and that was the moment that the Viper smoke went down. Nakia's all the way at the back from Snowman, getting 3k just like that. Rico following up, and of course, you have to thank the way that it's been played in the 1v2, right? Just getting that 1 peek, getting information. Unfortunately, at least for them, J pushed out and then addressed the issue here. But wow, that was so close. DSG, I don't think they would try that again, but it looks like they are.
Perhaps a little bit of a change up right here, being a little bit more aware of the utility. No Viper smoke right there in that situation, but Pache's got the op. He's got to be watching the entire A side as Elevate rotate 4 of their players here to bolster up this B side. Flaring, calling for a little bit of assistance. If he manages to find one, yes, the pit as well. Perhaps calling for a flash on Ritko for a peek. No, the jumpy coming through by Vera. Only gets taken down. Ritko from the heavens as Riza trades out the kill from Juicy. And now they just triple swing, they triple phase, and it's down to win yet again. But this time, no clutch potential. Nakia will take him out. And that's 11 for Elevate. The B side falters yet again this time. But a bit of an awkward dash coming in from Vera, running straight into the hands of Flaring. And he gets heavily punished because of it.
Oh man, Elevate just are not afraid of fights. They want to go for that map control. They know there might be more than 1 or 2 at the very area they're looking at, but they're still gonna swing. They're still gonna make that move. They get one, they walk away with murder over here. And at least for this guys, silver lining is every single one of them, they have the ultimates available. But can they synergize it? Use it within the right moments, because if they do go in for an A attack, if they don't have enough map to work with, it's still gonna be very messy for them.
It's you and
Joel
me.
will spot out that op, and they bring him into the kill contract. Shield in the hands as well. He's got to break the shield somehow, and yeah, Juicy, he wins that duel 9 times out of 10. Styron finds onto Nakia, and the trades are just happening through the Viper wall. Grumble just takes the zip line across, and he just shuts out Redco. Flaring will make him a little bit honest from screens, but still, he's lost the sight. Tard will spot out his push, but he's in a 1v3. It's an awkward situation as Wayne just holds down that angle. And that's 8 on the board for DSG. Beautiful ultimate coming in from Juicy to isolate that op on Pudj, take him down without any issue whatsoever.
Yeah, very great synergy. We talked about how they have all 5, but we only need 1. Juicy here showing how valuable his ultimate could be. On the other end, though, Elevate, they also have their ultimates available. And this could be huge, especially the fact that Redco has his null command. And they have 4 available on Disguises. And 8 to 11 is also not a very comfortable scoreline. It really does come down to how these mid crunches are going to be working out. Who's going to make the right decisions? Who's going to be making the right reads here? And it's really down to the wire.
Well, I will say though, Elevate's money is not great, right? So if they lose this round, DSG has a chance to win out the second following this, since they're going to be on an eco anyway. But still a lot to go through, right? Redco, Baring, Riza all have 3 fantastic ultimates. It's going to be a B side yet again. DSG bumping their heads towards this B side, wanting it to work. They've gotten access towards yellow, but they have to get the spike down somehow. And the Viper's going to be invested. Is he going to get the spike down though? Juicy facing up against the Viper's Pit and the Molly. He still sticks. The spike gets taken down. And now they have to invest. The Killjoy lockdown. Both sides going to be using it. Defender side going to be a bit later. So they should be able to push it off. Flang just going to stay within his peak. His pit just to ensure that the spike does not get taken off. And Vera going to be creeping up outside of the pit. He's not going to get detained though, but he wants to find isolated duel. 2 players detained. Nakia from Snowman finds that crucial pick. The dash will spot Vera, and Nakia will clean things up. Wayne, last man standing, and yet again the B side fails. Elevate punishing them time and time again. I mean, you go up against Elevate with 3 fantastic ultimates, and they queue them up beautifully. It's a perfect counter, nothing to write home about. And now, facing up against match point, Elevate looking like they're going to be picking up map 1. DSG back foot now. Couple ultimates in tow, but they got to win this one.
With so many abilities from both sides and being utilized, the most beneficial one, the one that brought the most value, was ultimately Redco here with the null command. Totally just removed all threat of abilities coming from DSG, and this time around, DSG, they are on the back foot. They are going to look to make something different happen here. Operator purchased by Vera on the attacking end, up on Tube, on the roof itself. Doesn't quite meet anyone though, but Riza, he is trying to push the issue here, get a bit of information, but Nakia manages to find Wayne all the way up in A side. So that's a great pick there. No more Killjoy to worry about, but at least for the rest of DSG, they've made their way up in mid.
They've completely lost A. They can't head back to A without fully clearing a lot of that position. And so that's going to funnel them towards this B side. Slowly but surely, they've gotten control over market. So at the very least, that is a very strong position to hold. With 1 minute still left on the clock, Juicy taking this 1v1, flaring from downtown, literally right below him, manages to pick up that huge kill, and that stops the steamroll from the ISO. DSG 3v5. They have to somehow navigate this incredibly difficult obstacle. Flaring has got a lot of angles to deal with though, so that might be a chance for them to catch him off guard. Spots the barrel. Flaring from the same position finds a kill. But Grumble with a crucial trade frag right there. He has the Viper's Pit, but the flash coming in for Redco. Beautifully done. Information on the last two players as well. DSG stuck below. Oh, and they shoot out Grumble as he pops the pit. It's just on Styron, and it's not going to be enough. Elevate with a beautiful round coming in from them. They stifle that aggression. They stifle that play, that mid attempt coming in from DSG, and Elevate find themselves 1-0 up in the series.
Absolutely. I just cannot even digest what has happened in the last round itself, because the way that the switch up has been played up, they went through mid. It looked as if they were swapping out the sides there. They had full control, and at least for the defenders, they had no control of map to really work around there. Got pincered by the time they realized it, and with that, of course, we have to commend the way the Elevate has been playing, have been switching up the strategies, the way that they've been playing their gunfights as well as their abilities. They realized what was at stake and how much they needed to invest here. So good job going to Elevate, taking map number 1, Icebox, into their favor. But wow, what a match going on, because DSG, they did not do that without a fight as well. They did not give that map free.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate seemed like they were in the driver's seat for most of the game, right? You had a couple of rounds where DSG were able to string, some rounds together, and I think largely because of the operator in play, but when we swap sides with Vera, he himself had that operator. Elevate's reads were almost always correct, right? Redco always knew exactly where they were going to commit, and when he didn't, it was a heavy rotate setup. Retakes utilities in place. You saw that round with the triple outs. You had the Hunters, it's not Hunters, you had the Viper's Pit, you had the Killjoy lockdown on both sides, but yeah, fantastic work coming from Elevate right here. All of the players looking sharp here today. It's really, really interesting to see this dynamic between these two teams. I mean, both at the top of their game. Really, really solid, but Elevate, better game plan.
Yeah, I can't even say that, at least for DSG, that they made a really crucial mistake, because from both sides they fought the best that they could. Elevate just had a read above DSG, like you mentioned here, and even the rounds that DSG at the very end, they had the timeout, they called it out, but those were usually just for a call of a shift of pace, push them, just overrun them, or play slowly. Those were usually the rounds that really won them out, but Elevate knew the right reads, knew the right abilities to invest here, and that gave them a little bit of an edge. And not to mention situations like this, but which really could have went into DSG's favor, but of course, miracles happen at times, and with that, Elevate takes round number 1, map number 1, Icebox away. Let's take a look at the stats here. It was pretty close actually to stay nonetheless. And if you take a look, DSG actually got most of the first kills. That's very interesting.
Yeah, 12 first kills to 9. Yeah, you should be converting a lot more of those rounds, right? If you get 12 opening kills as DSG, and especially considering you're starting on the defender side. Right, so you most of those first kills, you managed to get those, but Elevate, the late rounds, their understanding of the game, their synergy as a team, those reads coming in for Redco as well, despite them losing those opening kills, they still are able to convert man deficit situations, either that or they get those important trade frags at the start. Impressive work coming for Elevate, and Nakia popping off, you saw Patje getting a lot of impact kills as well. So the double duelists really finding their groove. Despite them not having the most information-based composition, right? Double duelist, Reyna and Jet, you don't have a lot of information, but Redco on the KO, I think those 0 points actually gets him a lot of information, and that allows him to stack his players towards the correct side of the map.
Yeah, I do have to point out, I think one thing that DSG didn't exactly capitalize on is that after getting off that first kill, the reposition there is pretty much readable for Elevate, though they don't have the best information scouters on their team here, the ages that they picked out. But the information relayed just verbally from the teammates were enough for them to try to sniff out the aggression here. They realize that one is there. Okay, we're not gonna push that. We're gonna deduce. We're gonna make smart guesses here about where they're gonna be pushing from later on. But we're gonna make a move on. If not, we're gonna be pinned down and we'll have nothing to work with. So Elevate understands the fundamentals here. then and essentially what really won them out is how well they're able to hold their ground, not going to give way to DSG to totally overrun them. And of course, we're seeing in the game at least Viper flaring as their MVP. So that's a really big statement considering on the other end it's going to be Jet and Vera as their MVP. So controller, of course, and I think we saw Flaring actually do a lot as well with the ultimates, you know, paired up with Visa at times. Usually, most of the time, we also see him as the last man standing, and nonetheless, he makes it out as the MVP here. 270 ACS on a controller and 81k AST. Of course, 21 kills here, out of it a 1.8 KDA.
Yeah, Flaring, you know, he didn't have the most flashy kills, didn't have the most flashy moments, but he was always there for the trade or two, especially that eco round that they had, right, with their 5 players on the side. He was always, you know, willing to swing out and assist his team for crossfire setups. And in that very final round, I think him managing to find 2 kills in that super awkward position where he needed to worry about B main as well as Kitchen, like right above him. Incredible work coming in for Flaring. You know, he's been a solid player for the team, always getting those trade frags, always slowly climbing that scoreboard. But I think a little bit of the conversation also has to go towards that ISO pick, right?
Yeah.
I didn't really see Juicy being able to find a lot of chances to snowball with that ISO. I think Elevate did a really good job at tempering the aggression from the DSG side, right? Either breaking the shield early with spam or utility, or giving space away, right? Letting DSG actually take the initial space, force Juicy to invest the double tap, and then waste it out when he doesn't find an opportunity to fight. And then from then on, he kind of becomes much less strong as a duelist, as an agent. So, you know, potentially that could be a point of argumentation as well, as to why DSG didn't really find that groove. So, yeah, that kind of dynamic teamed up with Elevate's beautiful team synergy was kind of how, you know, resulted in that win for Elevate on Icebox. But we're going to go for a short little break, but when we come back, it's going to be map 2 of bind between DSG versus Elevate. Potentially, you know, Elevate might be able to take this 2-0. This is going to be a map that they have won against DSG before, but we'll have to wait and see. You guys definitely do not want to miss this. We'll be back in just a little bit.
see.
The gloves are off and we make it through map number 1 where Elevate managed to best out Disguise, but we still have map number 2, Bind, and of course a decider map if we go to that. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT MYSG. My name is Al and I'm joined of course with Colden all the way in Singapore as we managed to commentate for the whole entire series. So Colden, map number 2, Bind. A lot of questions coming out for DSG, how they were playing in the first one, a lot of things they need to fix out here, but what do you think is the main strategy that they're going to be taking in coming into map number 2?
Yeah, so DSG's pick of Icebox definitely did not go their way. I will say though, Bind is a map that they both have gone the distance with. Right? It was a 16-14 victory for Elevate in the previous encounter. And other than that, they've won out every single time they've played on Bind. So definitely not the worst map for DSG, but it's going to be interesting, right? Because they run their Yoru composition on Bind. So it's another interesting agent that Juicy's going to be playing on. And I'm very curious to see how this fares up against Elevate's playstyle, which is a little bit more standard. And it's a little bit more structured. So how do they want to counter with something more interesting in the form of this Yoru Raze combination? Very excited to see how that matchup's going to go up against, how the matchup's going to pan out yet again.
Yeah, and I think with just such a few minutes between game and game here, map and map, that at least for adjustment, they really have to try to scrap it out. Because at least from the first map, we saw Icebox and we knew that ISO was going to be picked out just based on data, and Elevate expected that as well. Totally shut him down. Didn't really give any space for Juicy to play around here. And if they're going to be taking in the Yoru, they got to be a little bit more creative if they're going to stick towards their guns or try something else. But of course, you know how these players are. We know once they get something that work out, they're going to really play around with how else they're going to make some strategies work out for them. So excited to see how the adjustments are going to be made here coming in. But of course, for Disguise at least, they can breathe a little bit of sigh of relief just because of how well they usually play Sand. I think they could do a little bit better here in Bind compared to Icebox just because of the way that the map is sized out, right? We're going to be seeing that they usually play together as a team here, and Bind might be one of those maps that really utilize this strategy.
Yeah, and Bind, you know, when you play with the Yoru, some of your plays can be quite telegraphed, right? You can kind of tell certain strategies, you know, and how it's going to execute. And if you do your homework, if you are able to VOD review and really analyze how DSG are going to be playing this composition, I think Elevate stand a very good chance at countering some of those execute style plays that you have, the Euro gate crash with the teleports in, the flash in as well. So again, I give credit to Ritko as being one of those IGLs that really does their whole work, and he really breaks down, analyzes every single minute detail of his opponents. He did so pretty well at Icebox, able to shut down that ISO pick for DSG. Let's see if we can do the same for this Yoru on Bind.
Well, both of them are going to be playing the composition that they are very comfortable with. 3 times picked out for Disguise. Elevate is going to go with one that they have won time and time after again. 4 times here. They have a higher percentage win on this. 7 times played out. So I think that's like a 6 times win, right? With just one that they're going to be taking the L. Disguise are a little bit more 50-50, so a lot is asking from them considering this is their life in the upper brackets. If they do lose out to Elevate, they're going to be bumped down and forced to fight in the lower bracket. So, no, a lot of this is going to be kind of like a one-time situation in their tournament life, but very excited to see how Juicy's going to be playing the Euro, and at least for Elevate, I know they have something up their sleeves here. For Elevate, they're going to be starting with the attack though. So this could be... Oh, this could be a bad situation actually coming from Disguise here, just because of the more aggressive agents that you have on the defense, right?
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to the play style. Of course, you know, typically when you have a double duelist, you're not going to be able to find as much information or hold as much ground. So you kind of need to put your face, you know, in the mix of things to see whether a player is actually there. You know, jump spot a corner. You have to play a little bit more further out. But I will say with the Yoru's gate crash, Juicy could go for very fast rotates. You know, whether it's towards the A or B side, he can show presence towards one side, teleport to the next. So that is something that Yoru's on bind typically can be very useful for, right? It's very easy to throw your gate crash to spawn and then teleport there once you know that it's going to be a commit to the other side. So let's see how that one pans out. But still, it is still a very interesting comp that DSG like to run with, and it kind of capitalizes on their strengths, right? As the duelist, as a player that has picked up that Yoru Juicy now, you know, understanding this agent and how to play it more proficiently. So going to be coming down to a bit of that mechanical prowess that DSG, and then we all know DSG for, right?
Yep.
Up against like kind of the brain power and the synergy from Elevate. Let's see how it pans out. Let's see if Styron has a different game plan up against Elevate, which is a very strong team of bind. So
Yeah.
going to be a tough one.
I also find it really interesting that the IGLs, they do play the same role here, but you know, different agents have been picked out. Styron does prefer out the Sky here, which is a very valuable agent. But for Rico, I think he realizes the benefit of having the nullification coming from the abilities of KO here. It's a bit of a slow start, but Elevate might be getting the right read. There is 3 people up in showers here. This could totally flush out Vera in the nick of time. That does give the information, but oh, Penny Shells buys some time, scatters them into a position they do not want to be in. And here comes the teleport already, coming in some backup, but Nakia manages to find 1-for-1 with the ability here. It's a skirmish for a skirmish. Oh, but there we have Rico with the frenzy, running it into the portal. Aggression is at its max. Now Wayne, stuck on the other end, no sight of any members of Elevate. Gives them full freedom to go for the plants.
That was a crunch towards showers from both ends, and still Elevate come out with 3 players standing. That is crazy work. Fantastically done. Wayne, here's the jump peaks. Spots out Riza as well, just running for the hills. Getting the crossfire setup. The players are relatively low, but he doesn't have the best position. He has a couple of smokes available as well as the Paranoia, so fantastic utility just to bait out a peak perhaps. Clearing out his corners diligently. Tapping on the spike, expecting a push to come through. Riza spots him out. The molly from Ritko. Perfectly timed. The second smoke in. A Paranoia as well. And he might just need to stick onto this one. But Ritko, more than aware of things, just runs straight into the smoke itself. Denies him a chance to defuse. And that is a beautiful pistol. Once again, in Elevate's favor. All 3 pistols this series, Elevate has won.
Yeah, talk about a great statistic to have, but at least for Wayne, did his Paranoia actually connect onto Redco there? I reckon it was on the right position.
I mean, even if it did, like, it didn't really change too much. There was only really one position where he could be playing in. Even if Ritko was paranoid, his teammates could just tell him, oh, he's tapping on the spike. And Ritko, you know, low HP, no time left. He has to stick it. Just might as well run in there to make sure he's not on. Even if he got the kill on the Ritko, he wouldn't have time to refuse. So it was a really nicely played round coming in from Elevate. And again, off the tap, off the ultimate orb, somehow Nakia just swings in, gets a kill on the Styron, dings Juicy as well. So in a 1v2, Nakia just comes out clutch in that situation, despite them having basically, you know, the same weapons, both pistols.
Well, there is
Nice reset of the round from Elevate. They gain control over Long, and now they can decide if they want to commit or if they want to rotate.
Oh, there's still a lot of hope for DSG here. 4 members getting the right read, hanging around in elbow. They don't have the best artillery, but playing together is the name of the game here. Elevate trying to get...
It's all on Riza.
Yeah,
right?
the Riza, yeah.
Let's see if Riza, you know, prods the A side a little bit. Yeah, he's just gonna call for the rotate. The 0 point, the knife, gonna be spotting out a couple of players towards B. They're just gonna take the teleporter over towards this B side. Sorry, this A side. Get the spike down towards showers as well. Nakia gonna be catching the rotate of Wayne, so that's your smokes out of the round in the post plan. It's gonna be difficult for DSG.
And with that, add-ins of the injury, Fly is going to put down another smoke, and Nakia goes down though, so we're going to make it into a 3v4. I think he realizes that there's shots coming out from Showers, but he doesn't quite find the target. No readjustments there. Riza managed to find Grumble. No more smokes whatsoever. Riza and Flaring both going to take the aggressive pusher and find 2 out of Showers. Very nicely done coming from Elevate. Great call coming from Riza as well. Just notifying his teammates that no one is in A, no one is there at all. Makes a quick rotate and boom, Elevate takes control of A side.
Yeah, Ritko right there in the post plant, he still had both of his flashes. First flash came in, managed to take down Grumble, right? Fully flashed, nicely done. Again, it's the teamwork from Elevate. And even for the second swing, there was a flash that popped. It was a little bit high, so it didn't catch the close players, but it just essentially guaranteed that nobody backside was able to get the trade frag, even if there was anyone there. So again, really nice teamwork from Elevate. This time, it's the bonus, and they've got 2 rifles again, similar to the previous map. Ritko and Nakia both with those Vandals. Ooh, Wayne trying to dodge the alarm bot, just gets spotted in the end. So Elevate just got to respect him of his space. Gonna be testing him for the time being.
They're actually giving a lot of respect. Although they have the rifles, they had early information that they were pushing up hookah, could possibly go for a mid-skirmish there if they really wanted to, but they didn't want to take that risk. And for at least the situation, both walk away unscathed here, but this could be a good thing for DSG here as they buy their time. Here comes a smoke screen. Grumble's going to alert his teammates. There's going to be A. And here comes the push through. They do walk through. Smokes are dropped down. Ooh, Redco unfortunately could not wiggle himself out of that. Grumble does go down for the count here. They do get some space.
Spawn.
Oh, but the spawn not getting all the way. He's pushing so much, getting so much control. It's a 1-for-1. And for the rest of these guys, they don't have exactly as much control of the map to play with here. Slowly pushing their way through elbow. You do have Siren up in the middle, but what else can he see? Because the post plan here is what's going to be played out by Riza.
Flam stood in his molly. They're not going to expect him. And yeah, he gets that kill. Nicely done. And now they just find all the kills as they strangle onto the scramble onto the side. Vera, the blast back kill onto Flaring. Wayne is just sticking it. The diffuse fakes the footsteps, but Wayne, with the cojones of steel, he just sticks it in Riza's face. He hears the footsteps from Riza, calls the fake push, and he gets around. Pros do not fake.
Oh,
what a round, what a clutch coming in from Wayne at the very end.
So much risk being taken out, but for both sides of the teams, they need to take those risks here. Naka does walk away with his showstopper, so that's going to be extra points for him. These guys, though, they walk away with 1 point finally with that hole onto the spike as well. So great job. It's neck and neck for both the teams, although they went in with almost similar power. So much had to be expended to just secure 1 win for themselves.
Yeah, money not great for DSG. And that, as you mentioned, that was a bonus technically for Elevate. They still have a bunch of cash that they could use. They have fully bought into this one. DSG on the last legs don't have a lot of cash after this one, despite them winning. And again, it's a 4-man towards long. Riza lurking towards a setup, right? They want to just prod for information. They can call for the teleport later if they want. So how does DSG handle this strategy?
The nice one-way smoke does deter Elevate a little bit from pushing in the aggression here. Not sure if Juicy actually caught a win that two
right?
members, yeah, crossed over to the other end.
I know he has no idea.
Oh!
Nice swing from the right side because of that Viper Orb allows them to cross towards that deep angle. Jisui has to respect it as Showstopper is going to be invested into the site. Mollies and a bunch of utility going to be clearing out all those common positions. Showstopper towards Hookah, not going to be connecting anything but Pat J with a kill onto Wayne. That is towards that Hookah position, of course, but there's still one more player there. It's Styron. Juicy coming in from the elbow position. Oh, but he doesn't use the flash though. He's just going to rely off the clone. It's not going to be enough. Not enough area to flash multiple players. Flang's going to be playing the lineups as well. Tap on the spike. Wall goes down, the flash comes through, doesn't connect onto anyone. No one's actually on the spike just yet. Riza's coming on a long flank as well. Finds the first one, tap on the spike, but the molly should land pretty soon. Yeah, they're off. And just like that, the flank from Riza comes out clutch as well. Another beautiful run coming in from Elevate.
No sweat coming from Elevate, although DSG took back control of B side here. They're just going to play off of the sound cues. They know that they have the upper hand there, wait for the Q of DSG pushing out, and then get the kills that they really need. You can even see that the way that they swung out, they're not even going for the kills, they're going to go for the objective here by the person that is actually indicating the Q of the defuse. Well done coming from Elevate, and now Riza does have the new adapt. That could be huge if he does get a pick off, but he's usually the one that really gets all the information, right? So Riza, key player here, giving so much to Elevate.
This time, a little bit of a change up. No longer doing that 4-1 split from B-Long and Showers lurk. This time, it's a bit of a flip around. Riza's going to be lurking towards this B position. The Sky Flash of Styron doesn't spot out anyone. So Riza going to be lurking up towards A-Lock as Styron rotates over towards this A side to bolster it up. And it is, for now, the correct read. 4 players on Elevate here, expecting aggression from the side of DSG. As the reevaluate option taking control over Showers, watching for the short push. As Riza creeps up towards B-Long. That is exactly where Elevate wants to head off. Riza just calling for the rotate back.
Yeah, absolutely being the key right here, knowing that B side, the B-Long here doesn't quite have anyone that's watching over it, and that spy cam in mid gets a lot of information that no one's pushing out a hookah, no one's pushing out from A side. So now that they have space here to work with.
DSG are all tucked in. No information. It's only Juicy here. And he's not going to have anything to say for this. I mean, Null Command's going to be invested. They do their due diligence. They flood the site with util. And yeah, it's going to be a full retake setup with just the eco from the side of DSG.
Yep.
Elevate should not be able to lose this, but they cannot get themselves overrun by these low buys.
Yeah, Juicy actually learned his lesson from the last time round. Not gonna run out just like that. He's waiting for his teammates. Styron's the one that's gonna be pushing out, but he gets taken out so quickly. They don't exactly have the gunfire to work with here. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. What is happening with this camera here?
Nakia just giving us a bit of a stare.
Okay. All right, that's to chat over there. A little bit of a message, I would say.
Staring into our souls. But yeah, it's beautifully done by Elevate again. They hold all extremities. They held B long, they held B short, the hookah push, A short, as well as Showers. And once Elevate knew that DSG were pushing for information, that is when they knew that DSG basically had no info where the stack was going to be. KO, Null Command right there just to deny any chance. And great fight there just to stop the flood retake. This time around, Juicy has the op in hand. It's a contact play set up straight into the side, but Grumble with a great opener for once. Orbital strike comes through, but Nakia picks up both of them on the retreat. And just like that, the site has been overrun. Fantastic opening kills from Nakia. And the last 3 players rotating in towards this A side from CT. Juicy with the op in hand. It's not a great weapon for this retake. Here comes the Viper Sphere from PUBG as well. Seekers just to find out where the positions are coming from.
Ooh.
On the DSG side, nice op pick from onto Nakia. That's the Showers players down.
I'll handle this.
How do you want to navigate this into his dimensional drift? Trying to spot out where these players are. Spots both of them towards this position.
Ooh.
A Paranoia comes through. A nice flick onto Flaring, but PUBG is still here. He's being a nuisance. Riza peeking into the smoke. Nice straight from PUBG, and that's gonna be wraps. 5th round for Elevate. And another beautiful crossfire setup, despite DSG's efforts, despite them getting those 2 opening kills on the retake. It is the late round play and synergy from Elevate that again gives them that round win.
Correct. I'm looking to good for this guys right now. It's just a half-buy situation here. And although they came so close, I would say they are improving in their strategies, right? They're actually learning from it. They're not going to make the same mistakes that they did before. But it's just the slightest bit of an edge that Elevate has to totally run them down. Ultimate's available for Rara and Grumble, but will they use it in this situation though? They have the right read. This could be a huge bloodbath in a matter of moments.
The Paranoia down long, off the contact of the sky. Wall drops. Smoke goes up. And Nakia, due diligence. Perfectly done, expects the aggression, Flaring answers back, Wayne with only a single trade. And despite the trap setup being done, I was about to say Grumble might have something to say for it, but no, they spot out Vera's nade and they instantly teleport towards this A site. Don't even give him a chance. He has a showstopper, but it's just a classic in hand. I don't think it's too viable. I would say that though, but Flaring and PUBG are on such low HP. So we don't want to count Vera out just yet.
Very nice smoke here, blocking out the vision of Vera. If he actually put on a showstopper, he could totally just deny the plan completely.
Oh, and he's out.
Yep, he's out. Totally unscathed, and due diligence is done, but for Elevate, they're a bit smarter here. They are playing together. Vera realizes he has to push aggression. He does find a Molly, but doesn't quite find Riza. Oh, so very close. But Elevate just with the total overrun.
And this is the same scoreline that we saw on Icebox as well. It was 6-1. Elevate. Early rounds have been going in their favor, and a crucial timeout finally being called by DSG. I mean, it's 4 rounds in a row in terms of gun rounds that DSG have not been finding success in. A couple of rounds came close. The only round that they won was Wayne sticking the defuse in Riza's face, and that is not a reliable strategy that you want to have to put up rounds, right? You want things a little bit more clean. And just looking at the initial purchases, double ops.
Yep.
Vera and Juicy, that might be a bit of a change up against the slow play of Elevate.
Yeah, I think we saw situations like this as well. The double operator being purchased out. I think that was like a Haven game, if I'm not mistaken. That I think just like really shutting down any slow
a
push.
bunch of ops there.
Yeah.
Yes. I think it was RDA with a bunch of players just bought up ops in the last round. They just said,
Yeah.
screw it. We're just going to find an opening pick.
And you know, those situations, they do somehow work at times, especially if they are going for slow pushes, trying to get those informations, those dry peaks, right? And with that, operators could really benefit them at this moment. So this guy's trying something out. I'm liking the switch up. Would it really connect is the next question though, because we've seen situations where the operator is not in the right place, and then they're in this back foot where they have to retake with an operator. So not the best place to be in. Hopefully they can make something work out of it.
All right, double ops. Slow play again. Cage. But Juicy's staying. Juicy is just staying around. Here's the jump peek. Wayne loses that opening kill. And the showstopper's in. There's perfect counter to the ops. They're stuck in long. Juicy at least is. He still manages to find that kill onto Riza though. But there's still one more player here.
Oh.
And Juicy finds the second as well. Catches a third. But Put J with the lineup. Nice spray down right there. Oh, and the boombot misses Nakia. But he still pushes the issue. Nakia a little bit overzealous. Not expecting 2 players there, perhaps. Trying to find an isolated one. The teleport comes in from Put J, and they need him to clutch up. But Grumble's here, watching from the heavens. And the double up sings true. And they find that round conversion. Juicy with 3 kills right there. And Grumble with a fast rotate to catch the last.
I'll take it, you know. At this point, I'll take whatever you can give. Although it's not the cleanest here, they walk away with just 1 operator. They have to make a repurchase if they want to play that. Great stuff coming there. Juicy pushed out so far up with the mere operator. That is, if you're going to say overzealous, that's exactly what it is. But it did pay off its dividends here. So
Try not to die.
a risk that is worth taking. DSG now with 3 ultimates, a little bit more to work with. Juicy once again trying to make...
Viper spit towards A short. Juicy. Yeah, Juicy just watching this angle to be scanned out by the 0 point. The orb just to deter him, vision, and allow them to cross over. He's gonna respect it, not gonna test it yet again. There's the Viper spit towards A, so no need to be too over aggressive. He holds that angle, and I know he wants to go in for even more. Gets dinked in the process, doesn't hit Ritko whatsoever. Ritko puts a bullet in his brain, gets topped off at the very least, but still Elevate. They seem they want to capitalize on this initial damage.
That's it though. Poison Orb gonna allow them to push up. Orb's gonna give an indicator here. Juicy's still trying to find the pixel onto Elevate members, but he's forced to play onto site now after losing that. Ooh, Chumpy doesn't quite get tagged. Nakia actually pushes out and find his support as Siren's gonna be taken down. And here comes the orbital strike just to secure up a site.
Wow.
They made their way in. They lost 2 in the process, but they got the site. That's all that matters right now. Showstopper on Vera might be able to find one, but Pache puts down the issue before it becomes worse.
Wow. What a round coming in from Elevate. They know that the op is there. They bait the shot out. They find that kill onto Styron first. And then the orbital strike comes in, and Wayne and Grumble were just so very isolated. They could not help each other in the crossfires whatsoever. The trays were fantastically done by Elevate. And despite them going into where the op is, they still managed to win out the round. I mean, fantastic util usage again, just to deny them access.
Yeah.
Small little plays, small little jump peaks.
Absolutely, and I think Nakia there as well, just making that swing onto Siren is crazy. Taking him out, being the main person to support Juicy here. Now, at least for DSG, money, creds are not in the abundance. They have to play the pistols. I think they're playing a little bit of the default situation, playing close to each other, 2 to 3. Elevate still respecting this though. Not gonna let their guard down in any matter.
We've seen DSG being a little bit of aggressive. They did the shower crunch strat towards, on the pistol round. But other than that, the only other areas of aggression they've been taking is towards B long. So if they're not taking aggression B long, they're losing a lot of map control on the double duelist. You have no information. And on the executes, Juicy gets the first with the shorty. Nice train frag from Flaring though, but still not the best weaponry for this retake. And a man disadvantage as well. DSG, they might as well go for it. Give themselves a chance. They get absolutely mowed down. Flaring, double spray down. Siren with the double with the classic will make things a little bit close. But it's rounds they need. It doesn't really matter if they're doing damage. They need to put rounds on the board. It's 8-2. They come in with a buy yet again. Juicy again picking up that operator. And he's going to hit towards this B site. But I feel like Elevate have read this. They know that this is coming and they know how to counter it.
I feel like DSG, they're a bit disheartened right now. You know, usually in terms when you are going for the save round, you don't have the best of creds, you want to play together, you want to make that risk and pushes. So Elevator, they started out with respect here because they were expecting that. Okay, the read was good for them at least. They're going to try something different earlier, but with that, they don't get the 1v1 picks that they could possibly pick up the guns and change the tide towards their favor. Elevate now. Oh, unfortunately for Flaring, did not quite get the right mechanic on that jump peak there. Juicy does manage to find the bullet to him.
I don't think Flaring saw him on the first jump peak, so his second one was a little bit too wide. And yeah, Brim just a little bit too thick. Oh, but Jay finds Wayne being a bit over-aggressive, looking for a bit of information. And they catch on to Grumble from from heaven as well. And just like that, another man advantage situation might go in the way of Elevate. Juicy with the dimensional drip coming out with the AWP in hand. Nice shot onto Nakia. But there's still 2 more players here. A flash setup prepared as well. Contact from Tajay. The flash comes through. Oh, and he gets tagged by the trip as well. They know where it's coming in. Double ups for this retake. Incredibly difficult. Redco and Riza playing this crossfire situation. Here's Juicy running forward. That's just the clone. We'll just break it. It's coming in from the showers. Oh, sorry. The U-Haul position gets taken down. Riza just swings into him. Vera with a nice frag right there, but it's too little too far. God, Redco waits for the swing. And it's 9 rounds to Elevate. Again, they rip apart the advantage that DSG had. DSG found Flaring. That is your Brimstone. They didn't have Brim smokes for the execute. They found that kill onto Wayne. And then they just connected on a brilliant shot onto Grubble in heaven.
Yeah, and this happened early in Icebox, right? Where we see DSG do manage to get a majority of the first bloods, but the Elevate,
the late
know how
rounds,
to recuperate.
right?
Yeah, absolutely. They recuperate, they swap out the strategies here. They know they still have 1 more controller to work with, and they utilize all of the abilities towards the best of their ability here. And then we move in, they're different as well, and the tactics, they are so well done. Ooh, Pajay though does get tagged out a little bit. Oh, Vera so deep in.
Yeah, it's great aggression that DSG are trying out this time, right? It's not towards B long. This time it's towards A short. But again, Elevate, very much aware of this. They've seen them push down this area now, and they're just going to keep tabs on it. Juicy yet again playing towards this B long position. Reinforcements on Styron going to be heading towards this A side. Interesting peek coming in. Nakia, the outlaw, knows that there's probably 1 more player here. Grumble will not survive. He somehow managed to take down Redco with barely like a shot. But still, it's a man advantage situation. Still 50 seconds on the clock, allowing them to make decisions. And Styron, now he's taking a little bit of liberties. Now he's playing close up towards the smoke. As the wall goes up, Styron denied of information. They could creep towards this U-Haul spot. He is none the wiser. Again, Wayne peeks out and falls victim. Styron's next on the chopping block. And Nakia just announces his position with absolute devastation. 3 kills in the round. Juicy last man standing. Nakia rips him apart. 4 kills for the duelist. And it's 10 double digits in the first half. 10-2 could not be more of a damning scoreline. And Elevate just looking clean. I mean, look, this guy is looking a little bit confused. Styron just rubbing his eyes. What a display from Elevate.
Yeah, Elevate here, keeping the communication going, as you can see here. But wow, the way that we're looking at Elevate right now, and this is textbook, right? You know someone is there, you're going to clear out your corners. If you're not going to be able to do it, or you realize that there might be a fight that you can't take out, use your abilities, Molly, flash out. And that's why we see so many kills from abilities coming out from Elevate here. And with that said, 10, that's an 8-point lead in the upper bracket. This is definitely a statement that they're going to be making here. And now on the defense, they have Riza. They have the possibilities of just blocking down a site. But as for DSG, they want to make waves here.
All 5 players are pushing B short and A short. They're gonna flank there before they even get to the site. Pushing down on long. Oh, Pajay, nice first kill right there. But Styron, the classic, picks up 2 frags just like that. And that should be cues for them to accelerate into the A side. There's still one more player here. Nakia gonna be catching on to Wayne. Couple of shots for good measure. Here comes the flip of the script. Both teams have essentially swapped sides. They're going to be planting towards the CT position. Styron towards U-Haul. Juicy teleports in to assist as well. Bit of chip damage on the paint shells, but from Showers, Vera, crucial kill right here. He finds it, and Riza on the reload as well. Juicy will capitalize. Flaring now in the clutch. In a 1v3, he has all 3 smokes available, but he's got to hit the shot. And he's not going to be given the opportunity to. Vera, beautiful hit shot right there to close things out. And that gives DSG a little bit of breathing room. 3rd round the board and the first pistol in the series.
Yeah, they knew they had to make something happen there. And now with that, they pushed up, they were synergized together, they overran it, and then they played together. So that's the DSG that we know and love, but great shots as well. We have to commend them for doing that, getting the first pistol round. And hopefully they can convert this into a second, considering they are so low, so much in the back foot in the scoreline right now. They have at least a 7 point to catch up with Elevate.
What do they have in store this time, Elevate? Jump peek. They have 4 players here towards this A side, and Spike is leading here, so
Time to jump.
hope that DSG get the read correct, because let's not give away an eco round, right?
Yep.
They're down 3-10. That would be pretty devastating.
Juicy managed to crawl up a little bit here. Trailblazer going to be expanded up in the mid side into Hookah. I don't think he actually spots out Riza though. Oh, but Vera gets tagged. Oh, for DSG at the very least, taking this risky fights. They're not even using abilities to try to give themselves some more space on the map here, or just change the fight towards their favor. Instead, they're actually walking up there here slowly here, but nice clone utility. That's gonna take out the trap wire. And smoke might deter DSG. Time is a-ticking. They have the guts, but they're not making anything work right now.
Yeah, they want to pivot back towards this A side. You got 2 players towards A, the paint shell as well, just to force Elevate to stay within this A side. Spike gonna lean back over, but they have to be careful. They need to check their corners. Not a lot of time left on the clock, and it's just Pajay here in this very committed corner. 1 good clear, and a good shot to secure the deal. Just like that, round should be over. Plant should be given over towards DSG as Elevate just scramble all the way from the B side. They find Riza pushing out from Hookah as well. The last 3 players with just classics. And Shorty, of course. Nakia has the Sheriff, to be fair, so onus most likely going to be on him. Let's see if we can find anything.
Nakia is up in heaven, actually. Managed to find any sight of Juicy. He could get a clean shot. Oh, but Juicy with the wide swing here manages to walk out with his life. Grumble does find Rekko. He realizes one more is that. He gets another just for free. Nakia, last man standing. He's made his way onto the edge of sight here, but Grumble is going to push onto the issues, factor onto his space. Unable to do much. Time is a-ticking. He knows he has to sacrifice himself. Oh, that's a tricky for Grumble.
Solid second round right there for DSG. They avoid the stack. They read it correctly. They find a beautiful first kill onto Grumble in a very committed spot. And, you know, rest formality. They get control of the site. Hit the long range angles.
Yep.
So Elevate. Now, let's see. This time they're coming in with a buy of their own. DSG because their previous round was so clean, they can just rock with whatever they had brought in the previous round. Spectre to Guardians to Bulldogs.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah.
I'm expecting a bit of a change of pace here. We do see DSG actually giving a bit more respect. They are sprawled out, trying to get in early information. See if they can get anybody just pushing out a little bit too aggressive here. But for Elevate, they are giving the same respect back. All of them are tucked away, up into sight. No one's actually pushing out or taking any fights they cannot afford.
Yeah, interesting that Wayne's the one to be the first contact towards his B-long position, just solo pushing up by himself. I think all of DSG just taking a lot of individual onus to gain control over certain parts of the map. Wayne gonna make his presence known here. Juicy solo pushing up towards Showers. I think he does get scanned by that 0 point. Flash comes in just to re-clear that space. Nice proactiveness from Elevate, but still, DSG is converging and just gonna be committing towards this A side. The satchels come through.
Oh.
Let's get spotted out by the trip, but not access yet. A flash! Beautifully done, Bavera, the pre-fire. Fully blind will just catch onto Ritko. And now the spike should be given the respect. Should be able to go down. I say that as Pache just spams the spike plant position beautifully. Pivots around, finds the shot onto Wayne. And they might need to call it quits. There's only 2 players left. They don't even have the spike planted. A teleport play might be in order, but Nakia's already on the B side. 12 seconds, 10 seconds, they have to commit. They have no more time. Tap on the spike, hoping for an aggressive push, but Pache just spams down the last 2 players as the anchor of this site. And they use their wall against them. That was an attacker's Viper wall.
Yep,
But it gave Pache the angle to spray them without being shot back.
Yeah, this is the battle of the Viper, and PUBG just came out as the Viper on top here, using the enemy Grumble's wall there towards his advantage. Of course, early snakebite that really stalled out the push coming from Vera. He could not push down into U-Haul. Yes, sure, he got the pre-fire, but that bought enough time for the rest of Elevate to flush back in. And then, of course, getting the kills on his own, taking that highlight. But wow, that goes to show how much a controller really is valuable towards a team. And Elevate, they utilize that, they know that.
Scout destroyed.
And now they're only 1 point away from match point. Veto is taking aggression.
Oh.
He doesn't even need the support. He could have gotten both of them. And Spike is dropped down. Information given out. DSG, they're on the seas. They're going to try to get into the adrenaline mode here. They get 2 off of Elevate. This is now an even fight.
Okay. Yeah, and the dimensional drift will allow Juicy to pick up the spike, spot out where the players are, spots out Ripco. No one else though. There's a flank coming in. Oh, just around the corner, but Riza catches onto Wayne. But they should have information of all 3 players. Saw Ripco right there. Saw the 2 players on the flank as well. Repositioning just to get the spike down. They have to be aggressive. Grumble tries. An attempt has been made, but not good enough. They saw where the plant is from Juicy as well, and PUBG just holds down the angle. And despite DSG kind of adapting on the fly, getting that spike, Elevate was so proactive. Riza, as the Sentinel player, pushed out. You can see the minimap, the X is essentially in their spawn, near their spawn, and market position. Riza creeping up there, knowing that the attention has been drawn towards Hookah, catches the rotate, puts his team in an advantageous post-plan situation. And that's 12. This has been a very dominant game coming in for Elevate. Super solid on every single gun round of theirs. And again, DSG scratching their heads, similar to Icebox. What is the call?
Yeah, I think Elevate's in a really good position right now. The creds for DSG, not looking towards the best. And this is Elevate's map pick too. I mean, this is something that they are very comfortable with. And of course, they still have the Abyss. They are looking at the top of the tournament right now, but they still have 1 more to close it up.
They don't even need to show.
Yeah, they don't even need
their
to show
Abyss,
it.
right? They have that potentially in the grand finals right now. If they win this round, triple push from Elevate down on B long. Vera gets spotted out. The commitment's gonna be towards this A site. A couple of kill trip setups. But they're none the wiser. They have no Sentinel utility on the side of DSG. They have no idea that this triple flank is gonna be coming through. They will be a little bit aware, but how aware? Wayne watching the flag flaring on bat, just marking that angle.
Yeah, at this point, it is defender's move.
Through.
Smoke does come through here. They're
they're
trying to
gonna crunch.
converge onto Wayne, but Wayne is going to find the rat right behind him, but he gets taken down with that. No more smokes. But with that Pache, the last man alive, he has to make something happen. Up in showers. He's unable to find it. Juicy keeps the dream going. But what around here?
Wow. Huge round coming in from the players within the side. Wayne gets taken down the flank. And they had no information on showers as well. If the players of Elevate played a little bit slower, Pache could have potentially gotten to a better spot, found a kill potentially on Juicy, but with the rest of his team going down, you know, Pache was isolated out, and a nice shot from Juicy to close things. But still, 12-5, you gotta win round by round. And I want to mention this attacking wall from DSG. Really interesting, and it puts pressure on the showers player, right? It forces them to either play really committed or to play further back because there isn't assistance from the backer side. So let's see if that comes into any situation later on. Red dies to the nade just like that. Not even to the showstopper. Grumble from long as well. Gonna be taking down Nakia at the back of the site. And just like that, it's a save call immediately. Elevate fully opting to save, not even giving it a look.
Yeah, but man, let's break it down a little bit. That was like such a quick take, right? We saw two being taken down. We saw Vera also expanding out the showstopper, couldn't even be utilized in that moment. But that was just a really quick change of pace. I'm not too sure if you actually caught on exactly what happened in the very beginning here.
Yeah, I think just initial contact towards Long, and then immediate showstopper being popped by Vera. The paint shell actually landed directly on top of Ritko, and I think Ritko was hoping that Vera would come into his line of sight before the paint shell exploded, so Ritko could potentially, you know, find a frag before he went down, or as he went down. But unfortunately for him, doesn't get that kill. Leaves Nakia at a really rough spot as the only defender at the back of the B side. And it's a bit of a pace change, right? Nice round from DSG right there to be really fast on that execute, catch Elevate off guard, and forces Elevate to be a little bit more respectful of their fast takes. So that is a great conditioning tool at the very minimum.
Yeah, but if there's going to be a round to really stop DSG and their fast pushes, it's going to be now, you know, Nakia with the showstopper. Viper Spit available for PUBG as well. These could really be things that can lock down a whole entire entry point, or at least the whole mid, because PUBG could definitely do that to just get more map control here. DSG, I think they realize it. Gonna make another quick push up into B long, something very similar to what they've done. Oh, doesn't quite catch the target though. And that's gonna be information that DSG, they are up in B.
There.
Yeah, nice jump peek again from Flaring. This time, doesn't get caught out. 2 out of a white peek against Juicy's op. Oh, sorry, it's Vera's op this time. Interesting. Attacking side op from Vera just to potentially catch the defender off guard. And again, this interesting Viper's wall, right? It just puts pressure on the Showers player, forces them to be committed. But so far, we haven't really seen too much of it being used. In the meantime, commitment towards this B side. A little bit of pressure towards B long gets them the orb as well. And now they have information. They can play, they can rotate around the map.
There.
Trying to eliminate as much abilities they can here. All these trap wires, they are ingenious here, and it completely locks down the site. And it gives out the stall. If DSG is going to make that fast push, so they're understanding, they're adapting to it. And this could be it, where it's going to be pushed down. There's going to be the ultimate Five Sky here, invested in. Flying manages to find one as he gets taken down. DSG slowly making their way in past the Tuna Camp, but inside of it is Riza. He's going to try to stall as much as possible. And Elevate, they are in the entry points, but they're unable to find the kill target off of the smokes. And Grumble manages to make quick work of Redco.
Yeah, I mean, another great execute coming in from DSG. This time, you know, a little bit more decisive in what they wanted to do. 3 rounds in a row now. Elevate's money looking a little bit dicey, and yeah, a well-placed type out from Elevate just to gather themselves, ensure that things do not get too out of hand. 3 rounds in a row, and they give DSG a bit of momentum. They get their confidence back. It's a very scary prospect.
Yeah, at this point, I think they do have the creds here if they want to go for the full buy, but if they keep this going, it's not going to look too good for them. At the very least, silver lining is that they make it a very close match between the both of them. At the very least, it's 2 members or 3 members, 1 for this guys, I believe. I think 3 is the most we've seen out of the whole entire skirmish that we saw DSG and Elevate in the past 3 rounds, walking away with their lives here. But well done as well, DSG in the last round. Utilized their smokes here. Elevate tried to push them out, but DSG already took sight. So we're seeing a bit adaptation coming DSG. I'm loving it here. We are seeing the three scores that came in handy. Grumble now has the ultimate. If they manage to do another quick push, I am fully a believer that post-plant should be very easy for them.
Yeah, it's great to see that Nakia is also performing really, really well. 20 and 15. Pat J, super solid as well. 19 and 8. DSG, all the players slowly getting their groove. This time they have the From the Shadows as well as the Viper Spit. But so does Elevate. Pat J uses his swords, this Showers position. Interesting option. Juicy just got to disrespect it actually, and just got to pick up his Dimensional Drift, teleport straight back to his team. And they're going to explore this B side. Flaring is going to be in a really committed spot, so got to be careful. Might need to opt to get out of there. Yes, he does. The utility comes through, they gain access of this position, and they could just pounce towards B side, but Elevate, it's got majority of their players here already.
It's a good read. Does stall out DSG for a moment here. But we saw this happen before, right? They couldn't make their way into B side, and then they make the rotate into A. And we're also seeing the adjustment coming from Riza. You look at how much abilities have been invested up in short here. A short. So it's either the commit or the rotate.
Scout destroyed.
And with 40 seconds left on the clock, it looks to be the commit. Smoke is blocking up entry points. They have to deal with 3 members of Elevate. Up on site. They managed to deal with Nakia though. Very nice push down. Siren finds one more. Veko with the reinforcement, but he gets taken down quickly by Juicy. They have sight now. On the flank though, Riza couldn't quite make a do out of it.
Yeah, and despite Elevate having a couple ultimates, you had the Null Command, you had the Orbital Strike, you saw Rico running away as the execute was happening. So perhaps not expecting the commitment off the back of the map control, but DSG, I love what they're doing so far. They've gotten control over Showers a little bit, took the orb, teleported back towards this B side, cleared out Long and Hookah, and then just executed straight, right? Not too much fancy stuff, just nice protocols come into play. Elevate. Not quite ready for the execute. Again, these different paces, this change in pace. It's caught Elevate off guard perhaps like 2 or 3 times already. So really nicely done coming in from DSG. They keep 4 players standing as well. The economy is in great standing. On the other hand, Elevate. Now they've reached the bottom of the barrel. Now things are getting a little bit scary. 8 rounds of DSG, 4 rounds of difference. Next round's going to be a low buy for them as well.
Low buy. They have ultimates, but I mean, do you want to really invest it when you don't have the best of armory here? Disguise is looking really good though, and the switch up here, the swap of spaces, and then the synergy that's coming in right now. I can't exactly point at Alcoden, but at least for you, do you have a clear-cut answer as to why DSG is now making it work towards your favor?
There.
It's a little bit of pace change and a little of understanding of how Elevate have their setup, right? They understand which players are on which side now. And they're slowly but surely clearing out these corners. They're being very proactive at pushing Elevate further back. They're not letting Elevate gain control over space for free. Time and time again, they've ensured that they've taken space away and then they've committed. This time, looks like it's a pretty heavy commitment towards the Showers position. No initial contact whatsoever. The up, getting free roam to spot out players towards this A side. No one gives him any information just yet. Watching towards his heaven. Oh, a beautiful knife comes in from Rico just to spot out. I think it tags at least 3 players. And so that will force the rotate over. You see, Nakia on the minimap, he's pushed down Hookah. So now he can isolate the rotations. He can tell his team, hey, Elevate, stay in this A setup. Nobody's rotated towards B yet at all. And that is the problem. That's what DSG has been doing consistently the past few rounds. This round, they don't do it. And hopefully the eco run does not come back to bite them. Orbital Strike at the ready. Wayne with a big kill onto Riza. That's your kill trips down.
30 seconds left.
And the commitment towards the A side. The paranoia comes through. And Elevate. Oh, Pache! The one with the rifle finds a lineup. Orbital Strike invested. Flushes them onto the site. They need to get the spike down. Rico coming in from U-Haul. But it's not going to find a kill. Siren Trades are back. In the smoke. 12 seconds left. Vera tries to assist, but Siren's got it in the bag. It almost was a catastrophe. But DSG scraped it away at the very end.
one of those situations that you realize that you're in a better spot. You try to invest your abilities through it. So Elevate, they were all in. Unfortunate, it's just in the last moment, getting a bit of a number deficit there. Even with the armory that they had, they tried their best, but just got shut down by Disguise. DSG, I think they really need to take that as a really big warning. Even when Elevate don't have the gunfire, they still have the spirit to try to fight back. They have two ultimates. Grumble with the Viper's Pit could be very useful here, could be the game changer. And Vera with the operator once again. Gonna scout out into B site. And they're gonna keep Juicy on the other end, once again using the fall one strategy. And that's what they needed the last round. Made it a bit detrimental. This time around, they don't make the same mistake.
Again, simple stuff, right? Push back the defenders, take map control away from them. Then you can commit. Now they're, DSG, you can see Juicy solo pushing showers by himself. They've gotten control over Hookah. Now they're gonna peek up long. But Nakia reading this to perfection. Raise hit to hit, ops in hand. Nakia comes out on top. Angle favors him, but Wayne spots out a little hit of flaring. Will take him down in the smoke. So he answers back. The nice frag right there. Orb going to be picked up by Styra, and that gives him the Seekers. So he can just find out how many players are towards this site. 2 is going to be the answer. But the recommitment's still going to be coming in. DSG swarm the site in the smoke. There's a player within the site. They find Ritko, and they shut down the potential of a flood retake. The last 3 players of Elevate has to come in slowly. Riza. Euro theft available, but the Viper's Pit going to be invested. Riza going to be spamming down Grumble. I think it's through the wall. I don't know how, but Juicy answers back as well. The trade frags insane from both of these teams. Wayne picks up the penultimate and is just left onto Put J behind the elbow smoke. As it fades, he spots out 3 players. 2 face him. And he goes down. 10 to 12 double digits now found by DSG, mounting an incredible attempt of a comeback. Still 2 rounds the difference. It's been 6 in a row so far. They need 2 more. First should be easy. It's gonna be just an eco.
Yep. I mean, I'm in it all for words right now. At the very least, that should be Elevate's round to win there. They got the first initial pick, and then suddenly now it's like a disguise situation, right? We got the first kill here, and they couldn't quite make the benefit of it. DSG with the total run through, with a great stall, even taking down Ritko when he was the one with the null command. No shutdown abilities, and now they're trying to make that happen again. Taking down Riza. That's gonna give a big opening here. Oh, and Showers. Watch it, Put J. It's gonna be taken down as well. Oh, Nakia?
That's a spike. This is a spike.
Spike down, attacker.
Yeah, he took the liberties. He saw a little bit of a gap in the defense, or at least in the attack, I guess. Now he's in their spawn. Juicy's gonna pop the dimensional drift just to find out where Nakia has gotten off to, but they've both missed each other. At least, at the very least, he's picked up the spike. He can just commit back towards his team, but he's expecting Nakia on the flag, and he's correct. Nice find from Juicy. Brilliant game sense coming in from him to identify the potential lurk. Oh, for aggression. Flaring comes out, reveals himself, but now they know that Flaring towards his A side, so there's a maximum of 1 other player towards B. Grumble has gotten so deep in towards elbow as well. He's just gonna call for the rotate back, so again, crisis averted for DSG. They managed to navigate in the mid rounds, and they should be able to find themselves with yet another round win.
Yep. Elevate at least, Vico and Flaring, they are spread out. Vico a little bit closer than the rest, and Vera's actually watching in the right position here. It's gonna find 1 more. Plan's gonna come in no time, and Flaring, last man standing, has 4 abilities, but only a Sheriff. And he gets taken down quickly as DSG now brings it into 11 and 12. Ooh, how many rounds was that in a row? That's like
7, I think.
7? Yeah, 7 rounds. That's 7 rounds in a row. And this is just after the initial 2 pistol rounds and the 2 rounds pushback. And then just taking everything back. I'm lost here. Elevate at the very least. They are on the last foot. They could possibly try to close off this match point. They have the ultimate here, Showstopper. Visa with the newer theft, and Ritko here with the very important null command. By 3 operators, 4 operators on the side of DSG.
Yeah, as the last round, hold for a push. Every single, lane on this map, all 4 lanes being watched by an operator. You got Vera at B long, you got Wayne on B short, you got Grumble towards A short, and you got Juicy towards Showers. Every single potential push watched for. And you can do that at the start of the round. Pick up a rifle as you want to go for the commit. For the time being, Elevate just got to be holding on to hookah. That is their only advanced position right now. It's got to be spotted out as well by that Trailblazer. That's info, but Nakia has his own op towards this long position. Vera, is he going to peek into it? Jump peek. Pushes him off the angle.
And Elevate does not know about the quadruple ops here. Well, actually, they swapped out here. Just went for the full buy, right? So now 2 ops in the hands of Grumble and Vera. Juicy's gonna be the one making the aggression here. Clone goes in, takes away some of the abilities, but Vera with the showstopper doesn't quite connect onto them. But Siren and Vera does manage to take the fight back at the very last moment. Spike is planted onto A side. This is Elevate's final push here. Vera's gonna find Rico. And now Flary and Nakia on the backer side. Not a single member of DSG has gone down. And that is it. 4 members still alive for DSG. He's done it. They've done it. They brought it into overtime.
Overtime.
I didn't even mention the possibility because I did not think it was possible. But it's been 8 rounds in a row unanswered by Elevate. DSG, they bite down hard. They don't want to give away their grand final spot just yet.
Yeah.
And they push it all the way to overtime. Elevate, I mean, now confidence must have been shot, right? DSG coming with 8 rounds in a row. The attacking side was played beautifully. They push back defenders. They go for a bit of presence showed on the side, one side of the map. They take teleporter. They got Vera, his ultimate in the last round. And now, in this overtime, double ops picked up on this defensive side. 1 op is a rarity. Double is a read. Let's see if it comes into fruition. It's been a success when they were on this defensive side. Juicy yet again, time and time again, down this B-long position with the op in his hand. Riza on the other side of things, the second cage pop. How long does Juicy want to stay here for?
Yeah, as for Elevate now, they've already pushed up onto Hookah. They actually jumped out. We see Nakia on this side here. Hasn't quite find any, but the fight is down up and long. Juicy manages to find Riza. Pajay finds Wayne as well on the other end. But you take a look at B side. We already have Elevate members onto the ground. Flammy's gonna go for the plant. Siren totally blocked out, tried to go for the wall bang, doesn't quite connect. Oh, but that connects instead though.
Siren sees all, and now they've lost track of where Juicy could have been. He's the Yoru. They thought, maybe he's teleported out. Now he's wrapping around towards his hookah position. But Elevate, they need to be aggressive. They're down. Man deficit. They're being flanked as well. Vera the nade, but Rico with the trade frag at the very least. But Juicy coming in for the flag. Rico spotting him out. But Juicy coming alive. It's flaring in the clutch in a 1v3. Grumble, White Strings takes him out. And DSG, for the first time in this map, after 9 rounds in a row, they find themselves on their match point.
10 rounds. All the way. They really need to close this down at this point before Elevate gets to find a way to take it back from them. But of course, over time, it is equal grounds, and Elevate, they are catching wind of the dangers that they're not playing at the top that they did when they started out this Bind map. Losing out so many rounds like that is not going to be easy in your mental, right? It's going to be such a pain at this point. They are definitely on the edge of the seas trying their best to figure out what has went wrong and really try to...
I mean, you look at the kill distribution on the side of DSG. Everyone has 17 kills. Juicy, the only one with 19.
Yeah.
Everybody has been putting in effort to bring themselves to this point. That is the determination that we know DSG is capable of. Like sometimes the pressure gets to the better of them, but all of these players, like Styron, keeping his team in check. Everyone putting up numbers. Elevate now. I mean, how do you want to counter this? You've been struggling on this defensive side, but now you've got to put up numbers. Now you've got to win this crucial round.
Yeah, absolutely. And at least for Elevate, they're not ones to go in with the investment of double, triple operators, the way that DSG usually plays.
No.
So they have to make something happen, right? Either a push out, which we've seen before, like a wraparound flank situation. But DSG, I think they've already caught wind of this. It shut down Elevate and time after again. Because the rounds that they managed to caught up was the rounds that DSG was on attacking mode. This is their better side.
Exactly. This was the side that DSG was able to go on a 8-round win streak. 10 rounds to 2 on this half in regulation. And Elevate will need to find an answer right here and right now. No more chances for error, no margins. They are now on the back foot. A change in the setup. The Viper and the Cypher here towards this B site. The good place is going to be spotting out a player. Break up the boom bot, and Riza are going to reclaim this space.
Oh!
Very passive. Oh, Riza! Oh, they just walk in. He gets a spray down, but Juicy finds a big kill towards Showers. Flag answers back and takes down Juicy as well. So the trade frags benefit Elevate in this situation. Flag on such low HP, but Grumble has snuck into the site. Rico, is he aware of this? Yes, he is, but Grumble fires a shot. Rico doesn't even press the trigger, and he's expecting a push from U-Haul. Changes around, but Flaring finds that kill onto Wayne. And what they needed, that one round they needed in regulation, potentially might be coming out clutch here in overtime. Grumble in a 1v3. Stuck towards triple. They wait for the swing, and Riza picks up 3. They test him towards Hookah. He finds the 2, and he comes in for the last as well. Elevate. The one round they needed. The one round they needed in regulation, they find it in overtime, and we go yet again, El.
And this is usually the pattern, right? You know, they're usually going to win out the attacking side, and then you go into overtime, it's totally swapped out. The pedal has been shifted into a different gear now, and at least for DSG Elevate, who are back to square one. 13-13. What a scoreline. Double operator once again being picked up by Juicy and Vera nonetheless. And I think Elevate right now, they're realizing that this is a very, very normal occurrence.
Oh, and again, they're going to go for the double ops. DSG is sticking to what has worked. But does Elevate adapt in time? I'm pretty sure they are aware of the potential. Juicy has done this every single time he has an operator, especially in the double op setup. He's pushed down long. But this time, Elevate completely give up the space. They let Juicy have it. And they are just huddled up towards this A site.
I'm not too sure if this is the right idea though, because with that, so much information is already pushed up. He's all the way up in fountain and no one is in sight. Riza keeps his life as a valuable asset here, which is a good thing. But now they're all pushed up into its A site.
Exactly. 4 players on DSG waiting for this execute to come through. Vera still on this line. What util do they have? Nothing. Siren finds the first, and that activates Riza. All kills in the kill feed. Just benefit DSG. Not a single player has gone down, and it's just Ritko, the IGL, left alone. They have no answer for this double op setup. Every single time they have it in play, the ops find at least one. And it's a flawless one to put them back up to match point.
Switching sides.
There wasn't even a timeout, right? There's not really a moment that DSG, just came like, just went, okay, guys, we have to come back. There was not exactly a moment, and the only timeout we see is...
Speak of the devil.
Is this. Okay, yeah, speak of the devil. We're seeing timeouts used most of the time to strategize about what is the tactic to close off the game, but never what are the timeouts used to get your head back in the game, right? And I think that's something that's actually really amazing coming in from DSG as a team. But, wow. That was such a overrun round. Is that if there was ever a round that made a statement, that was the statement to be made, right? You give up one space because you don't want to take that risk, and suddenly everything is colliding on you because you don't have that one player up and long just to get information.
Juicy is so insistent on staying towards B long, and with good reason, right? If he is there without any pressure, he can call for the rotate to stack towards A. And we saw how that panned out. Every single kill in the favor of DSG, no gaps whatsoever. And that's the benefit you have when you have 4 defenders watching 2 choke points. Elevate now, I mean, DSG is taking a timeout. What do they have in store? Wayne with the judge.
That's interesting. Yeah. Could be a situation that he wants to play within his smokes, something of close combat. But the biggest shocker is actually the fact that there is no operator on DSG.
Yeah, I mean, this is attacking side, and it's a little bit more difficult to work with, but they just want the rifles in tow. Juicy, yet again, he's got to disrespect this pressure, or at least, this area of the map. He's time and time again, he's gone over to Showers, he's gotten that orb for free. And even if there is players, he can just teleport away, right? So, not the most riskiest thing in the world. He's gotten away with it time and time again, and again, he's got to find that orb. They got to converge onto this A side. Pajay under pressure this time. Spotted out by the boom bot.
Oh!
But he can't go for the wallbang spam though. Paranoia comes through. Grumble is still here. They break the trip and they want to go in. But the judge is not good for the job. Pache holding things down. A flash comes through. Red goes into the action. They want to fight right here, right now. Riza finding the kills, but Vera with double.
Last player standing.
And he's now in a clutch situation. 1v2. Vlang has picked up the spot in U-Haul. Showstopper invested. Vlang runs out wide. And Nakia from the heavens above. Give them another round. Another overtime. Oh. I saw Vera winning that in that situation if he managed to flick on. But
Golden
Nakia,
had a vision, guys.
huge round coming in.
Golden had a
Flashed before
vision.
my eyes, but not the case. Not the case. Not yet. Not yet. 14 of 14 we go
Yep.
again.
He was anticipating to right? Like he saw it coming, he swapped it out, he went for the swing. He had the right idea, didn't quite exactly pull the trigger or collected the gun at the right time there. But oh man, the dream is still alive. You know, we'll take it, right? Scrappy, but we'll take it. Elevate now, bringing it back to a reset. Operator in the hand of only one person, I think. Yeah, they're going to go for Juicy with the operator. And I don't think...
How are these two teams? These two teams are winning up the rounds that they've lost on the regulation. Flash comes through. They hold for the peak. Flaring best Juicy. Rifle over operator for the first time. It feels like Juicy has been finally shut down on his aggression towards B-Long. And what else than just pure gunfire?
Yeah, but with that, nobody's hanging around the side of A side. So if any DSG members are actually going to push out, they're going to catch wind of this, giving a good call here. But instead, Elevate might be... I think they're just going to go for a split up here, just try to push up in hookah, right?
DSG are wanting to be a little bit aggressive. They want information. They flash out for the race to peak. That's info at least. Now they know there's two players here towards this B-Long position. Styron managed to get back off the side just in time. But the barrage utility is great.
Wait,
Flash
what?
is perfect. But
What?
what? Nade from downtown. He gets the fourth. And now it's just one player standing. Ritko up against the world. Vera has somehow come alive. With a single paint shell, he finds 3 kills. Not even there to see it. And Ritko jumps out of the smoke, and that's the 5th. Vera with the ace. It puts DSG back on match point.
Switching sides.
He might be blind, but he is not deaf. He knows that there were members from the Elevate walking up into sight. We
What
take a
is
look
this?
at that. He could not see. He just preempted the
Oh my
ability based on sound cues.
Remaining.
With that, got his ace.
Oh my
Brought the
lord.
showstopper out and then take the last one with a simple gunfight. Vera now, that brought him to 26 kills.
Oh my. The preemptive nade, right? Knowing that they're gonna jump out in the exact spot. My god, and he still lives to tell the tale. 15 of 14. Backs against the wall. They lost that opening duel. Juicy went down, but Vera picks up the pieces. Elevate yet again. What is the answer? Juicy has bypassed the camera. So I don't think they know that Showers is compromised. And yeah, now they do. Now the execute comes in. Riza this time towards his U-Haul spot. Paranoia comes through. And Pudgy just holding down the angle. He's been bombarded. Out of position. In their faces. Riza only good for one wave. In the smoke. Comes alive. And Vera might be the second to last. But Ritko picks up that kill right there. But he goes down. It's Nakia up against 3. First one's good. There's a boatload of utility as well. Every single thing you could ask for. In a 1v2, Siren and Wayne, they play the crossfire. They spot him out. Smoke onto the side. Satchel above. Just the spot misses it. It's a big one right there. Scampers over. Tap with the spike. Siren peeking out. And he gets the final kill. Siren closes things out. That's 2 rounds in a row. That's 16 of 14. The exact same scoreline that we saw on Bind the last time these two teams played. But this time, it goes in DSG's favor. What a comeback. What a brilliant series of events. And an insane round from Vera to give them that match point advantage, give them that chance. And an insane map, an incredible map coming from DSG. We see the resilience, we see the gunplay, we see the team synergy. And they've given themselves another chance in this series.
Kodan doesn't have enough words to just explain the degree of this
I'm out of
situation.
words.
He's out of words, but we saw like a 10-round comeback all the way, bringing it to overtime. And this is something that DSG, only DSG, can achieve up in the top 4 here. But well done. And now we're bringing ourselves into the best
We're
news
in
ever. We're in
We're in
abyss,
abyss. Guys, we got
Kodan.
abyss. The first time in MYG, in Malaysia Singapore Challengers, we see Abyss, and it's the third map between arguably the two best teams this split in this region.
Yeah.
What more do I need to say?
Yeah, and these two teams, they're not only the best two, according to Colden here, but they are the ones that are giving us the biggest heart attacks, right? You know, you think that, okay, we might bring ourselves to a 3-map game here. And then suddenly we're seeing sweeps, and we're like, oh, okay, maybe that's not possible. And then a big comeback. So the push and pull, if you guys are not entertained at home, I don't know what you guys are right now. I'm just saying.
Yeah, honestly, hand to my heart, when Elevate reached the 12-point mark, it was like, what, 12 to 4, 12 to 5? I was like, all right, it's gotta be Raps. You know, DSG, they did, you know, a pretty decent effort, but they're not gonna win this, right? There's no way they're gonna bring it back from a 12-4 deficit and then win on OT in the exact same scoreline that these two teams met up against each other the first time they played this split.
Yep.
And a recap of all the events that happened, all that has transpired. It was Elevate that found initial success. They had a great read of the game. DSG, they tried time and time again, but the efforts, didn't really find too much fruition. But it was a double op setup. They came in from DSG, they got them that bit of momentum, and it gave them an answer in overtime as well.
Yeah, and we were initially just praising the way the Alpha was playing. It was textbook, right? You know, they get the information, they know how to hold, they play with the abilities. It was so good. And then suddenly, DSG just shake them a little bit, and then Elevate that's trying to scramble out all of their mentality there. And that's kind of exactly it, right? You know, you saw operators getting pulled out. Suddenly, we swapped the tide up, we changed the pace a little bit. Elevate starts getting into the hill a little bit, and then unable to play towards their best ability. And I think the last few rounds really encapsulates that, right? You know, we have just minute mistakes and the preemptive of DSG that really showed how much they wanted to fight for this. So with that, oh man, we're seeing them at 12 and 4, and then we're seeing the total comeback.
Oh my gosh, it's 12 and 4. Look at the scoreline. This round right here, it looked like it was going to be Raps. There was a double flank or triple flank coming in. And round after round, you know, all of the players of DSG, they come alive, and it's a team effort. Every single player finding that impact. And it's just a moment, I mean, look at these rounds. It was clean, it was nice. This round right here was very interesting series of events. They came in with a flag, and they managed to find that spike, a no scope from Vera as well. I completely forgot that was even on the cards. Into overtime, 12 to 12. And then both of these teams winning out the sides that they were lackluster on regulation. Double op setup.
And I just want to say, at least for Juicy, this man is stubborn, but he's stubborn in a good way, right? He kept on going with the operator, he pushes out onto B, gets so much information, and he doesn't want to budge.
Yeah, the triple kill from the paint shells finds his showstopper. Gets the last as well. Vera, that ace, I think that was the backbreaker. That was the one that solidified things and gave DSG that advantage, a slight little edge. 16 of 14 first bloods. Slightly opposite, but still super, super close. One clutch in the side of DSG. Yeah, I mean, these stats, neck and neck, both of these teams, incredibly close.
Yeah.
But that ace in the second to last round, my God, Vera.
Absolutely. I mean, we got our highlight, right? And we're looking at these numbers, incredibly close, but this tells a lot of stories. At one point, it was not this, right? It was Elevate with higher numbers, of course, and now we're seeing DSG just match them up after so many rounds of winning. And 16 first kills. That's a 2-up against DSG. There's a similar situation to Icebox. They get the kills, couldn't really convert that into winning factors here. Clutches, of course, coming from DSG. They are playing off of adrenaline. So well done to DSG bringing that map back towards their favor. And according to this, at least, we're seeing big numbers on the board. Farah at one point, I think there was one point that you pointed out that everyone was 17. Sorry, 17? I think 17. And then
17 kills, and yeah, Juicy was 19.
Juicy
and then suddenly
was 19.
Vera just... Yeah. Oh, yeah, look at that. Juicy got one extra kill, Vera got 10.
Yeah, I mean...
That's an interesting point that you brought up. Yeah, I think in the later rounds, I think when it went to overtime, Vera was the one, under the pressure that was finding that value, finding that success when you put him in such a skirmishy position.
Yeah.
He just manages to navigate it to perfection.
Yeah, and I do have to commend the way that DSG is also playing because yes, Juicy is stubborn. He's always the one on the scout there. If he gets taken down, at least Vera is there, going to be playing as the fortress, right? He's going to really make sure that no one's going to try to break through after getting the initial information. So teamwork makes the dream work, and Vera here is the man of the hour, 256 ACS, and then you get a 1.5 KD, 27 kills out of it. It doesn't matter about the numbers actually, because you have to think about the abilities that really converted so much in such a place like Vine, right? Everything's small, close quarters, and Vera preemptive managed to take off that 5k, the big ace there, and of course to every other round that he contributed to in Vine.
Yeah, incredible work coming in from Vera, and I think we can all say for certain that that ace round was really that final nail in the coffin. It really turned the tides of battle. If not, we might have seen more overtimes left, right, center, who knows. But that is how the game plays out, right? When you go into overtime, your strats, you kind of run out of them, and you have to rely a little bit on individual prowess, and that is exactly what Vera showed here today. Not just in terms of aim, but in terms of game sense, knowing exactly where they're going to land, where they're going to look to try to fight him. And that's just, yeah, that is how the cookie crumbles. Elevate 1-0 up in the series. They went over to Bind. They were so close away. They had eight rounds to solidify things. One round would have been enough, but DSG persevere. They push through the adversity. They find that resilience. They win out Bind, and we're going to head over to Abyss. But before that, we're going to go for a short little break. And when we come back, the conclusion and final map of the series, Abyss, you definitely do not want to miss this barn burner. We'll be back in just a little bit.
ANC.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers Malaysia, Singapore. This is the third map between Elevate and DSG. We're going a distance after an incredible, historic comeback from DSG on Bind to push themselves. When they were down 4-12 into a 16-14 victory, they give themselves another shot in this series. They take us to our first ever Abyss in VALORANT Challengers Malaysia, Singapore. Abyss on the cards, that is such an interesting prospect, and I honestly cannot wait to just jump into the game right now. I mean, I don't have notes. I have no idea what these teams are going to be playing in terms of the composition. I'm just going in there with a smile on my face.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we made history today. We're seeing these two teams come in and just battling out and pulling it all the way to the stretch and map 3, Abyss. The first time ever in a VCT split 2 here, and we're looking at what is the top 4, right? So no data, like Koda has mentioned. What do you expect? I mean, it's a total blind spot, right? I'm thinking, something different coming in from DSG, possibly. We've seen, unorthodox picks like ISO. We saw something like Yoru. Maybe, I don't know, what's the most unorthodox you can get here? Like Neon is probably like the very minimum, right? As we move into
Neon,
this.
I've seen a lot of Neon slide off the map. I will say that. Sometimes when you slide, you travel a little bit further than you expect, then you kind of fall off the map. But we have seen Abyss being played in, the international leagues, right? In terms of Pacific, we've seen Talon play it, DRX on that map, Secret picking into that map versus Talon. So we've seen a little bit of data on that map. Not too much though, and I don't know how that meta affects Malaysia, Singapore, right? MYSG as a region. Play styles might be a little bit different. We've seen Closing picked on that map. We saw KO, Jet, of course, very common pick. Omen, you got Astra options as well.
Yep.
You got Sovas, you got Breaches. There's a lot of different options available in terms of team compositions, which is why I like to see a new map in the map pool. We get to speculate a lot on what agents we think are going to be picked.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in terms of that, I actually want to ask you a question.
Yep.
Which team do you think is going to have a spicier composition? Not in terms of like which agent's going to who's going to pick which agent, but who do you think is going to have the more interesting comp?
I think what would be interesting is that because Abyss is so big and you have possibilities of challenge, right? You might want to pump up an aggression. Like that's the first thought that you're going to have. So with that, I would think this is not spicy in terms of fight, but I think this is spicy in terms of the way that they're thinking and how they're strategizing is Elevate, because you're usually moving in as a unit. So I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up something like Harbor, right? Harbor to really push in together using one of those abilities, or maybe the Astra, or maybe even both, right? They do go hand in hand at certain times, and this could be one of those maps that really utilize it. For DSG, I do expect a bit more aggression. I think Breach is very suitable for them, just for the way that they usually play. I don't see it as much earlier. So maybe this is a bit of a wild card here. What about you, Koden? What do you think of your same question?
I liked how you broke it down. Yeah, I liked how you broke it down. I think Elevate definitely are going to innovate somehow, some way. But it's gonna be orientated more towards team synergy, right? Composition synergy. On the other side, but DSG, it might be a little bit more aggressive. But enough of us yapping. Let's take a look at the agents in the agent select on what we're gonna be seeing. You hit it right on the nail on the head. It is a Harbor gonna be coming out. L, you might need to be a coach at some point, I guess. And Vera gonna pick up that Neon as well. So opportunities for some off the map slides, perhaps. And Astra got it picked up by Flaring. Riza on his Trident True Sova, an agent that he's very comfortable on. Nakia on the Jet, pretty classic. Put J on the Killjoy. Rico is the one that I'm most excited for on Elevate side. The other side of things, I think it's going to be Vera, who I've got my eye on as that Neon. a very aggressive duelist together with Juicy, the double duelists up against the double controllers of Elevate.
Yeah.
This is spicy. Now this is interesting. Now I'm very excited.
Yeah, interesting enough is that both of these teams actually went into what was good, but leaned into different sides, right? Different sides of the coin. This guys went into the aggression here in
Exactly,
Neon,
yeah.
and then Elevate on the other end is totally about team synergy, moving in as a controller.
Same synergy, yeah. Taking
Yeah.
map control.
Absolutely.
kind of
Very interesting because although we haven't seen any data for Abyss, I have seen these individual players play these ages. Like Vera in the last year time, he was really running with it. I think around like in Pearl, but the map is definitely not in play right now.
Yeah, he's definitely a good Dion. I mean, considering the buffs as well, it's a really solid pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, Vera, I mean, your eyes on Vera. I'm not too sure whether it's in front or as a silhouette dropping off of the map. But, you know, regardless of how it's going to play out, I am 100% sure that we're going to be seeing a map number 3 is going to decide who's going to make it fourth in the upper brackets and who's going to be bumped down, unfortunately, into the lower bracket. And look at how big the map is, by the way, at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is a really, that is a very valid point, right? This is a big map. There's a lot of, terrain that you have to, traverse. If you want to rotate to different sides, there's a big mid portion. Neon might be one of those agents that is very useful, similar to Yoru, right? For a fast rotate on this defensive side. The start of the round looks like Elevate, starting on this attacking side, is going to be putting pressure towards A main. I think A main and the A side is going to be one of the main areas of execution, right? Main areas to execute on this map. So I'm not too surprised if a lot of teams like to put pressure here at the start of the round.
So many members already there. I think they did caught win the wins on the other end. But nice one way. I'm not too sure whether you can make much out of that just because it's pistol rounds. And here comes the Harbor, totally blocking out Vera's side. He could push if he really wants to. Oh, but he doesn't quite do so well. Redco manages to find him, and the plant is coming in succession. Phone line also comes in as a double up, but doesn't quite find the target here. Plant's in sight, and there we have Elevate's already making way, but DSG is trying to get the control back once and for all. They're pushed up all corralled in A main. Unable to take any life though.
Yeah, the smoke onto the spike, the tap as well. Smokes on both sides. Nobody has any vision whatsoever. The flash through Juicy with only good for one. And, well, the gravity well just deters them off the spike itself. Trade frags coming through. Pudgy Nakia fighting the frag. Nice shot to Wayne as well. And that is the final one in the coffin. Elevate, pick up the first round.
Man, and that's what I'm talking about, right? That's the tried and true way that Elevate plays the best, right? They play team synergy. They're hoping to go in together, and perhaps that's what's been working for them, and that's why they let Abyss go float, right? Into this map rotation. They let it just run through, and then it becomes the map decider. So this is something that they know how to play with. DSG, though, being spread out like that, they might need to take some risks now, especially is the anti-buy here. So they only have one Sheriff on Grumble, but that's all they have.
Yeah, they're heading towards where the one Sheriff is, though. Grumble. Camera gets broken, so he is a little bit privy of this presence here towards this B side. The Harbor wall comes through and Elevate. Accelerating into the side. The drone will spot him out. Tagged up, stunned up, but still they manage to find a kill. Juicy comes on the back lines, catches flaring. Back's turn. Now things get a little bit interesting. Elevate. They only have one gun in the hands of Rico. The other two are opting with Sheriffs. Pudgy picks up a Bulldog in the meantime. They have to be careful. They have to be cautious. Their backline has been compromised. They have no information on the flank as well. They want to re-explore the rest of the map. Okay, okay. Getting the spike down, but they want to clear out the flank. That,
Planted.
at the very least, Rico gets it down. Comes the
Right
retake.
there.
Rico is the only one left on B side. He is playing on that little Tetris block there. Here comes the flood in, but Pudgy manages to find Vera, cuts him off. Juicy manages to find Rico, so no more aggression up on site. It's just gonna be a post-plan situation. Pudgy finds one with the Bulldog here. And he has to try to make another work. But Nakia goes 1-for-1. Starrun is the one that's walking away with it. He manages to do it out of just pistols.
Thrifty.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an overcook coming in from Elevate. They were kind of stretched thin. There were a lot of angles that DSG were able to peek out of, right? From Heaven, from that B-link position towards Bookshelf. You can see right here, Grumble taking all the attention away. This smoke They just disrespect it. Juicy comes in with the back lines, the stun is nice. It's a double headshot onto Ritko despite him not even being stunned up. And yeah, just a classic on Juicy. He finds 3 kills right there. And that is a little bit of the inexperience playing this map, right? You aren't as familiar with the timings or the flanks that could be happening.
Yep.
And, you know, one thing could lead to another. Your timing is off. A flank comes through. One player goes down. It's a bit of a snowball effect. And as a result, Elevate down an equal of themselves. Juicy, those 3 kills and a save on the previous. He gets himself that operator.
Yeah, just unfortunate that he's actually in the wrong position though. Kind of invested the Cypher utilities and Juicy up in B side. The read is completely wrong. Elevate is on the other end. And that's what happens when you have no data. Nakia though, oh man, he has no data whatsoever because he's jumping up on the vertical and Vera catches him off guard. Gonna take out their opening duelists here. They still have controllers, possible. They want to push through, but they kind of have to walk in with the dry peaks here. Not much of the flashes they can work with, and Pudgy gets taken down. Grumble and Wayne, they are raining on them, literally pouring down the bullets. And that's what happens when you don't have someone to make a burst in.
I love that that position from Vera as well. It stands on top of the boxes on the A side. So he's actually able to see over the defender's smoke. He's able to catch, what was that, Nakia, jumping up, trying to get that advanced positioning on the other side, right? So very advanced, you know, positioning from Vera, expecting that play coming through, and that is just, you know, showing that DSG have got their reps in on this map as well. They know a little bit of tendencies that the duelists tend to do. And Elevate now, guns of their own. It was just a little behind the previous. Damage traded out on both duelists. Vera and Nakia both taken down to about half HP, just above that. One-way smoke comes in. Again, Elevate. Time and time again, they get control over this. The A main portion of the map. Here comes the reckoning. Vera's in a weird position. A slide comes through. Wayne just fires pot shots through the smoke. Gets a double kill. Gets a triple instead. And Vera and Siren both taking out frags of their own. And just instantly shut out. This A main execute is just not working out for Elevate.
Wayne not only getting a 3K, but doesn't quite fall off a bit. So, I mean, that's a great congratulations as one. The second one is that Juicy and Grumble didn't even need to be in sight, just completely block out. And I think that's what happens when you don't take control up in the library, right? You know, up in mid-side, if you really want to flush in, you only have one A main to work with. Kind of similar to what Breeze would be if you do not take control of double doors.
Right there.
Yeah, the problem with this map of Abyss is that you can kind of find yourself in a very insistent pattern of constantly executing the A side because it technically is the easier side. But it's not easy when you have Vera just running you down, the smoke just enough for his escape as well. Wayne holding for the trade swing coming through, and a bunch of util wasted from Elevate trying to find a trade on that kill. Make that 2 kills, but none found. Pudgy, Riza both out of the round already. Juicy makes his presence known towards mid. And now they know at the very least that there is an up in play, but this up-down setup is devastating to say the least. Nakia only good for 1, and DSG looking real clean so far on this map.
I love the fact that we're actually seeing a very similar Vera that we know of, tried and true, making the aggression there, pushing up through, of course, with the follow of the teammates as well. And DSG, although this is something we thought Elevate could have had in their back pockets, is now looking to be something DSG is running away with. And this is not even due to the fact that they're doing flanks or any sneaky plays or anything. It's just pushing out aggressive plays, getting information, and working off of the Elevate still hovering over one area. Now gonna swap it out, switch it out. And we also have Rekko in another area. Flaring is gonna be the first one taken down by Wayne instead, as Vera makes the push through.
I love the proactiveness, finds out the lurk, execute again towards this A side, but they've tried it time and time again and they lost it. The tripwire is perfectly done. Grumble lets out a roar. Double kill right there. Makes it a 3rd, and Wayne picks up the last. DSG looking on fire. They don't miss a beat. Aggression on one side of the map, and the anchors clean up the rest.
Wayne is not even using his utilities at this point. He is waiting for them to walk through their own utilities and using it against them. you take a look at that. The other phase whatsoever, they already got sight, but they're not going to get the spike down. And with that, it's kind of that unsure situation when it comes to having a new map to play on, right? You know, you claim the site, but what do you do then? And do you push out more? Do you just go for the spike plan? They've tried the post plan, but it hasn't really worked out.
I guess the answer is to try mid, but again, DSG super aggressive on one side of the map. That's what you want when you have a Neon in your hands. Gonna be picking up an ultimate all for Siren as well, one closer to the Breach ultimate. They're gonna pivot here towards this B side. Nakia with the knives in hand. He needs to go huge for his team. An interesting trip on the top of the site. Can see it, but yeah, Grumble again, the anchor here. The smoke gonna be taken back. Spike should be going down, and Rick goes in a pretty deep spot, but Vera hard clears him. Fantastically done. 3 ultimates. Pudjay with the lockdown, Riza with the Hunter's Fury available for this post plan, but it's just an eco round. But Nakia, the floating butterfly stings like a bee. Nice shot coming in from them, and the lockdown. Tap of the spike though. They want to commit this up and above. Gravity Well will take them off the spike for the time being. And we'll just delay it for a bit. The stun comes in as well. Counter stun. And the Hunter's Fury, here it comes. Riza firing bolts of fury down lane. Finds a second as well. And it's just left onto Grumble, the only anchor on this site. And the thrifty round looking likely. Pudjay cleans up the last. They find their rifles, but I don't think a lot of them going to be surviving. But still, it's a round on the board nonetheless. Elevate. They surprised DSG with an eco round with a couple of ults sprinkled in as well. That's their second on the board.
I love the change up here. They realize they're getting pushed up in A. Try to just avoid that fight. Pushed up in B, he gets some information and mid side, and then make the decision into B side. Also, number 1, abilities utilized. Ultimate utilized. Great stuff coming in for Elevate. I think they're starting to get into their flow. But if you know DSG like I do, they're going to come up with something to counter that eventually. And this could be it. They realize that Elevate is not going to bite the bullet. They're going to hang around in A anymore. But Nakia and Pudjay going to make waves up in mid side here. Library is gone. And the little tunnel that we have is now in control of DSG as they try to swap back into retreat.
Yeah, I mean, nice attempt from DSG. Again, they try an aggressive push. This time it was down mid. They almost got to Pudjay, but Pudjay managed to find the first kill. Straight out though, so not the worst thing in the world for DSG. At least they get that trade frag. They give up mid in the meanwhile as I think Juicy was bested. I'm not sure how. He was holding an op towards A, but gets taken down. Harbor Wall comes through. Additional smoke from the Asha just to assist. Nice break of the trip as well. And Grumble from the heavens. I don't think he should be able to find any piece of or any angle that he can find a kill from. And yeah, it's just gonna be a retake setup. And Elevate love to play this. They have all the utilities and the protocols intact. They have the Owl Drone and Riza as well. It's gonna be difficult for DSG if they want to bring this one back.
Yeah, usually the issue comes when the plan is down from Elevate. Styra manages to find Nakia though. Paranoia comes through. He's actually wrapping around. Oh, but the Aldrin does spy him out. He realizes he can't play this area. Grumble with the tap. Tries to go for another, but he gets taken down by Redco. Wayne comes back with the re-aggression. But they haven't really flushed him out. Spike is sticking down. Wayne goes up with the aggression once more. Finds two. Styra manages to get one more as well. A little bit preemptive from Elevate. They cost them the round. Oh no, it was so close as well.
Incredible work by Wayne there to pick up 3 kills. He was trying something really risky. The Owl Drone will push him off on that danger spot, right? The ledge on the side of the map.
Yep.
And from then on out, I mean, they didn't really exactly have the best utility for that post plant. The Owl Drone was expended pretty early on. There's no real shock darts available. The tap of the spike will also baited out the gravity well. So DSG took matters in their own hands. Styron stunned up in heaven, and that allowed Wayne to creep up slowly, quietly, find that frag onto Ritko, and then it was a 2v1 up against Riza in heaven. Angle disadvantage wasn't great for him. They would see him first, and there was 2 of them anyway. So very, very nice round coming for DSG. A 3v4 retake comes in, and they're going to call a timeout, which is pretty interesting. It looks like they have all the answers so far, but perhaps taking a preemptive one just to assess their options. They got a couple of great ultimates. Juicy's on the Blade Storm, Styr's on the Rolling Thunder, op in hands of Vera as well.
I mean, a great player always says, like, you know, always plan ahead. Perhaps is what Disguise is taking towards their books as well. They do have ultimates to expand here. Not too sure whether they are planning on how they're going to address the next round in particular, or it could be on how they're going to try to close out the 4 rounds that is to come within this half. Elevate though, they have ultimate available in Rico here, Reckoning, which has allowed them to run through A before, but not exactly secure them around. So if they really want to try to make something happen, they have to change it up, which is what they've been doing, but not the best of guns on Rico here.
And going into Vera's domain. Dodges the recon bolt. Just gonna hold down the line. A flick shot comes in, but no kill just yet. A nice smoke here will allow him to creep up close. It's a bit of a one-way as well. Okay, drop the smoke. And yeah, just has to disengage. His position has been compromised. He's gonna try a different part of the map. I think Disguised are a bit aware of this as well. Just as the smoke fades, Vera's still gonna hold this mid line. He can just calm to his teammates. Hey, there's nobody here, but the read from Elevate looks like it's gonna be the correct one because it's only Wayne here. But time and time again, they've tested Wayne and he's got multi-frags on this site. Can it happen again? Wayne, pressure on him. Reckoning comes through, has to just opt for a retake setup. So yeah, great utilities coming in from the side of Elevate will allow them to get that spike planted. And a post-plant position yet again might be a spam fest. I wonder what utilities they have for this post-plant.
I mean, there is
5v5.
Nanoswarm. Yep, they have shock darts, but that's kind of all they have. I'm not too sure whether Riza is aware of the
Rolling
lineup
Thunder.
just yet. Rolling Thunder comes in though for the side of DSG. They are pushing in the issue, going into one little hole. Even for the operator, they are dropping like flies. Elevate does not expect them to push them so quickly. And now they're fighting for their lives up in main. Vera's finding so much juicy with the flinches, with the spam. And they didn't even need to try to fight for the fuse. They have to go in with the aggression and they went off with a full-on skirmish.
Brilliant protocol coming in from DSG right there. Styron calling for a fight first. He breached, Rolling Thundered A main, the entirety of A main, the left side, so that DSG could gain control over that position, prevent Elevate from just standing in smokes and spamming them down with utility. And it turned out to be a fantastic call. Elevate just did not have the answer. They had lineups with the Mollies, Go Drive and Nano Swarms, but without any players putting actual pressure, that was a really, really tough, tall task to ask for. Now 7-2 down on Eco. Elevate again. They want to test this ace side, but time and time again, they walk into the waiting arms of Wayne, and I don't think he's lost this side too many times. Finds the first, and there he goes, out of there. Nice opening kill at the very least. Puts them in an advantageous post-plant position.
Yeah, this is really tough. Even if you want to try to concuss onto Wayne or any situation to catch him down, he's able to just teleport out of that. Vera is going to pick up one as well as Wayne once again enters the fray and gets another. Grumble and Siren making quick work of Elevate, but at this point in time, they are looking at the bottom of the barrel. They don't have the best of creds, they don't have the best of tactics right now. They really need to recuperate. I'm not too sure if they've even called a timeout, but this is the time they really need to because it's round number 10. There's only 2 more rounds that you have within this first half.
Exactly. This round is just sped away from all of us, right? It feels like it was just moments ago that the map just started, but now we're 10 rounds in, 11th round on the board, and this guy's composition, right? The double duelist, the Neon and the Jet tends to be a little bit more attacker-sided.
Yep.
But the fact that they're doing so well on defense already just gives them so much space and a chance to close out the map when you switch sides eventually. Even if Elevate win these last 2 rounds, which I think is a necessity, it's still going to be hard for them. Whoa. What a shot coming in from Vera! Takes his time, patient as always, little sidestep, and he just eliminates Nakia from across the map. Look at the X on the minimap. From downtown, it was more at least 50 meters or more.
That didn't even look like it was on his head. Who would have thought 50 meters down the line? You lose on Nakia, and lots of times when you pick up Nakia, you cannot make a breakthrough. The entry is suddenly so much more slower, and Rico is feeling the pain, the demise of losing out Nakia here.
It's the same double up setup, or at least option that they did on Bind. Again, it's catching Elevate off guard. They need to be a little bit aggressive. The stun and paranoia is perfectly placed. Wayne gets the kill though, and so does Grumble. Vera around the corner, up against Paj, but he's only good for 2. He needed to get an ace to win that one, and it's not gonna be happening. 9 rounds to 2. DSG flipping the script. After an abysmal start to Bind, they do it to Elevate. They just tear them apart on this defensive side. It's been perfect.
Absolutely, and I think this timeout much needed. With that, it is the very last timeout they can afford within this half year, and they have full rifles. Lockdown is available on PUBG, but how much can you really close down? So with that, there are a few holes and weaknesses coming into the composition and elevate. And of course, PUBG is the only one up here that has 9 kills. Flaring, unfortunately, our first map MVP, down to 0 kills. And it's a bit upsetting to see, right? It's also one of those situations that it could be just a lack of experience playing together, especially with the double controller comp here. And then trying to overrun one particular site, you don't even have that much space to work with.
And the double ops are rearing its head again. I think Elevate realized it. Vera found the first kill towards mid, and then Juicy with an op towards B. That is how you let your individuals shine bright. You put them on the best weapon in the game, you set them up in angles that they would find advantageous. Pop flash for them, stun for them, you flash, you smoke for them, and you let them farm those kills. Elevate. Important timeout. And safe to say, an even more important round. This round needs to go in their favor.
Yep.
Especially with the composition that they have. It's not turned out the way they want. Vera holding this line with the op. They should expect this.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, but Nakia answers back with a headshot through the boxes. That is something that I didn't think was the answer, but it does work at the very end. Wayne still staying on site though, with the Odin no less, gets tagged down, and he will pay with his life for the first time. For the very first time, Elevate has gotten access to this side without losing a man advantage situation. They find those 2 opening kills, and now they back up towards A main.
Very nicely done from Nakia, getting the initial kill on Vera, and then vertical onto the box here, getting Wayne off guard. Here comes the ultimate from PUBG, trying to just double down on the site. Crumble, as well as the rest of his teammates, they're trying to make do with it, but they're unable to see anything at all. That's what happens with the double controllers. And look, it is just a vision block after vision block. Even the aftershock comes in, doesn't quite need to disconnect. Nakia finds 1-for-1. Grumble and Juicy now has to play a little bit of that info game, gets a near that ball, but unfortunately does not have the spray power to bring it down, and Elevate gets a 3rd point as the side closes.
A big difference right there was because Wayne was not alive, right? You didn't have the smokes, the Omen, Dark Harvest to be able to section off the right side. It came down to a lot of just aim duels, and with the spike ticked down so low already, it was a nice effort coming in from Elevate to secure that round, and a must-needed one. You can see against their faces, a little bit of concern. They need to have a very strong start here in the second half if they want a chance in this map, if they want a chance to put themselves as the first team in the grand finals.
Yeah, but if we know anything, at least they have double controller, which could work a little bit better here on the defender end. But if we know Abyss, the way we know Abyss, it's still a very large map. There's so many areas that you need to cover. Even for DSG, they took a bit of time here to finally get into the group. Elevate, if they are stronger in defenders, they're going to show it right now. And I think they're trying to make a move on because Library is going to be the point of attack.
Arguably, this is the side that both of these compositions are stronger on, right? DSG, more of an attack side of comp. Elevate, more of a defender side of comp. So how do these teams perform on the stronger sides each? Vera getting a bit of presence here towards A, baiting out the smoke from the Astra. Meanwhile, DSG, 2 of their players walking up mid. That is interesting for a pistol strat. Rico, more than aware of this. Does he hit the shot though? No. Juicy, gonna ring out a couple of bullets just to let his enemies know that he's there. He's gonna back off, join his team back towards this B side, execute. Recon dart comes through. Get those with no information just yet. But Riza expecting presence here. Nakia, couple rafters, will land a couple of shots. Here comes the execute into the site. A dash straight in. Riza stunned up, playing within the smoke. Nakia gets the first, and Riza holding down his angle. Grumble picks up one onto Nakia. Oh, the shock dart gets pulled out. Not the best option right there. Ritko playing around the smoke, expecting it to drop. Gets the first kill onto Vera. But still, advantage goes in the way of DSG. And Flaring in the post plant, in the clutch. In a 1v2, spots at the head of Wayne. A Grumble swinging around alongside, spots him out as well. And it's a 1-tap for the Aegis. 3 kills on the Sentinel player. And that is 10 on the board. Double digits now found for DSG. They win both of the pistols. Oh no, they win out the second pistol, but it feels like they won out both because of the scoreline. But Yeah, they won out the second round, right? It was because of that thrifty, but
Yep.
still impressive and very much needed pistol round. Does not go in the way of Elevate.
Yep.
DSG steal it away. It's gotta be rough from here on out.
It is rough, but the silver lining for Elevate is that they did put out a very impressive stall there. Total vision block, unable to give DSG a lot away. But now though, at least for Vera, he is seeing some potential here. And Wayne is actually the one that opens it up. And he does so, oh my god, that was actually pushed out in B, okay. And with that,
Yeah.
Veco pushed out so far up. And that's where he went down in his demise. I think trying to get the orb, I believe so.
I think he was just trying to find some space, but DSG more than aware that Elevate is going to be a little bit aggressive. They need to take some space somewhere. And so when DSG put a bunch of pressure towards A main, Redco was hoping for perhaps free map control towards B main or an isolated 1v1. Unfortunately, Wayne, more than aware of it, holds it down with the Outlaw. Contact play coming up. A beautiful peek coming in from Wayne. He's lighting up the server. He's lighting up Abyss. Riza catches a nice right click onto Vera. They drop in from heaven.
Standing.
It gives them a chance, but Wayne, 4 kills with the Outlaw. Those range
Planted.
sniper duels still favor him. Nakia, the 1v3. Sheriff in his hand, pops the dash, but no one here for the time being. They're all playing towards site, playing the post plant. PSG not gonna give him an opportunity back into this.
This is so tough, man. They don't have the firearms here. The read is all over as well, gets picked off. This is literally the worst situation you can come out for Elevate. No abilities left for Nakia. He does have to go in for the fight though. He does manage to find one. That's a great consolation prize. But with that, DSG brings themselves to 11-3, a very convincing scoreline to start with in the first map of Abyss that we're seeing in VCT.
I can't believe it was 4-12 4-12 for DSG on Bind. They pulled a comeback, and now they're gonna almost have the exact same scoreline here on Abyss, doing it to Elevate. What a crazy switch up of scenarios. We're one round away from pushing Elevate into that grand finals, but now DSG, they want to rewrite the script. They want to put destiny in their own hands.
Yeah,
Bonus round for DSG. Elevate need this round.
perhaps a storyline that they just wanted to create for themselves. You know, the bit of the little esports riches kind of situation as we bring ourselves here. But hopefully, at least for DSG's sake, that a repeat of Bind does not happen to them in the opposite direction. And with that, respect is actually given out. They're trying to get some information here, but with that, in moments, no respect whatsoever. There comes the fast lane, and Vera with the Spectre spraying everything down. Anybody within sight is going down. Sight is now in possession of DSG, just like that. Riza's on the other end, but he's unable to make a breakthrough.
Planted.
Wait, Riza's in the site. Riza's creeped into the site unnoticed. Oh, but the trade frag is there. And now it's just left alone, flaring. 1v3, another clutch required. Such a difficult, extremely tall task. Vera and Styron technically isolated. How does Flaring want to navigate this? He has 2 stars available. Clearing out the close corner. Makes an audio cue. We're smoking up the spike. Taps on it, hoping for a re-aggression. But Styron, big brain, goes up and above. No idea whatsoever. And Styron sees all yet again. It's 12 on the board. DSG. Match point. I can't believe the contrast, the difference in teams that we're seeing on Bind versus Abyss. What an entry coming in from Vera. Just slides in their face. Wrecks shop. And it's always down to clutches, and time again, DSG do not let that go away from them. What an impressive set of... I'm lost words. What an impressive Abyss. They've won out the bonus round as well. This is surely it.
This is surely it. This is surely a story to talk about for the times to come. And I think for DSG, even making it to this point, they've got to be feeling pumped up. They got to feel the adrenaline here. We're one away from rewriting the whole entire storyline that you mentioned earlier. Elevate 1 point away. And now the same situation is being done onto the opposite end. And DSG as well. They have the guns. They have so much with them. Elevate on the other end. They can purchase, but with half a shield. And I don't want to give them.
Yeah, Riza's one off is Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury, right? Hunter's off Hunter's Fury. But I don't want to give them the doubt just yet because we have seen comebacks when they are on the back foot. So at least for Elevate, I'm thinking they're going to switch something up. This could potentially be the last round.
After the tech timeout, I mean, we got to rely on Red Core. Like, what is the call? How do you navigate this absurd situation? One round harder than what DSG did to them. B12 scoreline, flaring out in the open. Presence spotted.
There. Blocking vision.
It's around the corner, the counter stun. Ooh, he creeps back in just as Tyron peeks on that long side. Vera, the first one to find a pick. That is just through heaven. I'm not sure if he saw Nakia, but he still managed to get that kill. Breaks the alarm board as well. And there comes the Omen teleport. Wayne is in their spawn.
My ult's ready.
Okay, no, he's in his own spawn, all right. I almost got freaked out for a second. I thought, but yeah, that just puts confusion in the heads of Elevate. Where has Wayne gotten off to? They have to worry about spawn. They have to worry about all these different positions. I think they did manage to break it. I'm not too sure, but still, they have to be very cautious of different areas. They've lost Nakia. Yeah, looks like B side is going to be the commit.
There is a turret up in mid side
30
though.
seconds left.
Gives information as well. But here is the trigger pull. We've seen multiple times that Vera pulls up, running up to the back side, watching all the edges, and ultimate is just in the succession here. Spike is down. As for Elevate, they are nowhere near. They're holding up the entry points, but they're being taken down. Siren's going to take Pajay, and there comes the new attack, the ping, and that's all the information that they need. Vera is going to look to get the job done. And these guys, they did it. They brought it back, went 1 point away for Elevate to continue on. They are going to be pushing on into the upper bracket. We have our first finalist, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, our first grand finalists in VALORANT Challengers Malaysia, Singapore, disguised, have done it. They have beaten the odds. They have gone up against a Goliath of Elevate. They pull, you know, an incredible comeback from up their sleeves. It is nothing short of incredible what they did on Bind. And Abyss was just a one-sided affair. Yeah, Elevate floated it. Elevate technically picked into that map by banning Lotus and choosing to go on Abyss, but their strategies was just not working. DSG's team play came out so well in that Abyss match. You saw Vera being aggressive, you know, together with Juicy on the jet as well. The double duel is doing the damage. You saw Styron always stunning for his teammates. And even on the attacking side, even the last round, you saw Flaring under so much pressure. There was a bunch of utilities in place, and that attacking side was just really, really solid. It wasn't just an A main push, you know. Time and time again, we saw Elevate try to do A, try to execute to A side, but they were shut down. Master Wayne putting up numbers on the board. I mean, I don't think he lost a single defensive side except for one round.
Yep.
And I think they won out that round. Oh, no, they didn't win out the round. It was like towards the end of the half, but at that point in time, he's done so much work. 9-3 scoreline, incredibly difficult. And disguised, that first team in the grand finals. What an impressive showing.
Oh man, super solid coming from this guys here. It's really funny the way that both of these teams actually tackled up into Abyss. No data whatsoever as they pushed in. You can see the way the DSG is playing. They hold up each position. They play a little bit of the off angles here. You know, Wayne just hovering around that one little tube, one little plank of a bridge there that most people usually fall out, but he plays it so well. They kind of treat it a little bit like Breeze, you know, just holding up your angle. Whereas for Elevate, a situation much more a bit Pearl here, similar to Pearl as they push in together. And with that, you can see the differences in the teams, true to how they play. But DSG just gets a bit of the upper edge this time around. This is a crazy shot, by the way. 50 meters away, according to Coden, our distance master. All the way
I don't know,
up
it's
the
exactly 50. I'm guessing it's at least that or more.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, Wayne was a consistent threat on the defensive side on that Omen, and switching over. Vera looked so comfortable. You can see the trade frags coming in. Time and time again, we see Elevate members in a post plant, in a retake situation, and they just weren't able to convert this. The man advantage for DSG was just sublime. An amazing showing. 11 first kills in their favor, and I think it really does reflect that. from the game that we've seen time and time again. They've been consistently fighting the opening frag. Even though they were on the defensive side, they were very proactive. And Elevate just weren't able to adapt in time. No VODs whatsoever. I guess a little bit of advantage for DSG there.
Yep.
Redco couldn't do, I guess his homework to find out how they would like to play. But nonetheless, an insane showing. Wayne, 417 ACS on the Omen. 24-7 with 4 first kills. I mean, Master Wayne is just a demon on this map. Oh my lord.
And the matter of fact is that this number here is not because he went out and he wanted to go for the fights. It was kind of delivered to him, right? You had all the vision.
Yeah, they came to him.
They just kept hitting a brick wall because they knew Wayne was always there. Couldn't exactly flush and deal with the issue.
Nope.
They try to do the exact same thing time and time again. The amount of times that DSG actually run into Elevate in A main is actually boggling to me, because that shows there's a lack of switch-ups for Elevate. It was just a bit of a situation. Perhaps they were just tired and sustainability wasn't that great for them. They get fatigued. And it wasn't as the Elevate that we saw in the very first map, right? The very first map that we saw today, which was Elevate that was 1 point. So with that, it does go to show the way that esports usually is. You go to map number 3 and it comes down to how well you can maintain your composure, how well you're playing on that day. And Wayne, he is 417 ACS. I mean...
That's crazy.
You're breaking
that is
the
just
400s.
straight up crazy. 400 as an Omen player.
Wait, look at the KD. Can you look at the KD?
Yeah, it's 5.0. He was not dying. He was getting multi-kills every single time they came to his site, and he wasn't even dying when he just backed off and opted for the retake. We always see him towards the left side of A main. Sorry, not A main, on the A side behind the boxes. There wasn't any utility to flush him out there. I mean, they didn't really have anything. You don't have a breach to aftershock him there. You can try to wall him off with the harbor, high tide, but he can just, it doesn't stop bullets. He can just spam right through. The recon dart, even if it's there, he can just hide within his own smoke. He hide within the smokes of his opponent. So fantastically done by Wayne right there, showing us a perfect example of how do you want to anchor on the defensive side of Lotus. And it's not even just him, right? It's the whole team. Everyone put in immense work. The double duelist being aggressive, Styron with the calling, with the assists from his utilities. Grumble on the other side of the map, whenever they did want to test B, he was always there to shut them down, no access whatsoever, and everyone just pulling their weight. And this is the DSG, right? This is the DSG that we expected to see, and this is the DSG that they delivered on the final map.
Absolutely, and I'm super excited to see this DSG move on to the grand finals because we have so much to see. At least for Elevate though, hope is not over. They are bumped down to the lower bracket, so a little bit of a longer journey, but they still have a possibility to make it into the top 2. So with that, Koden, oh man, we're finally done with series number 1 for tonight. It's very long, but very exciting for us at the very least. I'm sure we're both still very awake as we are going to be going into the lower brackets here, which is going to be the next series that we'll be taking a look at. But before that, Koden and I, we're going to go into a little bit of a break here before we bring series number 2 to you, so do not go anywhere.
ANC.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Valorant NYSG VCT split number 2. So now we are on to series number 2 after watching a grueling 3-map game between Disguise as well as Elevate. So now that we're moving forward here, we're going to shift gears up a little bit because we are looking at the lower brackets. So elimination is on the line. It's going to be between Lays and RDA. But before all that, my name is Eliminate, your host, as well as Coden here, who is joining me as we commentate our way through the tournament. So Coden, how are you feeling after such a very opening, big, explosive Series 1?
Yeah, I don't know if that comeback can be topped here in the second series. I'm not gonna lie. my expectations have been shattered after that comeback by DSG. That really nice game of Abyss. But yeah, this is gonna be a pretty interesting series as well. I think these two teams definitely deserve their spot here. RDA, what a story, right? Coming in from promo relegation, playing in Premier, and now they're the top 4 team in MYSG. Is a really, really cool story. On the other side of things, Lays, another grand finalist team that just came all the way from Split 1. Now they're gonna duel it out here. This lower brackets, yeah, Lays versus RDA. On Lays' side, of course, we got our ex-franchise player, Mr. Lenny, Zan, Divine, Kenji, and Temps. RDA, newcomers on the block, Fixie, Jensen, Mark L, Sube, and the Doctor. But of course, not unfamiliar names in the team, just a new roster, but really cool to see how we have up-and-coming talent going up against the old guard in a sense.
Yeah, and I think one thing we can really see prevalent from both of these teams from the last time we saw them last week is how much they really want this, at least for RDA. You can see so much being pushed, I think, into a little bit of a backseat towards the wall here, and they still fight back even though they were down the scoreline. As for Lays, they went in for 2-1. So a lot of fight coming in from both of these teams. So I think this is going to be a long one, Koda. I'm not gonna lie. But of course, we have so much to see here. And RDA and Lays, I think for both of them, at least the way that they're playing, a little bit similar in styles. But with that, very interested to see how both of these teams are going to fare. How do you think they're going to do?
I mean, these two teams did duke it out last time in the group stage. But of course, Lays won that series 2-0. But the games weren't exactly too one-sided, right? It was rather close on Lotus, 14-12.
Yep.
And then it was Ascent, 13-8 in favor of Lays on both of those maps. But, Lotus could have gone either way. RDA looking really solid as well. And it's going to be very interesting to see what maps we're going to see here today, because both of these teams, I think, are very much capable of taking each other on and beating each other. So I think the map veto is going to be super important in this series to see how things are going to pan out. But first of all, we're going to have to take a look at the head-to-head between two of the star duelists on each of these teams. Zan versus Fixie. Zan, household name. We've seen him all the way from last year. Arguably one of the best duelists. I mean, it's not even arguably. He is one of the best duelists in MYSG. Crazy numbers, but not far behind. We have Fixie, new kid on the block, putting up crazy numbers as well on this new RDA squad. So it's really interesting to see how these two Malaysian players will be very good to hit.
That's a very nice representation here that we have of the Malaysian region, MYSG, right? So we have at least Zan and Fixie here. Not long ago, Zan was also the new kid on the block last year, and now Fixie is kind of like taking in his role here, following his footsteps. And with that, you can also see very similar numbers, of course, similar in the ages that they're playing, just because of the meta and everything like that. So this could be a duel that is very much the make or break system that is going to come out for both of these teams. So I'm very excited to see how this is going to pan out. You kind of have the new kid on the block, and what was the new kid on the block?
Yeah, I guess you could say that the new Malaysian duelist to replace Zen's spot. I guess Zen is it's kind of weird to say, but he's kind of like an old guard name, right?
Oh,
He's been
okay.
a staple for the entirety of last year, and Split 1 as well. He's been a force to be reckoned with on lays. But yeah, really cool to see how Fixie has come into MYSG and really, made a name for himself. But the map vetoes for this best of 3 on your screens right now, it's Lotus, Bind, and Haven. Lotus, a map that they played previously. Ascent not going to be the map pool for this time, but it's going to be Bind and Haven for this matchup.
Okay, very interesting that Bind gets picked out here, and this is picked out by RDA. So okay, strategic one coming out here, trying to best out in lanes because this is one of their weaker maps. I believe they also lost this out to Nextgar the last time round. This is the only map that Nextgar took from them. So strategic one. Lotus, a bit of a rematch, I believe. Okay, interesting. And then of course that leaves out Haven as our decider.
And Bind is a pretty decent pick by RDA. They have won it twice against Ninjas of the Galaxy and Kizuna, but they lost it slightly against Disguise. It was 13-15, another really long overtime affair. So not too shabby on their Bind. On the other side of things, Lays have only essentially played Bind twice in this split.
Yep.
It was up against Disguise as well as Nextgar. They lost both of theirs. So being able to pick Bind up against Lays, I think, is a real benefit for RDA, and I think they do come out a bit ahead in this map veto, in my opinion. If Lays want to win this, I think it might need to be a 3-mapper.
Yeah, I'm reckoning the same feeling as well. I was a bit surprised that we don't get Bind just totally banned out by Lays, but of course it could just be one of those situations where Icebox is a bit bigger of a threat here. So we're looking at the compositions. I think nothing really different from both sides. Yeah, okay. RDA's got the Gecko.
He's been going back and forth between the Neon and the Rays. So I think it depends on the composition they're playing against. So up against a Killjoy, I think they opt for a Neon, but up against a Cypher, they will choose a Rays so that the Rays can break the trips from the Cypher.
Yep.
Right, so it's a little bit of counterplay right there. Zen having that flexibility to switch between those two agents is a real benefit for Lays. And yeah, I do think it is a counterpick to the Sentinel on the other side of things. So RDA, they've been sticking with this composition, they've been sticking with the Cypher, so it makes sense that they're going to put Zen on that Rays to break those trips.
Yeah, I think for this is pretty much standard what we've seen from them and what they know tried and true. Minute adjustments here just to fix up the Sentinel like you mentioned out. So again, it comes down to how they're going to play out of it, and with that, I think the decisions that they make mid-round through too is going to affect the way that they are going to execute. Lots of times we see many teams look at C as like the jackpot, right? That C is the best side to attack here and the best side to play post plan-wise. And with that, that's perhaps why, at least for Lei, starting on defenders, they're going to put on Kenji onto C side, very standardized. Going to try to lock that down. As for RDA, a lot has to be asked from them, especially with the Gecko in hand.
Right. Kicking things off. Pretty standard. Oh, actually not pretty standard. What is this interesting approach by RDA? All of their players in spawn, expecting a B push or an A push, or even a C push. They're just waiting for pushes across the map.
They're actually right,
Don't see anything just yet. Yeah, nothing. No audible cues towards the C side, so now they're coming in a little bit later. Recon dart just to clear out the site, or at least the close corners. No one there for now.
Try to creep their way onto Mount. The only one on the other end is Markel, which we've seen do so well on this map as well. Gets a lot of information. Pushing up through mid, the door gets pulled out. Just a little bit of a distraction here. Lenny realizes the aggression's going to throw up his shock dart just to stall a little bit. Put himself into a safer position. And in time, Recon Dart might reveal the plans of RDA.
Oh, Markel's gotten a great position. I don't think they're aware of him creeping it all that far. Temps is still jiggle peeking the entrance. Here. And Markel might call for a rotate over, or he could be, that linchpin at the very end of this round, coming in late to execute into the C site. And yeah, he's gonna catch onto Thames on that rotate. But 3 defenders here by Lays already. But the attention is drawn. They have to worry about the flag, but they still manage to find all the kills necessary. Sube answers with 1 more kill. But they have to handle the Cypher on the side. But it's Kenji to find a triple in the pistol. And the Sentinel of the Seaside does not let it go down without him fighting tooth and nail for it.
I think a lot of respect coming in from the defenders here, and with good reason for that. You know, getting the first pick up onto themselves and then realizing that they can just recuperate and go for the re-aggression here. Nicely done. And then even though they're all the way on the other end, they had the initial read. They realized that no one's pushing up in A, and we also had Thames pushed out into B side a little bit through the link that didn't quite see anybody until that first aggression. Make the call. And that's how they get the defender and getting back that point. So nicely done for Lace, starting it up. Gonna get a bit of a buy situation here. Ares on Lenny. Okay, might be one of those A situations with Sova, as we all know.
Yeah. And he is playing towards A. We saw how Lays went up against Nexka, right? We had Duka versus Lenny, Sova, wall spam, hit-to-hit kind of situation, but right now, there's a wingman into the side. Fixie's here towards the broken door. Spike not yet planted though. Markel, nice find onto Divine, but the paint shells will find that kill onto Jensen. Spike dropped, has to go for the recommit. Lay's just playing it slow, playing it measured. They don't want to give away too many kills. There's a nice run right there, but Markel with the white swing comes through. Zen, Spectre in tow. We'll pick up another frag, and now it is 2 versus 3. Make that 1v3. Zen, 3 kills already. Markel in a tough situation, stuck in a corner without a bullets as well. As Lays pick up that second round.
Very methodical pusher, weighing out the abilities and then burst into the seams in the right time with the support of your teammates, of course. Even with 1 man standing, they still took caution of it. Decided to run in with 3 men at the same time to just secure the kill. Lays, of course, nonetheless, after coming up from a purchase round here, going to bring it over to 2-0. RDA. Oh, RDA here. Good shots. Okay. Pretty interesting. Out of that.
Oh, yeah, because they forced the second round. Yeah.
Oh, they did. Okay, I didn't pick up on that. Okay.
Yeah, you saw the stingers all around. They tried to rush in towards the B side. Got the spike down, but you needed the round conversion if you wanted to buy into this round. So Lays kind of have, not essentially a bonus round, but almost like an anti-eco round of sorts, right? It's just shares in the hands of RDA members, hoping to find an opening pick. Damage onto Zen. Information passed across. No fractures yet. Ult going to be retrieved. No ults on the cards for RDA just yet. Markel on this flank. He's been the answer for RDA the last time they played Lotus. See if we can find that kill onto Lenny. Not gonna be the case though. The spike is kind of stuck outside of C, but Lenny, Sixth Sense, finds Markel on that lurk, and that just closes off half, basically 2/3 of the map. They can't go to B or A. They have to take time to clear all of that space, and they're just gonna opt for that, right? Yeah, no information whatsoever.
Totally denied.
Convene and yeah.
Totally denied there. Very nicely done. The smokes coming in time after time from Divine here. Totally lined up. Are they actually now making a great call to push up into A side, although they lost 1 member? At the very least, they know. Now Lenny is up in tree, actually manages to tag a very little bit, but he's getting pushed out and he gets taken down. On the other end though, Thames already made a quick rotation. He's going to address the situation really quick right after the smoke is going to go. And if he finds it, he's going to find Sube with 14 HP.
Oh, the respawn comes in clutch. Sube can relocate, but the broken door has made sound. Zen just deletes him out of the server. Satchel in, spots out 1 more. The doctor comes alive. Let's go for the reload though, but it's still a costly round. Jensen in the 1v2, he has his ultimate available. Does he want to use it? No, it looks like he's just gonna use his weapons. Hope for things to plan out, but the jump swing from Divine is a perfect answer as Kenji just picks up that frag. Thanks to his teammate drawing the crosshairs away. 3rd round on the board. Blaze really running away with things.
Oh man, Jensen actually had the only weapon he had was an Ares, right? He actually could have really clutched it up because they did swing out together. Only thing is that no information was given now. Jensen doesn't have any more abilities at that point and moment. If he preempted it, perhaps he could have gotten something, but this is all she wrote. And 3-0 on the scoreboard now. RDA, they managed to get their rifles. On the other end, Lenny has his hands on an Odin, looking to lock down that tree area, the
Yeah.
Sova classic thing, right?
I wonder how Sube is gonna go up against Lenny, right?
Yeah.
As the other initiator, as the Sova on the other side. We saw Aduka do it pretty well against Lenny in the first matchup last week. But, oh, Lenny now has the Hunter's Fury, right? He's solo pushed out with the smoke of the Omen. Now he's got control over the entirety of the Ace side. RDA, they want to hit C, and we've seen this, L. We've seen them constantly hit C time and time again the last time they played, remember?
Yep.
And now they're going to retry it again, this time. A little bit more information for the Lace side. They've stacked 3 players here. They know, at least they have a very strong inkling that it's going to be a C commit.
They actually managed to take out one chip with the Shockta here, so one less utility to worry about. But with that, there's 3 other men on Lace with a triangle formulation here. Watching on one door. Just playing off a contact. They're all waiting for the smokes to dissipate. Door's gonna be rung through. Just a bit of a distraction. But in actuality, RDA, they're gonna look to do something very similar, re-rotate into another area, and they're gonna reconvene out here with Markel. Lenny, I think he hears it. Footsteps, big indication.
30 seconds.
That's gonna be it. Markel's gonna be the first one in his Odin here. Up next, he's actually re-rotating out of it. They're trying to focus for Lenny. That's gonna stall them for a little bit, but Temp's on the other end. He's there to adjust the situation, but he doesn't quite find his mark. The plan is coming down, and Lace, they're all on the back of sight.
Oh, a tough situation. Jensen has his ultimate. Crash available, but Zan just takes out the Doctor. Hunter's Fury, but Fixie finds 2. Up traps, dodges it, and Sube coming in from the A rubble position, from A main. Backs his teammate up. Lenny has to go huge, only good for the first. And RDA, thanks to Fixie's double kill right there, and him just avoiding all of that damage. That was a very, very dynamic round, but great recovery coming in from RDA.
Yeah. And you can even see the way that Lenny was thinking, you know, he shot out, he went back, retreated for a little bit, he wanted to go with the Shockdown, and then he realized, okay, never mind, let me just try to play with my team. Let me, it's a situation hindsight, you know, hindsight 2020, if that could have been the way to play it, or perhaps if he did it the other way, it would have stalled out a little bit more. But now RDA, they managed to walk away with 1 point on the board. They also have 3 ultimates to expand here if they really want to. But take a look at how they're playing. They're actually not going up the C mount. It's one of those similar situations to round number 1.
It seems like RDA's protocols have been consistently to gain control over C mount position, right? We even saw that in the game versus Kizuna, the one that was really back and forth. And they consistently try to brute force this C side. That was a bit of criticism that we did pass across to them. Seems like their playstyle is slightly different this time, right? Just fading a bit of presence towards C, breaking the trip towards B. The paranoia catches onto Lenny, and they want to abuse him. The only defender on this side dodges away for the time being, but not good enough for the second or to escape. The spike will go down without too much more issues. The triple flank from Lace now coming through.
I know exactly.
Nobody in CT though. And the Neural Theft will reveal their positions, so they know exactly where RDA is playing this post lamp from. They have to play together though. Oh, but Divine's being spotted out. They know he's by himself here. They want to capitalize on this. Nice frag onto Divine. They spot the flank coming through as well. And now Lace has so much map control to take back. They have no idea where RDF could have gotten off to.
Yep.
And yeah, it might just be a save.
Could be a save. Oh, actually really doable there, but I think with the time that they have left, they're not looking towards it. But
And
you
no
know, this
info.
big thanks to Markel, by the way, with that double trap wires earlier there. And of course, the Neural Theft that really sealed the nail into the coffin,
True.
getting so much information out of it. Nicely done here. 3, 2.
And they didn't really put too much pressure towards A, right? They didn't have like a full-on A rubble fight. They didn't like spam a bunch of util. They kind of just walked up, paranoid at the corner that Lenny was jump spotting.
Yep.
And then, just ran straight into his face.
Yeah, a very
Yeah.
similar situation.
And you're
I
not in a
think.
good spot to, good fallback.
Yeah, good fall back there. And same thing, Markel up all the way up there, give information, they can rotate over. And yeah, I guess a key player here, getting all the information, making the decisions for the rotate. And now bringing themselves back onto the board. Zan has a showstopper though. He is looking for a fight. He might be able to spawn Markout on the other end. This could be it. There you go. As the trigger goes. Oh, and doesn't sacrifice himself. Oh, those such close quarters as well.
Yeah, I think you'd rather just secure that kill. There wasn't anyone to back him up as well, so Markel kind of left alone to die in that situation. Lenny! Alright, flicks onto the Doctor. And the Doctor himself not expecting that push coming in from Lenny. B is the protocol. They know that they've lost control over A and C. B is the only option. Big C into the site. Spike should get planted. Oh, but the aftershock is there and will just knock down little bro. So they have to go and plant it manually. Bit of a whiff right there. Kenji picks up Sube. Last man standing in the site itself. Jensen with nothing to say. It's a flawless round coming in from Lays.
Jensen, nothing to say. So is Wingman. One aftershock. Totally just spoiled the plans coming from RDA. I think they realize that B might not be the best point of interest, especially if you haven't exactly cleared out the links, which is the essential points that Lays is going to be coming in from the entries, right? So now that we are towards this area, at least for Lays, they won out the round, but it's a bit costly. Half shields on all of their players here. But nice call exactly from the very beginning. Zan with the first pickoff. That also contributed into their winning in the past round.
RDA looks like they're going back to something that they know and love. The seaside execute. A lot of presence here. Shock dart. Just to break some trips. And the conditioning that RDA have done in the past few rounds have caused a heavy stack towards this A side. It's just Kenji alone on the side. He has one trip. The camera outside of C Mount as well. If he pops it, he should be able to spot out a bunch of players. A stun comes in thanks to attempts to just stifle this execute just a bit longer. The drone to spot out where Kenji's playing from. And here comes Thrash trying to spot out where Kenji is. And it should. No, it doesn't catch him. Kenji re-challenging that space as well. Forces Fixie to play a bit more passive. And the Hunter's Fury from across the map just to find out certain players, certain positions. I don't think he's going to connect onto anyone though. RDA find themselves the 5v5 post plan. Lays, what do you have in store for us? Presence outside of the C-mount position here at the broken, or at the revolving door. Divine could open it. Hunter's Fury on the other side just to spot out the players on the retake. Kenji, first kill right there, massive. But Fixie answers with one more as well. The smoke on his positions and here, Kenji around the corner. Jensen still trading out on the side itself. Down to a single player. Sube spotted out thanks to the neural theft. And the anchor of the seaside does it yet again. 4 kills to his name, Kenji. They test him and he answers right back.
RDA initially with the right idea to plant a little bit deeper here, just blocked up because noting that we have the Hunter's Fury on the other end, avoids all of that, but in turn risks out their post plant as well. If you can see at the very end, he's unable to take a look at the plant, and he has to look from 2 corners in the verticality and the left and right. It was just too much to try to secure the round. So that could be a detrimental choice to make. A little bit of a fault there by RDA. I think they're on the right track. They really just need to brush it up. But with that, creds are not great. Guardians purchased by Sube and Jensen. Fixie doesn't even have his Blade Storm. This is what he has to work with. A fight up in Mound.
Again, do they want to test Kenji? He just did them dirty. All right. Incredible anchoring coming in from Kenji right there, playing the retake situation to perfection, letting Thrash have the space and then re-challenging it on this retake. But they really are insistent and Lays are getting wind of it. They're rotating 4 of their players here to assist.
My eyes are down.
And the camp popped out, it saw at least 3 or 4 players, so Lays on high alert. They want to reconvene, they want to test a different side. RDA, knowing that their position was noted for, knowing that the rotations most likely have come through, they want to test a different part of the map. It looks like it's going to be A towards Divine's domain.
Divine's actually made his way all the way to Rubble. Once they're going to run through, he's going to get initial information, makes the early call for rotate. That could be a huge detrimental for RDA. He paranoias and actually doesn't commit for the attack. Instead, he is going to retreat and leave it up to his teammates and friends. Zan is at the back line here, manages to find 1. It's only good for 1. Doctor manages to get 2. Lenny not from the broken door is going to find another 2 for with that Odin power. It is, but Doctor, he's all the way up in C, trying to play the mind games. And if anybody's going to clutch it out, it's going to be the Doctor.
And a 1v2 Doctor has the paranoia available. Smoke will be up in a couple of seconds, but it's up against Lenny and the king of the seaside, Kenji. Jump spot, hurt. The Doctor wants to capitalize on this. Spots out Lenny, on for the ace as well. Drops the smoke. Allows him to play around it, but Kenji is gonna disrespect him around the corner, and the Doctor comes out with the ace. He dishes out his medicine, and he sits Lays down.
And this is the degree that allowed him the PhD of being a doctor, guys. He doesn't need that. All he needs is an ace. Wow. That's a 1v2 mind games, isolating fights. It's just textbook there. Doctor once again clutching it out for his team. RDA really the last pillar, the last standing pillar for that.
Yeah, and the Doctor, I mean, he is like that. It's crazy to say. He is like that clutch player, the high fragger, the IGL for his team. And again, an important round on the board, but Lay still have cash, and the Odin will continue to spam.
They do have cash, but it's half shields all around. But if anyone's gonna make it work, it's gonna be Lace. You know, so much aggression here, going up at those peaks, trying to get those risky fights. And Lenny right now being pushed to shoved up in 3. Gonna try to sneak his owl drone in. Does manage to spot out too. And Jansen's actually going down for the count with the help of Zen on the other
Oh,
end.
the bad smoke.
Oh, unable
defender
to
smoke?
block. Yeah, it's a defender. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, it is a defender smoke. So Zen, I don't know by mistake or by intention, but Zen makes the most out of that gap. As they were busy looking towards Lenny, he found that little attention drawn away. But Mark Els found the timing as well. He's in towards this B side. Temps, because the door broke, he has to shift his focus here. Mark El expecting the C player to rotate over, hoping for someone to walk into his crosshairs. He's made his way up towards Heaven as well, calling for Sube to hit towards this B side. But how does he assist Sube into the site? He's got in, but Lays are still watching B main.
Okay.
Yeah, spots him out. Temps can swing on this. Doesn't matter, Kenji with the reswing. And now Markel spotted out as well. Laborers on the first. Not expecting Kenji up close and personal. Ready, Lays pick up that 6.
Such a pincer though. Very nice call from Kenji, just holding up in the link side. In case it could be a C, in case it could be a B. As time went off, the deduction went up to B. Spike fell down. You had all the indicators in the world. Now Lays has ultimates. Now they have the rifles as well after winning out the last round. As for RDA, it's been such a push and pull. No one really has great healthy creds to work with as we continue on.
Yeah, honestly, this pick from Lays, they've been playing it to perfection. They know how RDA have played this map. They saw the VOD against Kizuna. The attacking side wasn't great. And Markel was a big factor for their success. So if they're able to shut down Markel on those lurks, prevent Doctor fighting those clutches, it should be pretty solid for Laser's side.
Yeah.
Initial contact now, given over. A rubble given over towards this RDA side as Divine's got to find Markel. So as I mentioned, Markel one of the winning factors, one of the key win cons, but Fixie, he's a win con for his team as well. Nice shot into Temps. Lenny answers one. But Doctor is here as well. Zen spots out a player right below him. But Fixie, through the smoke, hits a headshot onto Zen as he falls back down to earth. But that Neural Theft will reveal that Fixie's trying to hit towards the B side. Fakes it for a little bit, hits back towards A. But Kenji, watching this angle. One way, perfectly timed as well. Yeah, shut out from multiple angles.
At this point, Lays is saying, just shut down your store. We are not buying whatever you are selling because we know you're going to be here. Fixie has to try to do something with that Sheriff. Oh, gets the initial push out. He does have a dash to utilize. Can possibly get one. Unfortunately, does not hit onto the head right there. Tries again one time. Does tag Kenji. If they actually lined up, Fixie could possibly do this. But that's a miracle that we are trying to ask for here.
Yeah, that nice first shot, but Divine was still technically 2 shots, so super difficult. And Lays just played it to perfection. They didn't overswing. They held their ground. They stood their ground. Yeah, RDA, a couple of rounds, few and far between. 3 rounds on this attacking side. Markel's lurks have not been getting the success that he had found up against Kizuna. Lays have been very tight on their defense. And even though Markel can find gaps, Lays were able to shut down the rest of the team before those gaps were exploited too much.
Yeah, I think whatever worked at least for RDA was initially the scout out, reconvene, and then pushed in. But those times it was only when Lays gave them the respect that they needed, right? They did not push out. And the moment that Lays actually starts fighting for aggression here, they realize that they can't exactly go in with that skirmish. And especially since I realized that Fixie, at least for him, he doesn't exactly use his dash immediately to fight with Zan in those cases. He's trying not to challenge in those cases, but instead going in with his team. Could be the right protocol here, but they're losing a lot in those very mere seconds that the round starts out.
A big timeout being called by RDA. They need to really break apart and understand how Lays is playing this defensive side, because they are always being beaten to the punch, right? Even though they might find a side with less players, it always seems like Lays is able to get one and get out, find themselves in the post-time situation. Either that or they walk into the full stacked side of Lays. So what's the call? How do they draw rotations? How do they counter this? A fast push for the Lays. Zen gets the first one. Lenny's here as well. But here comes Thresh. It catches onto Divine, I think. But Thames is providing cover fire. And here comes the flag all the way from B. And screw your timeout, screw your plans. We will push the issue and destroy all you had in store for us. And now their money is shot. They can't even run their previous strat in the previous round. I mean, yeah, they can try, but they're going to be working with less than ideal weapons, armor, utility. Lays, just say no. Hey, you want to run a strat? No, we're going to run a strat. We're going to do it first, and we're going to absolutely destroy any chance of hope in that round.
This goes here.
And that was what I was trying to ask for, right? You know, go for the attack, but Lays, they're just one step ahead. Like you said, they're always there. I think they realize that the aggression
They
once
wanna try it
again
now.
is going to be RDA. Yeah, they're trying it again. And this time, there's actually no shooting squad that's waiting for them, so this could be it. But they have to do a due diligence here. There's going to be a trap wire. They need to clear it out. They have the ability. Fixie once again with the cloud, but all the way up into Waterfall. Made so much space. And the rest of his team, oh, they have been corralled down. They've been dropped like flies. Only one alive, but could not find anything out of it.
Look at all the X's on the map. There was fight towards C Mount, there's fight towards Waterfall, there's fight towards B. Lays took on all those fights simultaneously, and every single one of their players came out on top. They were more than ready for that play somehow. That is a play that I have not seen from RDA at all, or at least not in recent memory at the very least. That was a fantastic call from them to do that strat, but their players were a little bit too straggled out, right? They're a little bit too far apart. They weren't able to get any trades whatsoever. You lose that initial fight. There's no one there to really back you up. Hunter's Fury made things extremely difficult as well. So a 9-3 half for Lays. Incredible defense coming in from them. And now they have a chance to strike back on this attacking side. You have the double initiators. Really solid for this work.
Yeah. Perhaps this could be the break that they really needed, but if Lays is going to pump up the aggression the way that they were holding up the defense, this could be very detrimental for RDA. Fixie's actually in a very aggressive angle here, trying to get initial contact. Oh, he's actually going to push the aggression, but he doesn't get awarded for it. Very nicely done coming in from Lays here, expecting the push out.
Yeah, Lays, they've done it before, so they are more than ready and expecting for RDA to do it to them. And while Zen was stunned up, blinded, paranoid, Lenny was not. He was playing the anti. Swung out just as all the util came in, took down Fixie, and now they have a 5v4. Now the defenders, they're all watching different parts of the map. Initial contact being brought in towards this C side as Divine works his way up towards A. They still have all the opportunities to call for a rotate. They gotta send Zen in. No! A fake satchel. All your Qs being drawn. And Divine, huge kill right here. Oh, they catch Mark L looking on his cam. Pants down, head gone. Sight lost. It's a 5v3. And they even have Zen put in for a potential lurk, a potential flank to cut off the rotates as well. Lays stringing together a beautiful round.
Smoke just deterring any point of re-entry here. Jensen Doctor totally blinded out. They are corralled to a corner. Paranoia. And Zen, he's playing with his food. He's looking for a knife. If they just turn around, this could be it. Oh no, but they're running in. They're pushing in. Zen, just pull the trigger already. Zen, come on, Zen.
right, let's not get too overzealous. Doctor left alone and... Okay. I respect the knife though. I respect the knife attempt.
We're not getting the message.
I don't think we've seen a knife in the playoffs. Or have we seen the groups? I think we have definitely seen in the groups, right? Surely. I can't keep track. I can't remember, but not in the playoffs. That I can say for sure. Zen, nice try. And I think it's just indication of where the mental state is at for Lays, right?
That's true, yeah.
So
Oh
confident.
man. Yeah, with that, you look at that. If anyone
Look
is
at his
a
smile, look at his smile.
professional,
Look at his smile on his face.
if anyone's a professional mouth lip reader, right? Can you please decipher that? Because I want to know what they said.
He was smiling from ear to ear. And when he went for the knife, you could see the stress expression on his face as he whiffed the knife shot.
You can land his gunshots, but not the knife,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. Knifing is a little bit more difficult. Takes a little bit of skill, you know? All right. This is a strat called put it all on black and hope it hits. In this case, it's the A site. And Kenji's gonna walk in. Got spot one. Spot out the entire stack, so Kenji's one happy with it. He only had a ghost. Nothing much to write home about for RDA. No gun upgrade. They will get the spike down. 5v4. With the spike in the most exposed position as well, they can play long-range fights. Zen, though, ooh, you better be careful. Don't get too strung out. Don't get overwhelmed.
I mean, like you said, that's
Flash comes in together with the paint shells.
Oh, but Marco's gonna push up with the aggression up in smokes here. Oh, very nice scan at the very back. But Zan Divine, they're the last two men alive. Unfortunately, just get corralled by the utility coming from RDA. Vixie Smith, the three-man team. They are running in. They're pushing in, but Divine matches by one. Finds two. He could possibly get this. The smoke dissipates. At the moment he needed the most. And that's the clutch we need from Divine.
What a clutch from Divine. He was not phased whatsoever by the spike tab, right? He was just waiting for the peak. He knew they gotta swing him. Catches the first. Nice movement on the second. The smoke fades at the last millisecond. And it's a 1v3 clutch with Divine. He plays it perfect. He plays it steady. And that's 11 on the board. RDA, head in hands. That was their chance to strike back, but it goes awry. 3v1, not in their favor. Lace looking to close things out here and now.
Oh, jumping in.
Lin.
Big paranoia here. Aftershock gonna just invest it to secure the site entry here. B-sides open up a business. Doctor though manages to find Lenny and Divine all the way up through the broken door. Fixie's gonna be taken down as well. Doctor's still alive though. And then we have the defuse coming in from Wingman. They have to address this. But Kenji's all the way on the other end.
Nice round for RDA, and again it's the Doctor that steps up and puts up those numbers on the board. Give themselves a little bit more room to breathe. But of course, that was technically still that bonus for Lace, right? Yep. So RDA, a crucial round there, but Lace still did a decent amount of damage. Nice shots from Doctor though right here.
And now we make it into 11 and 4. Thunder's Fury available for Lenny. That could be.
Oh, it's Odin face off.
Yep, the Odin face off. As you were anticipating the very beginning, Sube actually sprayed it out and created a lot of space for his team here. Vixie and Jensen are now trying to take control of Rubble. Jensen manages to find Zan. One big aggressor down, but the other is not yet. Vixie is going to be taken down by Lenny. Odin versus Odin face off. Oh, but Sube gets taken down by Divine. Hunter's Spirit gets popped out. And he manages to find Jensen on the other end, thanks to the refrag position information.
The Doctor, I don't think they know he's here. I don't think they've seen his presence. He wasn't tagged up by the Hunter's Fury. But Lace, more than disciplined, they call a pause. Cut noise, and they hope to see if RDA make any aggression. Here's the footsteps of the Doctor, so wanting to get ahead of things, clearing out rubble very strategically. He calls for a bit of backup for Mark L, but the read is wrong. They are just leading towards this the C side. Kenji, what a shot onto the Doctor. Last man standing, Mark L. Now it's his turn to use a neural theft. Finds out that they have beeline straight towards this C side. 1v2 clutch from Markel, and they need it so desperately so.
To trip by some time here. Oh, Tams! Just exposed by a very big Markel with the pre-amp shot. But he gets scanned out. There's so much utility just shot onto him. Phone line. Gonna stall out the retake. Shock Dive still available as well for any post-plant lineups. And Markel, he has to try his best to push on to those who are watching in this post-plan.
Thames just needs to be the bait, right? Thames needs to be the bait for Lenny. But Markel reads it. 1 HP on both of these players, but Thames watching the angle, and oh, it could have been so close for Markel. That 1v2 clutch. But Thames with barely any HP. Just holding onto a thread. Still manages to win out that 1v2, or the 2v1 rather, for Lays. And RDA, 2 big clutch rounds lost.
Yeah, super detrimental right now. Back to the walls, and the only person that we know with that clutch bloodline, Doctor, isn't even able to afford a gun. It's on the Sheriff right now. And even for Jensen on the Bulldog. They have to play it very safely with each other. Pixie, unfortunately, dashes in the wrong place.
Oh no!
Oh no, Divide takes him down. And looks like Lays, they're hitting the pedal to the metal. Oh no, shift the gear up, reverse it back. Okay, interesting enough. They're still gonna play respectfully.
Yeah, I mean that's so unfortunate. The dash, the directional key not on point. Just gonna leave Divine here just to hold off any info play by the side of RDA. As the rest of his team, they're gonna explore towards this B side. And the read is correct yet again. Lenny calling a beautiful game right now. It's empty. Only a single trip here for the defense. Divine's drawing attention, making a bunch of noise as well. Yeah, into the B side they go. They've broken the trip. The spike should be able to go down now. And Divine can just, survive. As long as he just lives. Teleports right out of there. Beautiful timing. And now RDA just scrambling to find any sort of advantage, any sort of leverage into this round, because it might just be it. This might be the final nail in the coffin. Lays looking to do it to him.
Oh, Markel.
Last round on the board. Markel, answer perhaps, coming in from C-Link, but Thames just wide swings him, takes him out. A flash for good measure to hold them back. Lenny on the angle. Oh! And they walk into the crossfires. Zen just takes them all out. 13-4. Lays with a commanding scoreline. They decimate RDA on Lotus. They move 1-0 up in the series.
Very, very tough game, at least for RDA. I saw the commit here to try to switch up the strategies, but at least on the other end, Lays a bit too commanding here. You can see how much they're just celebrating, smiling around. I think they're actually questioning Zen for his little knife tactic they wanted to do earlier, but we will never know unless we join in a Discord. But congratulations goes to Lays, taking map number 1, what is considered the rematch between the two of them. And now we are going into map number 2 very soon. But so much in this very first map here in Lotus. What's your main takeaway, Coden?
I'm really liking how Lays is playing for, this map. We saw that RDA actually had a couple of great mid-rounds that were called versus Kizuna on Lotus. But it relied heavily on Markel as well as the Doctor. And Lays were very effective in handling Markel, right? Even though Markel was able to get into certain positions, I don't think there was a single round that he was able to win out because of that position. So great work from Lays to be able to shut down, one of RDA's biggest win conditions. The Doctor was pretty nullified apart from that clutch that he had. But still, a full team effort coming from Lays right here. The game plan was solid, and RDA just did not have much answers for, the setup that Lays had on that defensive side.
Yeah. I think there were also fumbles here and there from RDA. I think in the very beginning when Lays was just playing it a bit more default, and then suddenly they pushed it out. Full on aggression running in. That really took them off guard there. And then towards the very end, you can see a minute mistake coming in from mechanics. And that's really unlikely not habitually coming from RDA here, and we've seen that today. And I think that really goes to show how much Lays has been dominating in this map at the very least. So coming into this, I think what they need to do here, reset, think about the next map, because that's what your main fight, right?
Yeah, 100%. Bind is going to be the next one, which is pretty interesting map to say the least. But I think one more credit to Lays is that their seaside was just an incredible hold. Safe to say this clutch was, yeah, that was just a morale decimator for RDA. That round they should have won. Every day of the week is super unlucky. And credit to Divine right there, but yeah. Lays, solid map of Lotus. Let's take a look at the post-match stats. Yeah,
Wow.
12 first bloods. That is really, really good. Really, really strong performance on the entries right there. And they're starting on the defensive side as well. So on the defense, getting those opening kills, just assist them even more so on that defense. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think this is one of the situations that we can't exactly say very much as well, just because we have been breaking it down time and time again. But Lays has been overrunning RDA time and time through all the rounds here. We see even when they do get in the back foot, they are still able to fight back with those gunfights here. And at least for RDA, they do rely a lot on their clutches at times. Even the last series that we saw them pulling up in Lotus, so unable to really find an opportunity here to really clutch it out, that kind of pushed them towards the loss here. But it's okay, as we're looking at the way that they're both playing here. Big number difference. At least only Thames is the only one that could fight against the numbers that we're seeing from RDA. Nonetheless, everyone did carry their weight. Just a reset is needed coming in from RDA here.
Yeah, and Lenny on that Sova, he did a great job at just pushing RDA back on this A side. RDA, I don't think they even had a single successful A rubble take, if I'm not mistaken. And when you don't when you don't fight for A rubble, you aren't able to get control of that space. It makes the defense so much stronger. And you are not able to push them back. Lenny always being annoying, poking his head towards A rubble, being the one that find information. He was only caught off guard once, right? That one round where he was run down.
Yep.
But other than that, really solid on that defensive side. Kenji, I think another really crucial player. He got 2 multi-kill rounds when they went towards the C side. And then again, if you don't control over A and you can't exec and win on C, you don't have a lot of options. But yeah, Divine coming in as that MVP. I think that one clutch right there also kind of solidifies his impact in the game. 268 ACS, 3.4 KDA, 17 kills, 44.4% hit shot rate, which is really high, all things considered.
Yeah.
And of course, 82.4% KST.
Not to mention, he's also one of those prominent chess pieces that really was able to fish out information early on with sound cues, a lot of them, just because of his little roams that he did. I think there were times also where he wanted to take fights, but...
Yeah, he looked.
Yeah, he looked. He wanted to take fights, but then he actually retreated and really trusted out on his teammates here. So Divine, being a player on top here, MVP for the day, very well deserved for the map of Lotus. But of course, like I said, reset, right? Let's move on to the next map for RDA. After taking that kind of loss here, you really want to just bring your mental back up as we move on to the next map, which is going to be... what's it going to be?
Bind.
Yeah, okay, Bind. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we had Bind earlier. I got a bit confused whether that's coming up next. So Bind is the one that we're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, and we saw how DSG, made that comeback on Bind. Anything's kind of possible here today. My mind is open. I'm ready to be surprised. We'll see if that's the case, but we're going to go for a short little break just for now. And when we come back, second map of Bind coming up soon. You guys don't want to miss this. We're back in just a little bit.
ANC.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers Malaysia, Singapore. We're here in the second map, the second series of the third day, I think. Yeah, it's me, Colden, joined with me on the desk, and for the cast is none other than Lemonade. We just witnessed a pretty strong performance from Lays coming out on Lotus to take down RDA in pretty convincing fashion. But next up is RDA's map pick, of course. It's got to be Bind. And we'll have to see how that one pans out because Laze's track record on Bind have not been the best. If it's any time to strike, it's got to be now. It's got to be here. Of course, both these teams facing that elimination if they lose. So along the line, a lot of pressure on both of these squads. But yeah, second map on the cards. We'll see if RDA has anything to say for it.
Absolutely. So with that being said, I think this is going to be, like you said, the time to strike here. Just getting Bind out of Lace here. RDA earlier took a pretty big beating out of it against Lace. That pretty convincing as well for Lace. They look really happy. So now's the time that they really need to make something happen out of it. So with that being said, I think we kind of already know the data about how they're going to be playing around with it. I'm hoping to see, at least for RDA, to start out a little bit of a better mental here after coming out of that big numbers in terms of coming out in Lotus, right? So, Colden, for you, what do you think we're going to be seeing? At least for RDA, a little bit of a switch up, right? Do you think they're going to keep going at it and then the same pacing that they were in Lotus, or they're going to try something else?
Okay, so RDA, they have won Lotus 2 out of 3 times this split. I will say though, every single one of those games has either gone all 24 rounds or overtime. So these games have not been convincing. They have been extremely close. They have wins over Ninjas and Galaxy 14-12, a win over Kizuna 13-11, and a loss to DSG 13-15. So, yeah, technically they are positive in terms of the win rate on that map, but it's not the cleanest of things.
Yep.
On the other side, Lays are 0-2 on that map, right? They've lost to DSG 11-13, they lost to Nextcast 7-13. So definitely is a weakness in their map pool. But I'm just a bit concerned about RDA because what we saw in Lotus did not give me a lot of confidence, right?
Yeah.
That was a little bit shaky, but I do think they are much more comfortable on Bind. We'll have to see how that one pans out. We've got to take a look at the Aegis Select right here. I don't think we're going to be seeing anything too different.
Okay.
Wait
on
a
the
minute. Lays?
Wait, is that
Okay, yeah,
normal?
so that is the new pick.
Right.
They did run the Fade last time against Nextcar. Granted, they've only played this map twice. The previous time it was a Sky instead of a Fade. But other than that, I don't think it's anything too different, right? Both of these squads going with what they played previously. Don't mind it too much. I think Lenny is a very fantastic player in his own right, so I don't really mind if he picks a Fade or Sova or a Sky. I think he's all pretty proficient in those agents.
Yep.
Obviously, you got to do a little bit more work if you pick up the Fade, right? You got to learn all those lineups. But other than that, I think both these this map is open for the taking. I think both teams have a chance. I do give a slight edge to RDA, but who knows?
Yeah, I think just having the Cypher here, like we saw it earlier between DSG as well as Elevate, how much it can totally shut down one side, and B as well, have all those chips that you can play around with the sand. That I think Marka would really excel with that, and hopefully he does utilize this. The one thing I am concerned is that among the names that you said have beaten Lays out and created this as their weakest map, players that are in teams that are higher ranked, right, in the upper brackets, and then people that you know, bigger names as well. So at least for RDA here, hopefully they can come up with not just clutches or scratches down the line, as they can make it a little bit more cleaner here, considering this is their map. So looking forward to it as we enter into Bind. So here we have round number 1. So Lenny on the Fade, very interesting to see, especially since they're going to start on the defending side here. So I reckon a little bit more of the entry point guarding here, trying to get that intel, using that Prowler to the best of his ability.
Yeah, it's a lot more. You have a lot more information potential, right? As compared if you have like a Cypher instead of that Fade. Sometimes we see teams with the lack of information because they run double controller plus a Sentinel, that you only have one initiator. But now you got the double initiators, so that Fade will definitely have to be. Will definitely come in handy, right? In finding information. This time, RDA, 4 players towards Hookah. Temps on bat. Spots out a couple of players. A couple of chip shots right here. Interesting smoke to cut off the entirety of Long. And gonna get a spike down towards the side itself. So RDA with a cool pistol strike comes in. As the spike comes down, it's a 5v5 post plant.
5v5 post plan, but you're gonna deal with double controllers here. Completely can cut a slide up. Divine's gonna start off. Oh, you have the snake bite and the pull in here to try to combo it out, but instead it's gonna be a fight up in the site itself. 2 goes down to Kenji, 2 goes down to Markel and Jensen, but ultimately it's gonna be RDA on top. They found their groove by losing out 3 members, but they still got it. So there you have it. Hope is still alive for RDA as they take it on 1 point.
Yeah, it looks like the morale in the camp is also pretty decent. You saw a couple of cheers, excited faces as RDA win out that pistol. So great for the confidence going into the second map. Obviously, the first round super important as well. Here. RDA got to be full buying into this round. Every single player. They should be walking away with a pretty clean one this time. Again towards this B side, but taking the longer range fights down B long.
This is very interesting because they do choose to go for the B hit, which is not a very usual route. And then the read is completely wrong on Lace here. They expected an A, but they haven't exactly cleared out Hookah, which is where Divine is standing. He reconvenes, he gets off his life on the other end though. Lenny gets picked out, pushing up the smoke. A bit of a risky play here. And now Lace, they're alive, but what can they do? Fixie with the pain shells, gonna corral Zan. Finding his counterpart here, have to worry about 3 more members in Lace. But I think that's going to get an indicator here. As well as Markel pushing out and long. He's going to meet Divine the very moment, so they have all entries covered. Post plan is in succession here. Lace just has to go for the aggression if they want to get their money's worth for the next round.
Yeah, they have to die to the spike or find a kill. NG. Nice shot right there, but yeah, the rest of the players have evacuated the site. All go down. RDA, second round.
Nicely done. I think they only lost out Fixie, so that's best case scenario. Of course, they have the gun difference here. They have better gunfire. With that being said, Lace now gonna go on their buy here. I think Vandals for Kenji and Divine. And then half HP. Oh, a Bucky, like you pointed out. Okay, that's interesting.
Fast play towards U-Haul, perhaps?
Perhaps, yeah.
Safety's off.
We saw a
Lace
fast
time to put around the board. And for the push. Kenji, nice jiggle peek right there. Spots out a player. Prepping the smoke as it comes down. They're gonna accelerate into his position with the Bucky. Just like that. He makes it happen. Bonus round looking dangerous. Fixie upgrades to a Vandal. And he's gotten himself all the way towards CT spot as well. Sube spotted out a player towards Showers. Lenny goes down. That's a nice crunch right there. And they're not expecting Fixie in this close angle as well. 2v4 situation. Divine and Thames. Yeah, they're calling it quits already. They don't even have space towards the back of sight. That fight towards Fixie is more than enough to force them to respect RDA. They gotta go for the save. Third round bonus for RDA now.
Yeah, they do have abilities, but I think they realize that 2v4 is just a bit too risky considering the lack of information that they have. So RDA doing a great job there. Fixie with the risky Bucky play, but he makes it pay its dividends. Pushing all the way to U-Haul, getting the 1 kill, and then getting the upgrade. Fortunately, loses his life later on. At the very least, though, the rest of his members, they walk away with Vandals, with Phantoms. Not Phantoms, just Vandals. And one Guardian, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, that's a real solid round coming in from RDA. I mean, they only lose like what, 1 or 2 players, and the rest of the team could just pick up the rifles that they found on the ground. And RDA Fixie is gonna be opting for a judge yet again. He has enough cash to go for a rifle, but he's gonna opt for the judge. Perhaps go in with the showstopper, whip up the judge if needed. Another fast play towards showers.
Perhaps, but this is actually the right read coming in from Malaysia. There are 3 members on A, but with the speed that RDA is going...
Wow,
Oh,
that was
yeah.
fast. I mean, instant showers control. Now, that's a huge portion of the map. Very pivotal if they want to go for rotates with the teleporter towards B. They're just gonna reset it. Completely give up showers. All 5 players coming in from A short. Zan's here. Can he get any kill though with the Guardian? No, Markel blindsides him. Fixie with the showstopper on the Lenny, but Thames at least finds one more back. Wingman gonna be planting the spike down. And Abdul on the default position. Sube coming out on top right there in the cubby position. Huge picks in the post plant. And now Divine on V3. I think the Trailblazer even spots him going up towards heaven. So, like a 4th, RDA, as the stats do tell, like the better buying team at the moment.
And Sube takes it out just like that. I think they realize that since Trailblazer might have spotted him as well, and everyone else has cleared off the other spaces, the only position he can be coming up from is going to be heaven. So RDA walks away with 4 points on the clock. That's a very great comeback considering the first map and the way it panned out. For the Lays, they don't exactly have the best of creds here. Sheriff is in their hands. So they move forward, but at least for Malays, I'm seeing a little bit of resistance here. They're trying to get the right read. And at times, RDA is just confusing them. So props to RDA, kudos to them. Lays, though, they have to do something here, especially since they are on the eco. Maybe some risky plays could pay off its dividends.
Oh, Divine with the Bucky around the smoke. He doesn't actually watch it. And that's a timing that Sube will just capitalize on and punish them. That is the only defender towards B. And Lace, this is the difficult, back and forth nature, the vicious cycle of the buy and save, the economy, the rough state of affairs. Letty is just hopping away in the smoke and they're just peppering them down. I don't even think they're going to be able to find a single kill on the reload. Perhaps Kenji catches the first, but that's all he's gonna get. 5 rounds RDA. As they stretch their legs, they really do look like the much better team so far in the map of buying.
Absolutely, they're smiling around, they're giving comms, and they're actually having a great time here. You can see it in their VODs here. But let's go back in the highlight. You can take a look at the way that they're playing. They just played off the smoke. Laser getting a little bit over-aggressive. They pushed out their own smoke out there, but it's still very dangerous. Sube with the spray down gave so much to RDA. So nice map control, enough space made for RDA to play around. And now they have a few of the ultimates available for Lace. Timeout is being called out by them. They need to think and scratch a little bit of the heads, just go back into the drawing board. At the very least, I think Lace, they're playing a little bit more default here. A bit of a different team that we're used to seeing considering the way that they played in Lotus the last time around.
Yeah, I would love for them to take active control together. I think they've tried time and time again, but the reads not really on point. Even though they get the map information, I think RDA's executes have been really solid so far. The double flashes from Sube as well as Jensen have been really nice to allow Fixie access towards the site. And the opening kills, I mean, I think RDA dominate in opening kills at this point in time. It feels like they're just winning out those initial fights. They get control of showers pretty easily. Wherever they want to go, they gain control of it without too much resistance. And I think Relays, need to fight back with a little bit more aggression. Zen, 0-5 right now, but he picks up the op. He's got to head down towards this B-long position, but nobody there for the time being. RDA setting up for an A-side execute, and might be the perfect call. No one's in A short there. 2 players on the A side are busy in showers.
Oh, this is actually the right read.
Wow, contact play up. Divine's got to be on his tippy toes. He's got to be aware. Jiggle, peek, spots the barrel. Nice catch onto the first. Sube goes down, but surely he knows now that U-Haul has been compromised. He needs to keep tabs on it.
Oh,
As well, Fixie waits for it, finds the kill to Divine. And here comes Thresh to clear up positions. It's gonna be catching onto Fixie as well. Here comes the rotate, the retake coming in. The scan? No, not gonna be catching anyone, but the ult does. Kenji carries onto Fixie as he's detained. Jensen picks up the space. Spike planted, coming in from the flank. Mark Gal catches onto Letty. Now they know this one place was Showers. He's seized up as well, Jensen. They know he's in this close corner. Wide swing catches him off guard. But the doctor here for the trade. Kenji on barely any HP. But where is Zen in the equation? With the AWP in hand, but he's not expecting that Markel has already crept up towards the bench position, on towards triple. Zen though catches onto Markel. It gives his team a chance. An AWP shot through the smoke. Doctor finds the kill onto Kenji and just spamming in the smoke. Zed is just sticking it all the way. Doctor has to go for the reload, and it's not gonna be enough. Gotta escape away with the AWP as well. The Doctor on barely any HP, but Zan's perseverance and his confidence, or I guess stubbornness, whatever you want to call it, just sticking it in the smoke itself, hoping that the Doctor misses, walks away with that first round the board.
I guess Zan is just an illness that the doctor can't cure there, and didn't have any emotion whatsoever after that. He's just like, normal day, a bit scrappy, but Lays finally put their point onto the scoreboard here. Manages to walk away with rifles the next round as well. They did expand 2 ultimates in the midst of it, and now they have to also rebuy a lot of their guns.
Bayern just looks like a weak map for Lays. They just aren't able to find that bit of synergy, and yeah, they win a round, but it's so scrappy. RDA, yet again, instant Showers control. Double flash straight in. Lenny just has to be forced to give up that space, and now they're both playing a bit of a retake setup. Both the back of the site. Zen, be tested.
Slow and steady for RGA. Markel's gonna catch wind of that AWP shot here. Gonna recuperate his teammates, but they are getting chunked down. They do manage to find Kenji. Lenny goes down as well. Divine goes 1 for 1. And they have control of A site. They're gonna go for the default plant. As for the other 2 members of Lays, they're on the back of site.
Yeah, and Markel's flanking them as well.
One operator in the hands of Zan. He's actually pushing up so close. He's trying his best to check the corners. Fixie, I think he realizes, just unfortunate. The shorter scope is going to win this out. And it's gonna go on for a hunt right here. Markel's going to find him. Find Sams. As he goes, no save whatsoever, and lays a very expensive round. Have to go for the rebuy here.
Oof. Yeah, it's not looking great for Lay so far. Even if they want to contest for a certain space, RDA have been very, very brutish. Just diving straight in towards whichever side they want to take or whichever choke point they want to take. Showers has been almost free for the taking for RDA. Lays have not really been contesting it actively. And it looks like this time they want to try a little bit of aggression on the defensive side. 4 players on B long. Interesting setup. All towards this little corner.
Yeah,
This
4
eco
players.
run, of course.
Just one
Interesting.
Lenny up in A side here. He did push out into Showers for a little bit, realized it's quiet. And now it's gonna try to scout out in A mid. But RDA, they're actually playing super respectfully too.
Oh no. Lenny might be faced with a whole squad of RDA members pretty soon. And as he just cleared Showers, RDA are gonna retake it back. Now they might just face each other. Lenny is in a very committed corner.
Oh!
First one found, but yeah, the trade is super fast. Nice smokes coming in from RDA, gains them control over triple, and only triple. So they just want to get the spike down and they can play the pose over here.
Yeah, when you take a look at the way the Lace is playing, they are so far off right now. They're gonna actually buy themselves extra 15 seconds just from the rotate itself. And with that, Divine actually manages to overcome the trip here. So they don't know about the flank. Doctor and Fixie's gonna find one each though. But Divine might be the man, the Bucky. So close! There he is, gonna find one. Picks up the gun, the rifle dropped down by Markel. He could make something happen here, but he has to work together with Thames. Then they push on the aggression. Realize it's gonna be showers. Fixie's gonna find Divine. Tam's gonna find Fixie in return, but that's all she wrote. There is no more to that story. 1-7 is the scoreline to the favor of RDA.
Yeah, this is running away from them. This is definitely running away from them. Granted, it wasn't eco, but Lays need to start putting numbers on the board like right now.
Yeah.
If not, RDA are just gonna run away with things.
Yep. It's
A lot of ults on the table though.
Yep. A lot of outs on the table for both sides though. An operator get picked up by Thames this time round. Might be something different. Like you said though, they need to put points on the table because it's a 4-point away before the round swaps. And Thames could be the start to that change here.
Yeah, looking for a second angle close up. The white swing comes through thanks to the Brim stim pack. Zan goes in, the showstopper, the flash as well. Sprays down the Doctor. Forces Sube to teleport towards this A site. But they don't have the spike. It's being dropped at Belong. What a beautiful counterplay. That is exactly what Lays needed. A little bit of aggression in the mid rounds, catching RDA as they prepare for the execute. And they know that at least one player is here towards this A side. First one found. Kenji catching onto Markel. Sube, the one that teleported over. So any damage here would be solid, right?
Yep.
Money's still not great for Lay, so if you can find a couple of kills, it wouldn't be too shabby.
Oh, at this point, does spot out Zen, but there comes their army. You saw one man and then another two more comes out with him, exactly. So Lace finally gets another point, just as Colden has requested, they delivered.
Yeah, lovely shot coming from Thames right there. Baits them in with the second op shop close. And then Zen picks up the showstopper. I like the fact that they put the op on Thames right because then it allows Zen to be a little bit more aggressive. Satchelating into the fight, whips out the Phantom and was able to spray down the Doctor right there.
See how it goes.
Absolutely.
With an op, maybe you could do the op, but it's been a little bit scarier. Yeah, really nicely done. Now Viper's Pit. They gotta get the ults rolling now for Lays. They drop it towards A short. B-Long again is the play coming in from RDA side, but no one on Lays at the time. At this moment, watching that position. Thames got a timer. He's got to be wary that this is a potential option. Trailblazer will spot him out though. Oh, not going to be able to get anything, but the showstopper at the back of the side. Thames obliterated and out of the round. Thanks to the Nightfall as well. Low in HP, forces his teammates to get out of harm's way. And here comes the ultimate. Oh, not going to be able to catch up to Kenji though. And he will just punish Fixie in this situation. An awkward fight towards A happens at the same time. Divine gonna catch out the look from Markel, and that allows Divine to come in to assist on this retake. Gonna be a while away though. Sube in the sight, stuck by the tether. Wide swing coming from Zeb, but he still manages to get that shot. Lenny with an important trade right there in the smoke around the corner. Jensen finds that frag onto Kenji. Down to a 2 versus 2. Orbital Strike invested. They know Jensen is here. But the Doctor is wrapped around from long. He's gone all the way towards short. The Viper Orb to protect him. The Doctor spotted out. Divine coming in clutch. That's 3 rounds and 3 kills for the flanker for your MVP of the previous map. Huge run from Divine. He managed to find that frag onto Mark L in the midst of all that chaos.
Yeah,
He comes up with 3 crucial frags.
That really changed things. But you know, kudos when it comes to as well. Laser's members here, utilizing his ultimates here to buy some time for the rest of his team. Push back the aggression as the moment it came through. And that's what we really love to see from Lays. And they are now getting another point within the belt. 3-7, just as Coden requested. So we're seeing them catch that back onto the drift. Are they not looking for a B hit anymore due to the way that it's been played out? They've actually made their way up into U-Hall already at the very edge and going for that plan. Zan, he could jump in very well, but he's not going to take that risk. Instead, Markel's going to make an opening from the back here, catching on the flanker onto Lenny. 1-for-1 goes down. 3 members left on RDA as they try to hold on this post plan, but the rest of the Lays members, they're actually making their way through half of site already. Zan, here from the very beginning, hasn't quite pulled the trigger just yet. Poison Op gonna buy some space, but he has to check his left here. He does not! Sube and Markel's gonna find one each. And now they have information. But can they make this fight? The verticality was just too much for Divine. 3K goes to Markel.
Last round in
And
the
they
half.
thought that someone crossed over towards U-Haul. Divine was busy looking at that position. I think maybe if he was watching towards short. But still, maybe a bit of a fumble from Kenji, I would say, because he had the orbital strike, but he went down. He peeked out of U-Haul's before he was even given the chance to use it. So that out might have been absolutely impactful in that round, but not going to be the case. Goes down now using it. Last round of the half, both teams have full buys. 2 ops, 1 on each side. Thames testing the waters. 4 players around the corner. Thankfully, at the right time, he gets away.
Very aggressive move for Markel here, getting the operator and pushing up to B short.
That's true.
It's no one there
The
though.
Cypher walking up. Yeah, one of the closest ranges you could do with an op. Thames is testing the waters. Very exposed position, but he gets Dizzy back. He has the Thresh, right? The Thresh available for this retake situation. Sube using the Seekers to come through. Fixie's around the corner. They know exactly where he's coming from. The trade frag is there though, and Divine just holding down the angle. Spray fire, but not good enough to get any kills. And here comes Thresh, but this is on the attacking side one. The orbital strike on their position just to flush out the players. Not gonna be able to connect onto anything though. Zen, close range opping, spots out a player, but Kenji's the one to find the frag, and they're all towards this B long position to smoke onto the spike. Molly comes out from the doctor, and they're waiting for the screen to drop. Divine, angle held. First, fix it in a second. And it's just doctor remaining, and it's not gonna be enough. Divine, again, a triple kill, and a crucial one at that to put his team up to 4.
Divine. He's trying to be the MVP once again, trying to bring it back for Lace.
One enemy remaining.
What is that? 1, 2, 3 snappy kills.
Oh. And a headshot onto the brim as well. I mean, his aim it's just like his name.
Yep.
Divine. It's so beautifully placed. And he doesn't get the credit. I think he's one of the most underrated players for Lays and underrated players in general in MOSG. Doesn't make a lot of boatload of noise, doesn't get too many flashy kills, but when they need him, he puts up impact frags.
Yeah, but sometimes we need people like that, right? You know, the trustable people, the ones that will just
of course,
listen
yes,
for a bit. The ones that will nod their head for a little bit, kind of. He seems like that kind of guy, but
Yeah.
I might be presuming too much here.
Well, wherever it is, he's doing the God's work. Top of the scoreboard for Lays. Ooh, the doctor's getting a little bit feisty, together with Fixie right behind him. What a shot from Fixie! One taps Lenny other around, but the doctor goes down in the midst of things. And now they know that the A side is most likely weakly guarded. One player up in heaven. Big fight to win right here. Ooh, Thames barely clips Sube, takes him out of the round. And that is the A side completely lost. Thames, ooh, daring. I don't think he's going to be able to pick up Dizzy in this situation.
Yeah.
Playing around the triple box. Big flank coming in from Divine as well, just to secure showers. Fixie around the corner. He opened up the round, but not going to be able to close it. Kenji just crouching at the back of U-Haul. Spots out the Cypher as well. A second tap on the spike, but there's Util. There's Postman Util just raining down from the heavens above. A double swing, wide swing coming in. Markel on 1v3. I don't think he's going to be able to find anything more than that, and it is true. And so 5 rounds Lays pick up that second pistol.
Interesting off angles here being held down by Lays, but it did give them the upper edge. And of course, Thames being ever so determined to take down Sube up in the heaven. Really stuck to that one shot and aim. So nice stuff coming in from Lays here. Brings them back up to 5 and 8. Almost close here. And they do get to buy. They managed to buy out here. Thames actually purchased out a full-on Phantom? Okay, never mind. There you go. He swaps it out. Goes for something a bit safer. There you go.
All right, this is the 3-2 setup. 3 buys, 2 saves on the Laser side. RDA, the pistols not too shabby themselves. It goes Frenzy as well as the Sheriff on the Doctor. They could put a couple of bullets in the Lays members. You gotta be careful.
Doctor Doctor just trying to preempt a little bit towards the aggression here.
There's 4 silhouettes on the B side, just tucking into the tuna can on site.
They kind of look like
Oh
a
gosh,
group
Lace.
photo at that moment, right? It's just like
Couple peas in a pod, no?
yeah. One tuna is left into the can.
Oh.
And this point, the tuna is gonna be exploded. When they have exploded from the can into RDA's face. Oh
They
no.
cooked too hard. They just popped right open. And yeah, the Doctor now, well, I'm not sure what he can do. Gets a nice kill on Divine, but Divine doesn't even have a gun, so gotta die somehow. Kenji, okay, the other guy with the pistol. Let's not give him too many more. The Doctor, we know how good he is. One smoke for the retake. That smoke, that's an interesting one. I don't think he expected it to be there.
Oh no.
It kind of one-ways himself for the spike plant. I think it was a little bit off place, but still, regardless.
Yep.
Let's pick up that second round. And yeah, 2 players falling, not too much of an issue. 2 of them safe. They can buy rifles into this bonus of theirs.
Absolutely. Now we're going to get an even round after the round swap here. We're going to see the testament, the true testament here between Lace and RDA. Thames has his Thresh available. That could be very big considering he's on the attacking side. And if I am reading this right, and they push up into hookah, they might just catch somebody off guard in the window. They have the right idea. But would RDA bite this bait?
Smoke's down.
This is a trip towards hookah, so at the very least, it will give RDA a little bit of advanced info. No presence towards B long at this point in time. And here comes that Thresh to find out where the players are going to be settled towards. Spots are 1 towards the long position. There's actually 3 players here. Ooh, Zen gets tagged up. No, I think it's the bot. No, it's Thresh or something. Kenji and Zen both fighting those frags. Jumps into harm's way. Jensen only good for their kill onto Zen. And as they try to creep out on a smoke, Kenji just sprays down Fixie. And surely this is the bonus going in Laser's favor. A hookah pop. And they pincer the players towards long. What a call coming in from Lenny. Lace just absolutely pantsed RDA.
Yeah, absolutely. RDA had the right idea there. I think they're just finding a bit of solace in the moment up in B long, but a little bit too soon, too quickly here. And Thresh again, trying to go hunting. Doctor gonna go for the save here. But suddenly we're seeing Lace back onto the board here, closing up the gap. At a moment, we thought that RDA was really dominating up in Bind. So I guess Bind here is just full of surprise as we saw this earlier today in the series.
Yeah.
And then again on the second one.
Lace just struggle a little bit more on defensive sides. It's just, you know.
Really?
aren't
I don't
really
think they did in Lotus
comfortable with
though. I'm just saying.
Oh, I mean on Bind, sorry.
Okay, on Bind. Yeah,
on
there
the
you go.
defensive side of Bind, they struggle a little bit because they just weren't comfortable taking space too often. But now on the attacking side, they know how to pull rotations. They know how to call on attack. It's very clear. 3 rounds now in a row. Bonus going their favor. Lenny picking up the Outlaw as well just to counter the half shields that's going to be purchased on the RDA side.
Yeah. I think one thing Lace does really well is pushing out aggression, going for those fights earlier on when they are on defenders. That's why they excel so well on Lotus. And the last time we saw them as well. This time around, I think for Bind at the very least, it is a little bit more team-oriented, rotation-oriented, and staying put might not be the best decision for them to do so. But now on the attackers, they can play that way that they want to. And that's what's been working towards their advantage here.
Yeah. They've got to be careful, right? Because there's a shorty in hookah. There's a couple of close range weapons. Stinger in the hands of Fixie. And they're getting a little bit antsy, right? They're getting information towards A as Markel dodges the alarm bar.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, the flash! Beautifully done. Even spot out Jensen being a little bit aggressive. 2 teleports being taken. Sube somehow finds the kill onto Temps, but that is just the indication to hit back towards A. Brim spotted out towards B. They know that Sube took the teleporter.
Spike
So
planted.
yeah, shouldn't be too many more kills going in the favor for RDA. They're so far from the action as well. Divine is basically gone up into heaven as a Viper, so you're not gonna expect that, right?
Yep.
It's a really cool and advanced position that they will definitely not check.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
there you go. Divine at the very moment comes out as well to assist Kenji. And now we have an equalizer, Golden.
Okay. Yeah, didn't really expect this. I think it was 6-1 at one point.
Yep.
7-1, actually 7-1. It was a 7-1 scoreline. Lays strung a couple of nice rounds at the end of the half. This anti-eco run of lasers was a little bit scary, not gonna lie. They went into hookah, which is one of the closest range angles you could find on this map up against an eco round. But at the end of the day, they still walk away with a victory, so that's all that's important. Orbital strike on Kenji as a key ultimate in this round. Let's keep track of that.
Oh, skirmish and showers. Possibly here. They get up possession. Lenny is the only one that's advancing forward. Vixie's actually moving back.
Oh, Sube. This is a deep angle. This is information. This is the 4-man rotate stacked towards this A side. RDA's got the read right. At least for the time being.
Right here.
Not to mention Divine though. I think he realizes it and he's actually all the way at the back here.
He's just being careful of any potential flanks, but RDA's advanced positioning with Sube just ensures that they can stack 4 here. Showstopper actually connects on the player in CT. Jensen, nice trade onto Zen. There's still 3 players at the back of the site. How do you navigate this? Lenny, a bit too much to ask for. Oh, and the Sky coming in on the flank as well. They take the teleporter, but now Sube is in the back line. Thames is in U-Haul. Divine catches that flank as well, but the spike is in the middle of the A site. How do they navigate this?
30
Thames
seconds left.
taking out Doctor, close range fight. Huge one at that. Temps comes out on top. And now, RDA in a rough spot. Orbital strike will catch onto Fixie backside. And now it's all left onto Jensen within the smoke. He peeks out. But the trade is there from Kenji and Lei. Somehow navigate the late round situation to perfection. They catch the flank. Despite them dropping the spike in the middle of the site, with the man disadvantage, they still come out on top.
I'm not too sure actually what gave out the indicator that Sube has pushed all the way out, but that's exactly the key they needed earlier on to make...
I think Sube flashed.
Yeah, I think...
He might have flashed earlier on. But they were 100% aware.
Yeah. He flashed, I think, the
Either
part...
that or he made a footstep.
He entered
Yeah,
up
I'm not
into
sure.
mid, so he flashed at that moment. But before that,
Yeah.
how did Divine knew to just stay all the way and spawn?
To stay there?
Yeah.
Because Divine's a rat and he knows how Lotus play. So I feel like, that corner is kind of expecting. He's playing a really off angle that they're not expecting. Lenny's got to be a little bit careful. He's the only player here. Yeah, we'll just back off for the time being.
Oh, Kenji.
Killed by Kenji. Beautifully done. Spots out the push from Sube. That's what Sube did the previous round, but now Kenji, aware that that was a possibility, takes him down, and that causes the rotate back towards the B side. They see the brim there, so it's like, oh, we see the brim, we see the gecko. It might be a B commit.
So it's so tough to make this rotates, right? Especially since you have portals available and you do have a Lenny up in showers, just scouting it out a little bit. Just a quick mid-crunch call could just change the pace of this game entirely. Spike gets picked up by Tem, so we know that objective is going to follow on him. And this might very well be an A push.
Where are you?
But be careful. Or not going to be able to spot anything. U-Haul, they're going to completely avoid U-Haul. Let them have control over that. Just keep them locked in. The spike should be going down without too much issues. Molly is on top of Molly's. Will just flush them into the line of Lenny. Zen picks up a third as well. Markel swings out of the smoke and he will find nothing for it. Lays with a flawless round. They are navigating this attacking side to perfection. Arguably even better than RDA did against them.
Oh, man.
It's beautiful reads time and time again. They find the sides that's weaker. They find the stacks. They get those picks. They are aware of flanks. And a crucial timeout now called by RDA. How do you navigate this? You have a bunch of ultimates for this round. You bring in the up on Fixie. You got to answer with a round right here.
Yeah, I mean, RTA has the right idea. They know that for Lays, at the very least, they don't exactly have the most reliable flank watchers out there. They have to send someone to be at the back lines. But with that, Lays, they're taking extra precautions every single time. They're checking, they're doing the due diligence here. And that goes to show how traditional, how textbook Lays playing right now to overcome RDA. RDA, on the other hand, they got their operator. This could possibly change the fate of hands here, coming in for Lays. 4 ultimates also available. This is the round. They know it. That's why they call out for the timeout.
Yeah. Fixes even one off his showstopper, right? So he gets a pick of the up. He has a showstopper. That's all 5 ults. Those are 5 very strong ults that they could have a plethora of options to use, right? So this round, very important for RDA. They need to get this on the board. Then he gotta drop that outlaw, gotta opt for a rifle because he knows, right? RDA is gonna be coming in full force on this one. How do they navigate this? That's a crosshair.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's
Alright, it's back to normal.
Flash gets
Okay,
pulled
early
out here.
ult being used by Lace.
Yep, this clears out into shower here, but it's utility. After utility parallels as well, it's going to be put out just to get some information. But we do have Zan, the rest of his team, making his way through. Orbital Strike is going to deter them for a little bit. They're going to play on the outer layers, but they made their way in. They're doing so much.
Jensen.
And on the other end, RD with the utilities, unable to
Save.
make much of it.
Oh my lord! Just an instant thrash and showers, the recommit onto the site. Orbital Strike gets absolutely nothing. Seekers get absolutely nothing. Jensen tries to swing out the smoke. Bit of fun on the Ray side. I think that is a sign of things to come. Whenever Lays are having fun, oh, that's when you know you're in deep, deep waters.
And then on the other hand, though, that's a formula for success for Lace. But Fixie,
Okay.
trying to end the fun a little bit early here. Just go home. But 3 members of Lace, they are going hunting. He manages to find another. Will he go
Damn it.
fishing? They're going to try his best. Oh, for the jump! Fixie expects it. We're not even talking about the objective. We're talking about a 1v1. Oh!
Oh no! Right at the end, Divine, of course, it's Divine to do it to him. When you need him the most, he answers. And they don't care about the money. Look at their cash. They've won. Let me count. There's too many. 7 rounds in a row?
I think so. And what are we watching? What are we witnessing from Bind at this point? I mean, yes.
It's a beautiful attacking side from Lays. Oh my lord.
Of course, yeah, we haven't seen the extent of, Elevate being 1 point away, right? That kind of situation for RDA, but
Yeah.
this is still a comeback, if I've ever seen one.
Fast push down to A short. Pixie gotta catch up to Divine. Sube pushing out from Hookah, gotta catch Zen as well. It's a massive crunch coming in. Molly's on top of Smokes, just pushing the attackers further and further back, but Lenny's got a gap. Lenny's found an access into the side. He's gonna catch the Doctor back turn. They're gonna bring the spike over. Oh, and Fixie wants to take this fight, but he's just gonna respect it. They're just gonna flood in towards this short position. How did they get the spike on the side? Okay, you have the wingman available. Lenny's gonna be clearing out the entirety of CT. He's gonna gain control of that. And he could be able to play from heaven as well. Kenji, big player here. But Markel, aware of that push potential. And now it's Thames and Lenny, the 2 new kids on the Lace block. In the clutch up against 4 RDA members. So many angles to worry about. Thames, around the corner, Lenny. But not enough HP. And the spike not planted for his exact position as well. RDA clean things up. 9th round, finally. 1 round on the board on this defense.
Finally, and of course, congratulations to Wingman taking the defuse there. And nicely done by RDA. They pushed out the aggression there. They caught them off guard, changed of pace. And at least for Lace, they might expect it. So this is going to be a bit of a discussion moment here. Now it's their turn to be on the hot seat. How are they going to close this out? 11-9. They beaten out RDA, equalized with them, and now are ahead. But that could change in a moment's notice, right? And this is the moment where Zan has his showstopper. Lenny has that Nightfall, that huge Nightfall here. Could easily overrun a site, but I think that with that case, you also have to realize that RDA, they're not going to bank all of the members into one place. You want to try to spread out your utilities, your ultimates here. What is the best strategy to hit the site?
Yeah, the Doctor doesn't have good cash as well, so he has to opt for either half shields, a weaker weapon. And yeah, as you mentioned, you got the showstopper, you got the Nightfall available on the laser side. They have a lot of cash to splash as well. They're looking still pretty good, right? It's just 1 round. Give it over to RDA. But RDA, of course, they themselves want to stretch this lead. They need to string a couple rounds in a row to keep the economy in good standing. Lays their cycle of ultimates. You see, once you use the showstopper, once you use the Nightfall, Viper Split comes online, the Orbital Strike comes online, the Thrash comes online. It's a nice waterfall of ultimates that Lace has. Let's see what they have in store for us this round.
Slow and steady seems to be the name of the game. Respect is given throughout, trying to get as much information that they can. Prowler is the only thing that has crossed the line here. Realizes no one's in hookah, but hasn't quite made the decision quite yet.
Super silently coming from Lace. Prowler now gonna be heard clearing this long position. Lenny, by himself. Maybe he's gonna throw a bit of a fake with the Nightfall? Maybe. On 2 rotations at the very least. And he gets scanned by the oh, and teleport straight in. Now they know. RDA know it's gonna be a commit towards this A side. Nightfall comes in, tags a player at the back of the side, but Zan just accelerates straight in. Oh, a bit of a whip! And he just dies to the util coming through, but a good scan. And Lenny will find that trade frag in towards U-Haul. A wide swing comes through. Nice trade by Divine. Oh, super huge kills right there. Lenny with 3. Markel coming in, down to a 1 versus 1. And who else? Divine up against Markel. Time and time again, they've butt heads. And this one, huge round, influencing the map. Markel clearing out these close corners. Divine just holding down this corner as well. But Markel, he's clearing all the wrong angles, makes an audible cue. Now Divine knows exactly where he is. Back's turned, tap on the spike. Divine doesn't even peek. Divine lets him rot in. Think about his decisions! But Markel, sixth sense comes alive. Realizes that U-Haul is the protocol. And a huge clutch coming in from Markel will get them double digits.
Oh, what a nail gripper right there. I just... It was anyone's game at that moment. You could see the ring around a rosy situation, thinking about where they could be at the moment in time. Turned around, and even if you had last informed information coming up from your teammates at that moment, they could be anywhere. But very nicely done. Can I just talk about how the back and forth skirmish just went out earlier on in that round? I mean, that was essentially the pinnacle and what really swayed the decision of that round coming out of it. And RDA hit the nail in the coffin at the very end.
Big round again. Nightfall is invested. Showstopper as well. Now you have the Viper's Pit online. Temps is one of his. He has his attacking side up as a Gecko. Not something you see too often. Lenny again putting pressure towards Showers by himself. He's going to be picking up that alt orb on top of things. So RDA willing to give up the Showers position.
Yep.
The rotate comes in towards this B side.
Thrash is actually ready out of that orb here. Divine as well. Does have the Viper's Pit like you mentioned. Could be very useful. Spike hasn't been delivered anywhere, but it looks as though B might be the point of interest. And that could be the right read. On the other end, only 2 is left. Accepting the Doctor, being all the way in spawn. Oh.
Comes to execute. 3 players on RDA side. Waiting. Sube playing up real close as well. Here comes the scans, as well as the flash. Sube gonna get detained. Divine with a nice trade there, but Markel's in the side. Markel's in his cage. He swings out. Backline's turned. They're jumping around on the side. He gets 3 kills, and just like that, the round is over. Markel, yet again, the win condition for RDA. Picks up 3 kills on his anchored and just shuts down the entire attack just from a little corner, a little sidestep from elbow.
If you needed a reminder on how to play isolations in terms of fight, this is how you do it. Utilizing Cyber Cage so well, of course, hand in hand together on the other end with Fixie, just to get the retake down and the other teammates. Very nicely done. RDA are still in the running. 3 points, and this could be detrimental for Lace. Creds are starting to look a bit shaky. Half armor.
Yeah, if Lace lose this, they have no money for the next. Full on execute into the side. Zan with a must kill there, but Fixie's gonna pick up the frag. The scan is great. Jansen with the double kill comes through. And now it's just left onto Divine. The executes have been failing Lace time and time again. Divine's gotta go absolutely nuclear if he wants a chance in this. 1v5 ace. And RDA, safe to say, they're not gonna give him a chance. The Trailblazer as well.
Well, silver lining, he managed to get one out of it. The bad news is that now, not only
They have no money.
you have no money, you also lose it out. You put yourself into match point. The only thing you can buy right now.
God.
Okay, Divine, he has the Vanzo, but the rest of them, Double Guardians, and Valeni is even worse. He has so much utils to repurchase here that is so contributive towards his team. Like, he can't exactly go for the full-on buys here as well. Half armor. He's one away from his ultimate though.
Lays have been trying to go for fast plays, but time and time again, it's not worked out. The slow plays have been successful, but the pace change, I think, is a little bit expected now. Big miss coming in. Fixie doesn't connect onto that. Nightfall invested just to push Fixie off. An ultimate for one player, but they're just gonna stand and fight towards the B side. But guess who's here? It's Markel. And over the strike, flush him into the cubby. They know exactly where they are, but Markel still finds the frags. He's managed to slip out of the side as well. Markel coming alive. And here comes Thresh. They know exactly where he is. Lenny's coming in from hookah. They spot him out as well. The spike in the midst.
Wait a moment.
Camera broken. Markel playing around the corner. Attempts the big kill right there. Lenny required for the collapse around the corner. Spots him out, and Jansen will close it out. 13-11. You could not get it even closer. RDA with a 5-round comeback. They just steal away the map of Vind.
Earlier, we talked about how both of these teams, they had the fighting spirit, how they'll go neck and neck. And of course, in the very beginning, we saw how Lays was able to just run with the ball. We thought that, okay, this could be a breeze for them, knowing how much they have shaken down RDA's mentality. But look at that. This is what we're talking about. They take up one map. On the other end, RDA takes their map back. So with that being said, RDA took a while to get there, but we eventually got there. We got the point.
I feel this crazy seas happening. Today, Bide is just not the map for any team. I don't know. Lace on 11, and then RDA with a very convincing eco push, right? The Raze Rocket, the showstopper that was pushed down on the defensive side. That was where it all kicked off, and that was how they strung all those rounds together and push it all the way into not overtime. Right? They managed to get it within regulation.
Yep.
It was 11-8, right? It was 11-8, and then they strung 5 rounds in a row to close it out. Insane stuff.
Absolutely, it's like a comeback within the comeback, and with that, a comeback within a comeback within a comeback, right? Because RDA was on the back foot, they came back, and then we saw, yeah. So that's the terminologies, the technicalities, if we're really going into detail. But with that being said, all that matters is that we're going into map number 3. So it's still going on, guys, and we still have one more map to look at before we find out who's going to be eliminated from this lower bracket. So with that, let's see the highlights of what has happened here. And you know, we have a lot of Sentinels that we'll be looking at throughout this map here. RDA in the very beginning, we see so much happening by Jensen, by Markel, and of course at the very end, we most notice Markel here being the fighter that he is, just standing his ground and getting so much clutches, getting so much 2K, 3Ks for his team. So with that, RDA did so much in the very beginning as well. Take a look at that.
That's crazy. The RDA started off this map, what, 6-7-1? And then Lays went on a series of rounds, their own win streak. Yeah, these rounds, I mean, super scrappy between these two teams. Saw a lot of very close rounds. Saw Temps picking up that op. This aggressive push coming in from Laser's side was where they kind of got that momentum, right? Where they kind of got that groove. 7-1, they strung a couple of rounds together. Yeah. Bind is such a weird map today. I don't know why, but he's back and forth between both of these teams, and as well as the teams in the previous series. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's such a kicker here, how everything went so fast. We have to slow it down a little bit just to really see the action. But yeah, I think Lays did their very best as well. But one thing to note is that when they were able to kick things off for themselves, it was kind of those unorthodox strategies, right? We saw, you know, operators getting picked up and then swapped off to the other teammate here to really make it work. And eventually, we saw RDA's reply. We saw them kick things off. They realized that they had to put down the defenses here, and that's when they played together. They worked together. They weren't rotating too fast. They weren't making pushes that they were going to be overzealous about, and that's ultimately what led to its RDA's victory.
Oh, I just gotta catch my breath. I'm not gonna lie. This.
I mean, it's a long day, right, Golden?
It is. It has been a long day. At the very least, we know that this is gonna be the last map of Haven.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, the
Very
fact that RDA managed to come back off of this. Look at the scoreline, 11-8. And off the back of a very important round right here, Markel finding crucial frags. Markel again, you know, the win con for RDA in multiple scenarios.
Yeah, we take a look here. RDA actually walked up with 14 first kills here. Lays on the other end with the 10, and I think this really goes to show how well they're going to play off of combat or contact as well. 1-1 together. Times that Lays won, a bit scrappy there. There was definitely room for improvement in Bind, especially if they're looking to head back into the Grand Finals go. So it's still alive for both sides here. RD managed to close it off. Good job post-plan wise, and we can see how it's going to be played. I think most of the rounds were played post-plans actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Yeah, we don't see the clutches technically, but there were a lot of close rounds down to the wire. Wow, Pixie top of the scoreboard, 8 first kills. That is really impressive. And you know, we talked about the hit-to-hit between Fixie and Zed, and it looks like on Bind, Fixie just comes out ahead. You know, leaps and bounds ahead.
Yeah. I think one thing to note as well, you can see Zan really explode off into maps that he is very comfortable with, that his teams can back him up. But at times when they're a bit unsure whether they can really let him go, like for example when he's holding onto the operator, then it gets a bit shifty, right? You know, whether or not I can go off and be a full-on explosion, or should I play my team? So I think that's something that Lays here can improve on. RDA though, they seem to really understand the formula that it takes to play Bind, and they did their best. So congratulations goes to RDA here, securing this round. Haven's gonna be a very interesting one though. Just gonna foreshadow that as we move to map number 3.
Yeah. Whew. Divine top scoreboard for Lays. Valiant effort from him, but yeah, Fixie, I think, what an impressive showing on that race. I mean, he's another player that really just came out of the woodwork and put on an impressive performance. But of course, MVP gonna be given over to Mark L, I think, because of his impact in those last few rounds. I mean, without him getting those multi-kills, even though the stats don't really tell the full story, they would not be here.
Yeah.
Without his anchoring, without those multi-kills, again, they would not be here.
Absolutely. It's about the contribution it takes for the team rather than the numbers itself. The fights and the kills that he got, although 16, were the important ones. It was the ones that shut down entries, it's the ones that clutched out the round in post-plan situations. So Markel, being the main contributor for his team, manages out as the MVP. I think it's his second time being the MVP as well. We saw it last week. I believe it was Lotus or something. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, Lotus, yeah.
Yeah, Lotus as well. Just being the one and only to sniff out so much information. And I think it's being a true Sentinel player, tried and true. But yeah, so we are now on to map number 3, Coden. Haven's gonna be a big one. Very interesting. How do you think these teams are going to be playing it out?
Haven, I mean, it's I'll have to go and take a little bit of a look at the stats. I think Lasers is not bad. They've got 3 maps played there. And so does RDA. So both of these teams not playing Haven that much, but we'll have to wait and see, right? We're going to go for a short little break. When we come back, it's going to be that 3rd map of Haven. Final one of the day. We'll see you guys in just a little bit.
ANC.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another round of Valorant Challenges Tour Split 2 MYSG. We are now on to the very last map that we have for tonight. So it's been neck and neck between these two, Lays and RTA. I saw that, Coden, but yes, here we are, your casters for today. My name is Lemonade, and I'm here with Coden, who is rocking a very cool headset. So shout out to our Zen Hybrid Pro headsets that we have. Mine is over here. Yours is on your ears, but you tell me, what do you hear? Oh, I'm a rhymer.
Oh, odd. What do I hear? I hear map 3. But yeah, I mean, this headset is pretty cool. There's a lot of cool features. I think you have special code discount, VAL10. Do check out the website, and then you can get an additional discount for your purchases. Yeah, but speaking about the headset, I mean, there's cool features such as ultra low latency mode. You have the low energy mode as well. You got battle mode that enhances the audio footsteps. You know, when you're playing Valorant or games where you need to have good audio, you can hear all the abilities that are happening around you, all those footsteps. So really cool. Do pick it up if you guys are interested. And yeah, make sure to check them out.
Oh, really interesting. Like noise cancellation, super X5.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, I'm just reading the box over here. Sorry guys, I got a little bit carried away here. There's a lot of features on this thing, this little thing, right?
Yeah, 100%. Pretty cool. What else is cool is our third map, Haven, between Lays and RDA. Yeah, a very back and forth affair on Bind. Not necessarily in terms of rounds going back and forth, but very streaky, right? Each team getting a long streak of rounds before their opponent suddenly finds a chance to answer back, and then they string a couple of really good rounds. And Lays were up, 11-8. It was so close to securing the win. And the RDA just woke up. Markel just popped out of multiple smokes and just said, hey guys, let's go for another round. Let's go for Haven. See who's going to win out on that one. And yeah, here we are. Gonna be the third and final map of this series here today. And of course, right, reminder that this is an elimination game. The loser will go out winner. We'll move on to the top 3 and face, if I'm not mistaken, it's Elevate in the lower finals. So pretty interesting stuff.
Yep. I mean, with very good reason to fight for this as well. So we're looking at the agents here. Lays kind of popping off with the Zan on the ISO, and Yoru is going to be picked up by Thames here. So very interesting, because now we're going to have a double duelist situation, and Thames is going to be the one that's going to be operating the Yoru. On the other end, we're seeing something a bit different here. I think it's a bit different. I know Clove on Doctor is very normal. Okay, no difference here. No difference for RDA, but for Lays, that's the double duelist.
That is a very, very big change up for Laser side. You have the Cypher, you have the Omen, you have the Sova. Those are all the same. But you got Thames and Zen going on the duelist. Thames has been traditionally an initiator player for almost his entire, tier 1 career in MYSG. We've always known him to be a Sova, to be a Breach, Gecko, Sky, those kind of agents. Now he's going on the Yoru. Very interesting. Very untraditional, unconventional pick on the map of Haven. You don't see any Yorus essentially ever on this map. So Lays going with this composition with Zen on that ISO pick as well. No Jet. It's just these two duelists. Very, very interesting. Very curious to see how they're actually going to make the most out of this Yoru pick. I've never seen this kind of pick come in before. So I don't really know what to expect. Of course, what I am expecting at the very least is some synergistic play, right, with the Yoru. It's going to be
hopefully. I mean, I believe we've seen this before being done out, at least like from DSG. This is kind of like a dream come true for Juicy, right? If he could like just
Right.
split himself into two, you know, you get the ISO, you get the Yoru. Perhaps this is one of those situations where they're taking a page off of DSG's books and applying it to themselves, but they're starting on the defenders. So they need to go out there, they need to get the information that they have. Of course, you do have Lenny to scout out early, but at least for Kenji, he doesn't really have that kind of power that he really needs to. Divine and Zan and Thames, they have to be the ones to open it up. So you can already see down in A long in the contesting. ISO's gonna be hold down in Garage instead. Markel, the one to save the day in the last map, is making waves, getting the first blood kill, opening up into C. But there we have Kenji trying to lock down the site together with other two teammates. Oh, but in the smoke, unable to try to make a breakthrough. Tams is gonna find two, and Divine, one more. Spike drops down in the middle of no man's land.
But you know where the last two remaining players are going to be coming from? The Doctor.
One enemy
Ghost in hand. Why is it from Kenji? That is questionable. And the Doctor will absolutely punish those kinds of mistakes. Lays getting a little bit over eager, perhaps wanting to swing onto the Doctor, catch him off guard, but the swing was not in tandem. The Doctor picks up both kills. Beautifully done. And this is such an interesting matchup. They have so many aggressive agents on both sides. This does not look like a Haven game at all.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. I think the early call out here is from Zan. That he got the initial contact, realizes there's more than one here, try to call out that they're pushing an aggression up to C here, but doesn't realize that they made a little bit of a detour with two other members and a little bit of a wraparound situation. And this time it's going to be a B attacking site, but it's a 1-for-1. Make that one more down. RDA with the better gunfire here. It's going to find multiple members of Lays.
Yeah, Divine, he's got a shorty. So he just needs to play close and hope that someone like tries to sneak into Garage, because Doctor's just gotta hold down that angle, right? And Lays, they just want to die to the spike. If anything, maybe find it. One kill would be nice, but yeah, RDA should be able to secure this one without any issue.
Slow and steady. Look at the way the Lays is actually pushing onto the issue here. They do manage to find one each. Very nicely down to the angles, but Divine's going to be taken down by Pixie with the Bulldog. But the rest of RDA, they have better firepower. It's going to find the other two. There you have it. 0-2.
Yeah, they bring away the Guardian as well, the Bulldog. So the best weapons in that round, they carried it forward. RDA. Now they have a chance to buy a couple more rifles perhaps into this round, or just offer a bit more of a reserved bonus. Looks like that's going to be the case. Lays now. Now's the chance to strike back. Now's the chance to string a couple of great rounds together on this defending side. Let's see what they have in tow, right? I mean, you got the Yoru together with the ISO. Similar to what DSG has brought into this map of Haven.
Yeah. Trying to make a breakthrough up to C long, and now A is the point of contention here. Fixie gets taken down to a really low HP. On the other end, though, hasn't really quite done any damage to the members of Lays. Then again, they at least bought some information. And they're making a re-rotate out here, knowing that C has been closed off by the smoke earlier. Lenny is still pushing on the attack.
Deploying drone.
Down to 46 HP. Our drone's going to be utilized, trying to get the information. And this caused a beeline shift from RDA. Playing so unsteady, so much respect given out. Might make a U-turn back into C.
Yeah, and that's going to be the call. C split on the cards. Mark L creeping into Garage. The trip is there though, so advanced information. And Lay's already leading over towards this position. Ship broken. Into the side they go. What util does Lays have to start and stifle this? Execute out the smoke. Just run straight in. Zen with the huge kill right there. Lenny picking up one as well. They don't have any access to the side. Oh, a bit of a whiff spray coming in. Sube with 2 kills right there. Doctor gets scanned out though. Is the last man standing with barely any time left on the clock.
Oh, he
Good
can
for the
revive.
first hit. Oh, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. The Doctor almost makes things very scary for Lays, but still round win in their favor. But a lot of damage done, to be fair. Credit to RDA. That was a very solid bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a great job coming in from Lays as well, just locking down the initial push, stalled them out in the very beginning, getting the smoke out on C-Long, deterred them all the way back to A. Lenny, of course, kudos to him for being the one that held down the fortress up in A side as well.
Here we go.
And then suddenly it's just a bit of a scramble for RDA to make a decision to push on for a site.
The Fury together with the undercuts, trying to find someone that's vulnerable, but okay, not an insta kill, but still a nice pick onto Jansen. That is a breach out of the round. That's your flashes out. You don't have a lot of, well, you have no initiator utility except for Subei's recon dart as well as the drone. Let's see.
Our drone gets sent in, but there's two other members of Lays are right at the brink of the entrance. Zan's the one's gonna be taken down all the way up from B side. Lenny's going to find two though off of this contact play. Nicely done. And that's gonna deter RDA a little bit. I think they also realize there's gonna be a trap wire in the middle of garage. That's gonna be taken down. Indication for Lenny here that they're still up in garage.
Yeah, but the only two players on RDA's side still standing. Lays are more than comfortable, playing within the sites. Because at the end of the day, RDA need to get in, and with a man disadvantage, they can just hold these angles, go for trades.
So close.
Ooh, Fixie with a nice peek right there. Will take down Lenny. But they still need to get into the C side. And now that they know he's coming in from garage, it's gonna be a rough crossfire they have to deal with. Kenji swings out wide, beautiful taps onto his head. Now it's just the Doctor left alone, uses the Neuro Theft. Doctor's just gotta stick the spike plan. That is ambitious, considering that the Neuro Theft was gonna be pinging his position, but still, at least two players can stand for Lay's second round on the board.
Got a situation of deja vu. Doctor last man standing, trying to hit onto C, but
Yeah.
just couldn't put it down in time. He even has the ultimate available, but can't exactly utilize it without his teammates here. It's not the best situation having Doctor just survive all the way to the very end, because you have more contacts you can play off. If Doctor just continues on living after the dead, right? You have the smokes that you can still put on if you really need to. But that is the situation, the reality that we're living in. And the next reality is going to be is RDA doesn't have the guns here. Going to play with pistols and trying to go for a C-long fight. Arguably, the one that really needs a lot more of that position. Probably with those sheriffs as well. But Fixie's going to be taken down by Thames nonetheless with that outlaw.
Yeah, and that's the entirety of A given over to the laser side. RDA don't like that though. They want to push back. Want to catch him off guard. And just the instant teleport away, the flash and the updraft, but he's gone out of there. And calling for a bit of reinforcements, a smoke onto the side. Thames under pressure now, stunned up, counter flash. He wants to get out of harm's way, pops the dimensional drift actually, and he's going into the line of danger, into the site. The paranoia in, they're picking out their positions, throwing a flash in, back into the site, a classic in hand, but it's not going to be enough. A drop down from Heaven, Lenny and Zan both drop down, find those frags. It's a 2 versus 2 on the side though.
Enemy remaining.
Doctor's not yet, but now he might just be in the back of the side, and ultimate essentially wasted. And Lays again with 2 players standing, they convert yet another round.
Oh man, I mean, initial pickoff and then a scrappy way of entering A site, and it's just back and forth, but it's a kudos to Lays as well, pushing on to the aggression when they know that RDA is caught in the midst of their activities. Now with that, Zan here does have his kill contract, and he gets it on to the valuable members, right? Anyone, just Subei or Jansen, even Doctor. That could award them so much in this case and keep the ball rolling. Lays already got 3 rounds under the belt in succession. Can they keep the 4th one going, or can RDA bring this back?
No peeking.
Fast A push looks like it. Stun off of the A line. The recon dart will expose Lenny's position as well. Has to back off instantly. But in the meantime, the mid crunch coming in. Fixie's in a world of hurt. He's stuck in this corner. No one else to go. Shield was popped as well. And Zan will find that frag. And that's their cue to accelerate into this A side. Lenny's just going to save his dart for the retake though. Letting them have that spike plan. You got the kill contract as well. And oh, it's the spike. No, he picks up the guy with the spike, takes down Jensen, and they have to re-plant the spike. Recon dart comes in. Undercut is beautifully timed as well. And now it's just the Doctor left alone on barely any HP. And while the last few rounds were rather close, this time it's a flawless one for Lays.
Absolutely. I think they're getting back on their feet here, getting momentum as well. And RDA, they had the money, the creds in the last round to purchase the guns. This time around, I'm not too sure whether they have that to just play around with, but at the very least, Fixie does walk away here with the Twitter Force, can utilize that instead of going for the full-on purchase. The rest of them, though, Blaze Storm is not available for Markel. So it's a bit of a situation where they need to recuperate. So timeout getting called out. Very much needed here. Lays finally finding the groove. Hunter's Fury is available. Big stuff that they can keep it going.
But if we've learned anything today, El,
Yes.
is that swing rounds happen, streaks do happen, teams rely on momentum a lot, especially these two teams. So I don't want to count RDA just out just yet, right? 4 rounds in a row, we've seen worse streaks against RDA, especially on the previous map.
Yep.
So one good round here, Fixie has the Tour de Force, multi-kill potential. You get a couple of kills steamrolling in, you give Markel a weapon, you get Doctor, a Deagle, or a Sheriff. And, you can get a very dangerous round. So Lays still need to play pretty careful. They got to respect RDA a lot. They've made their way into this top 4 for a good reason.
Yeah.
I'm not being called for what is all coming in from the RDA side. Do we go for purchase? Looks like Jensen is committing in. And yeah, they are just going to go full buy into this round. Not operator, Tour de Force on Fixie.
That's very interesting. Okay, I think this could also be a detrimental moment for Lays because they might be thinking that they're going for a save out here. But instead, they're full-on committing. Hunter's Fury is going to be utilized. Manages to find Jensen. Oh, that's just one gun bought and wasted out of it. So the Force doesn't seem to connect as well. And Thames, he is now out of their hair. And with that, bought
Look
so
at the
much
damage.
control. And damage as well.
Fixie got tagged. Sube got tagged. Jensen tagged twice. That is the Hunter's Fury that we all know and love from Lenny. The blind Hunter's Fury, but this time with the recon dart, assists him in getting so much damage. That is essentially almost 300 damage being dealt by himself without seeing a single player on the screen. Well, I guess if you count scans, kind of is, but still, huge opening gambit being done by Lays. And now RDA scratching their heads. They don't have the breach. They don't have that initiating power that they used to have. They have to be a little bit more reliant on contact plays.
Yeah, and it's so much more difficult right now. You're tagged out. You did make the purchase here, so if it doesn't get converted into kills or anything that can generate your money in the next round, you're essentially just purchasing for no reason, no avail. At the very least, though, seems as though A site is cleared out. They might be able to get the plan down, but at what cost, right?
No peeking.
Yeah, no great ultimates on the side of Lays. Hunter's Fury on Sube. He might be playing late. Oh, they're getting aggressive. RDA, they want to push the issue, but they've been spotted out. They're holding it for the time being. Jump peek, beautifully done coming in from Lenny. Hunter's Fury now just to flush out the defenders, make them run around a little bit. Markel in this corner. Do they clear it?
Oh, they don't!
They don't turn around, but the shield saves Zan's life. It gives them a chance, and now Sube, the only man standing. And I thought Markel did enough, even though he only got one kill, the attention was all turned. But still, Lays only walk away with that single casualty.
Yeah, Markel was the key player in that moment that managed to get one. If he had gotten two, I think they still have a fighting chance. Just provide a bit of a distraction there. And with that being said,
shield.
yeah, I mean, the shield is one thing, right? The other thing is that now RDA, after losing out that round, the creds are not looking the best here. At least they have to go for half shields, at the very least. And it's not looking to be one of the moments that they need. The one thing that's good, though, is that they do have the rolling creds that's coming in from losing out the rounds and time after again.
Yeah, Jensen's one of his rolling thunder. Markel has that rifle in his hands, going for a fast garage push coming through. But there's so much Cypher utility. The Omen is here as well. Zan's watching garage. The read from Lays is not too bad. They have the option to reconsider.
I think one thing to note as well is that, since now Markel usually on the Sentinel or the support character here, playing the duel is a bit different. They gotta get a synergy right. Oh, and they're exploding onto site right now. Aftershock is going to be on Divine Sail, but he manages to get into safety. Sube and Doctor making waves out of it. This could be the round. They need to play off of contact here. Sube manages to find Divine. Sorry, Doctor finds Divine here. And Sube
planted.
is also alive with him, playing off that contact. Lenny all the way from A site has to crawl back. Good news, he has all the utilities. Bad news is he has to rely on the pass comms. He does spot a Sube. No cross created. And Doctor's the last man standing. Gets information about where Lenny is. Lenny, though, doesn't quite know where the Doctor may be. And that is round to RDA. They break up the streak, and this could be their moment of a return.
Yeah, it was a little bit confusing to me how Lays weren't able to find those frags. A lot of, I mean, we didn't really see too many of them, but RDA, I mean, they're really sharp. All of these players are RDA. So clutch, despite them not having the best weapons. Give them a share to make it work. And despite the Cypher utility on the side itself, it didn't really get too much value.
Yeah.
Trade frags from RDA were just so on point. And they found themselves with 2v1. Really solid work coming in. Mark L now picks up the op.
This
On the
could be
second side,
it.
of course. Ooh, Temps. Timing could not have been worse. That is a massive blunder by Temps. Going for that tap of the spike. Then though, gets spotted out by the operator. Shot will hit. Somehow still has another shield. Oh, around the corner, Lenny. Oh, Lenny gets caught out, and now is the time for them to accelerate into this side. Pixie just walking straight in, but it's a kill chip setup coming in from heaven. And they just spam Kenji out of the round. What a call, what a read. They know, they see that cage there. It's way too suspicious. And they just spam him in that little corner.
Yeah, and at this point, it seems as though they figured out the solution to Laser's aggression here. And of course, you know, purchase out to operators. It's worked before, it's gonna work again. And with that, San's gonna find Sube though. Jansen with the return answer. Divine, last man standing, finds out one and anticipates the other end, but doesn't realize one more is in the depths of hell here. 5 and 4, RDA walking away with one operator and 2 members alive, keeping it rolling.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like, RDA's timeouts have actually been pretty successful this series. Back on Bind, they took that timeout. They went for the aggressive play down short and hookah. This time, they take the tactical timeout. They crunch into the C side from Garage, heavy pressure. This time, they play a little bit slower. They catch Letty aggressive. And they were able to find out Kenji's set up towards the A side. So, really well done from RDA so far. Good reads coming through. Good shots being hit. And again, Temps has swapped sides. This time, opting for that C-long position. Him and Markel. As Markel step across this line, the sand! Temps will just rip his head right off. That is your entry duelist out of the round.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge one as well, giving up so much more space for Lace to play around with, knowing they're going to stall out a little bit more just because no more duelists, no more entry here. And if they have caught a win the last time this happened, mid seems to be the area of contention, and this is exactly what we're looking at here.
RDA love ops now. Markel and Fixie both with a double op. Doctor picks up the op after Markel dies. This is attacking side, guys. We gotta entry into the side eventually.
Yeah, this might be it. This might be a C push here. A fault line actually reaches to the back side, but doesn't quite catch Divine. He's stuck away in this little corner. Oh my god, he got his combo with that cyber cage. Gonna find Jensen, make that another. Sube is going down with him, and RDA, they don't exactly have much space to play with. Spike is in the middle of nowhere, the corner of C side. They can't exactly retrieve it. And Doctor's the last man standing. He is getting pushed. They know where he is, but he manages to find another 2. He's alive! And unfortunately, that's all he's good for. Another 2.
Yeah, I think RDA cooked a little bit too much with the ops there. I understand if you get 2 at this, like, okay, 1 is a little bit risky, 2 is ambitious. And then the Doctor picks up the op for the execute. It's like, okay, that does a...
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's an expensive gun, but you really want the rifle in that situation. So perhaps cooking a little bit too much on that attacking side with those operators, but now going to the tail end of this half. Both teams, money not in the best situations, but Temps still opting for that operator. Sube only down to that stinger. Pixie with his headhunter in tow. Oh, into the B side we go! Ryan gets absolutely blindsided. Zed, nice trade frag there, but Jensen's there to answer back with one as well. Lenny goes down without a single kill. And it's the B side pop that gets them the post-plant situation. Now Temps, one of the worst weapons to retake B with. You know, Garage being watched by the doctor as well. Around the corner, catches up to Markel, but there's still one more at the back of the site towards Gong. Teleport in. Temps not able to get that shot done. Fixie knows exactly where he's gotta be. And Kenji just running for the hills, just opting for the save. One last round, the money's not in a fantastic situation, so if you can save this rifle, it'll do dividends for them.
Yeah, he's getting the right idea here for RDA.
destroyed.
And there you go. There's got the operator as well. And keeping it up, they switch it up a little bit. So well done, RDs. And Kenji though, trying to save up for that, knowing Chris is not in the abundance. And now we're actually getting closer and closer to an equalizer here. And at this point, this is the last round before the swap, and we're gonna get a reset after that. So worst case scenario is that RDA walks away with 7 and 5. And Lay's gonna take this moment to try to ensure that that happens within this timeline here. But RDA can try to equalize this, especially with having the 3 ultimates that they do. Hunter's Fury is going to be huge here. On both ends, they have it. And we know what happens when you're on Lenny's end, right? You get the Hunter's Fury and you get stalled out. It's going to be very, very difficult. Not to mention Zen with the kill contract got the spike planted the last time. So they have to pay attention to it and use the ultimates in the best of their abilities in the right window frames.
Yeah, a lot of really good ults for RDA. Pixie, if he gets 2 out orbs, got that tour de force as well. Let's see how they want to navigate this one. Up, still in the hands of Markel. He's still going to be picking it up on the attacking side. But the money on Lays is looking real awkward, right? Temps can buy, Zan can't. You kind of want Zan to have a rifle as your ISO player, so someone has got to give somewhere. A rifle donated over, perhaps. Divine maybe opting for bit of a reserve play. No, Zan's gonna be buying that stinger. Surely you give Zan the rifle, right? Okay, yeah, he's gonna get given a rifle.
Oh,
all right.
Thames is the one that's gonna be taking up the stinger. Okay. So this is probably the best option that they can go for at this point. After having that one save coming in from Kenji as well. You can take a look at the way that they're playing. It's like so much respect coming in. They're not pushing out like they usually do. They're actually giving A entirely for free. If RDA catches this, they might just be able to get a plan straight off the bat.
They don't know just yet. I mean, I think Lays are just playing the retake situation on A with Hunter's Fury as well as the kill contract. So they're leaning more towards this B and C side. Lenny leaning back over towards this A side, perhaps. Being super cautious in their spawn. Into his spawn. Hunter's Fury in tow. He doesn't want to let it go down without any value. Last round, of course. And no contact. RDA not seeing anything just yet. Op will ring out. So now they know Markel is towards this C-long position.
Thames on this other end of the door, though. So close to the doctor, and that could be a very valuable pick if he does push out here. But it is between one layer of foundation, one concrete layer here. And here's the ultimate that's going to be utilized here. Markel straight up in. Doctor goes down. He gets revived back up. But Kenji Divine, look at that. The Hunter's Fury as well with the big stall. Lays on the face whatsoever. Each one of them is able to get 1 kill each. Talk about teamwork.
Switching sides.
What a read coming in from Lays. They realized that RDA were just hoping to get opening picks, right? They were being really slow and methodical across the map. When the execute came in, Lenny's Hunter's Fury was specifically targeted at the opponent Hunter's Fury, Sube, all the way in C Cubby. Manages to find that kill, jumping up as well to avoid Sube's ultimate. And we didn't get to see it, but Divine and the rest of the Lays squad were able to pick up the kills as they trickled in towards that C site. So fantastic final round off the back of the timeout by Lays. Now into the pistol.
Pistol. Now Lays, they're out on the attack as they do have a bit more of aggressive agents to play with here. You know, you have the Yoru, you have the ISO. This could be towards their favor. On the other end, Fixie could completely lock down one side. That's kind of what they're trying to do here, but instead of going for the aggression and fighting to hold the fortress, they're going to recuperate, retreat, and play off of entries here. Zan's going to try to make more space, but unfortunately gets taken down. Then he gets a timing with the lineup from Zube. So well fight, and Fixie also wins out his battle. It seems as though whatever point the Lays is trying to enter from, it's not working for them. Consolation prize, it's just going to be one singular Jensen.
Attempts to teleport all the way back to spawn, so he's essentially kind of reset the round. They don't know that though. Gets spotted out. Nice kill onto Fixie, but he's taken way too much damage, right? I don't think he's gonna be able to get that spike down or even win that round. The teleport, the gate crash is kind of stuck towards that cubby, towards A long, so he can't teleport and get the plant towards A anyway. But yeah, it's kind of a rough situation he's found himself in.
30 seconds left.
Best case scenario is that he can at least get the spike down, get those creds rolling.
Yeah, at the very least.
I think he might be able to do that, so that's going to be a consolation prize. If you can get the other three, that would be a miracle. Oh, and with that, gets shut down just immediately. Had the right idea, I believe, but Sube just a bit on his toes here. He knows not going to let any opportunities slip by him. And now RDA, they managed to get pistol around, and it could very easily equalize this by the second.
Yeah, nice round coming in from RDA side. Lasers execute right there was a little bit to be desired. They pushed into CT spawn. They wanted to take a hits up fight, but they lost out. I don't think there was enough players there to assist. And RDA were much more prepared for that push. The shock dart as well, and Sube just on the spike planter. And even if they did control of the site, right, Mark L actually found a gap. He would actually creep down mid, flank them from outside garage, the grass area. And he had no idea whatsoever. So a potential gap that he could exploit later on in the round, but it's going to be a fast C take. Doctor's in a very committed angle, swings out wide, gets spotted out. He wants to go in for even more. Testing Lays, okay, he might just pay with his life, but Jensen jumps out of the window smoke and he just takes down the entire Lays squad. Baxter, no awareness of that push whatsoever. That's a clean second round now on the board.
Yeah, clean second round. And now RDA, what was a little bit on the back foot that we saw at the very beginning, now equalized. And there we have it, Jensen jumping out of the smoke. Very aggressive move, but it did pay off his dividends here. Capitalized on that very window second that he had. And helped out his teammate after getting the initial information for being overrun there. They lined up for him essentially. And particularly RDA, operator's been purchased out. Fixie has the op, but he's not going to be playing up in C, which is the majority of Lays' members currently. Markel, though, he does have the outlaw. Unfortunately, Zan is the one that's making way. Doesn't quite get another shield in time. And that's going to be Zan's life.
That's a nice shot coming from Markel. And on this defensive side, we've seen them work with multiple operators. Remember, L? I mean, they were the comp with like so many ops on this defensive side.
Yep. And you can see it
I mean,
happening.
if it works, it works.
Yeah, if it works, it works. And at the moment time, though, for Lays, they're going to try to make this work in B site. They made their way in. They're going for a quick, sneaky planned out. But the smoke can be pushed out, and that's exactly what Sube is trying to do here. He manages to find Lenny, and the defuse is going to come in straight away. Seems as though whatever Lays tries to do, it's unable for them to make a breakthrough. RDA now picking up guns all the way, and now they're going to be walking away with one more point. And I think they're still going for hunting, you know, trying to get all the guns that they can. 7 to 8.
Yeah, that's a really nice round coming for RDA. Flawless. Didn't drop a single gun. Got that op in hand as well. Yeah, that's the bonus. Essentially given over to RDA. Low buy from Lays now has to be called for. They don't have money. It's getting a little bit out of hand right now. I mean, RDA is starting to run away with things. They're finding their groove. They've remembered how they've abused those operators on their defensive side. The Doctor, more than capable. Fixie and Markel picks that weapon up like it's a buffet. It's free food, it's free kills.
I think the first time in forever we're seeing Lays actually make a straight up push, change the pace up into A side.
Oh my!
Oh, Sube managed to shut down the shotgun coming in from Thames here. Finds another one, though Zen is the one that's been taken down this time round. Plan is trying to come in, they're blocked up by the smokes. But RDA, they're at the brink of the entrance points. They are ready, Sube with the light up. Going to find Kenji here with a shock dot.
Yeah, Lenny has an op in hand. That is an awkward weapon for. He's not known for this weapon. Doctor just blindsides him, obliterates him out of that corner. Markel the final as well. And RDA, another clean round coming in from them. Pick up the op. They will just cycle it. They might even buy a second one now.
It seems as though they finally found the solution to Lays, and that is literally swap sides. Go play the side that we're going to be playing, that we're more comfortable with, and that's going to be this. And like you said, they hurt you. Another operator going to be purchased out here. This time we're going to be in the hands of Mark L. I think we're getting a bit of a pause here, which I think is a good time to just reset a little bit, even for us, because of how long these games have been going to. And I feel as though for Lays, they're actually starting to feel a little bit of it. You know, it does come down to 3 games, right? You know, it's going to be fatigue. You got to try to fight for it. And at least for RDA, they do have an adrenaline meter. We know that time and time again. For Lays, though, they got to prove that they want to be here, considering that this is going to be an elimination round.
Yeah, and again, we come down to the discussion of operators in Valorant. You need good utility to flush an op out of the ankle. Because if you put it in the hands of a jet, hands of a chamber, right, they'll get away scot-free. And when you have double ops on the defensive side, I mean, you only really have the Owl Drone, you have the Recon Dart, you have Zan's Shield, which essentially, yeah, it can be used to catch an op because they can't convert that kill. It's a one-shot situation thing. Yeah, you get a shield, just absorb everything. So I don't know how they're gonna beat this, right? I don't know how they're gonna flush out these ops. It's not gonna be easy, and Fixie and Markel are more than willing to re-pick it to the same angle time and time again. This time, Fixie's turn. It's being real aggressive. Jump Peak's gotta spot him out. And that is how Jump Peak just to find out where he's coming from. Sube's Hunter's Fury on point. Beautiful trade frag. Will take down that duelist of Zan. Lenny though, nice shot coming in. Not expecting Sube on the same angle. Or at least on the deeper angle. Again, 1 for 1. Oh, but look at where Kenji is. Kenji's made his way all the way up garage. It's gonna be a big fight right here. Markel more than aware. They don't need trips. They've got their spidey senses. Now it's just Divine and Thames. They're 2 versus 3. RDA playing tucked in towards the back lines, giving them access to the site. They just want to go for a retake situation.
Yeah, I think for Thames, he did manage to get a comeback after operating this operator in the previous round, at least up in bind. Trying to make that happen once again. The spike does come down, and RDA is going to catch wind of this. We have 2 on the other end. They're going to play around the link area. On the flank, though, it's going to be one more. It's going to be Mark L. They do manage to take out the smokes, though. This could be huge for them because they still have Divine to play around with. Paranoia is still available as well.
Mark L.
Yep. Smoke is still alive. There you go, Paranoia. But that's going to give an indication that Marco is in. And he's going to take down Divine within that corner. Thames actually in the nick of time, within the right angle. Finds Markel holding the spike.
Oh, that's ballsy coming from Markel to just stick the spike in the open up against Thames. I think he managed to get it to half, but he was still sticking it, you know, all the way. But Thames with the op in hand, he's top of the scoreboard, 17 and 11. You know, transitioning from that initiator role to a duelist role, picking up that op. He's made it work on bind, and he's showing his prowess with it right now, and it's saving them a lot of these situations because RDA, they themselves have an op and they're gonna buy it yet again. Mark L up, picks it up outside towards garage, and it's a push from RDA. Initial pressure, Beacon Dot together with a stun. Oh, G might not want to test Mark L again. What's his head?
It's gonna be a long game.
Time to jump.
They've actually made their way up onto A main here within the both entrance points. They do have flank watchers, and here's the kill contract. Who does it pick up? It's gonna be Sube here. Okay, Sube might be the point of contact that he really needed out here, so no more stall. The rest of his teammates can actually make it up onto site. But on the other end, they are getting shot by shot here. It's a 2v1 situation. Markel, the last man standing all the way in the back. The flank comes in, but it doesn't quite find Divine. A very scrappy round, but Lace nonetheless brings themselves back onto the board.
There's at least 2 ops every single round. It doesn't matter on which side, but there's always an op somewhere. And what a round coming in from Lays right there. I mean, nice execute onto the site. They managed to swarm it, and the Doctor dropping down from heaven, I think a little bit prematurely. This kill right here from Zen just opens things up. Kenji taking initiative. Neuro Theft will review their position, and right there, you see the Doctor drop down from heaven before Markel was in a good position, so there was no trade opportunity available. A great round coming in from Lays. But Markel now doesn't have the... Oh, but he has the knives. Rolling Thunder invested towards A lobby. Jensen gonna be catching on to Zen. And that's it. I mean, no trade frag available. The rest of the team pushed back far enough. Zen will go down without an answer. This time I want to test out the C site. Guess who's here on the top of the platform? Fixie. Spotted out. Has to drop back.
Yeah, now in RDA though, they all have guns and rappers to work around with. Pixie is gonna find Divine. Hunter's Fury! It's just shimmied away by Pixie. Oh, with the movement, there's no one better than him. But Thames all the way in the back with the dimensional drift is going to be caught off guard. And regardless of the smoke, it's going to be pushed forward. Kenji, last man standing, turns around in the nick of time, finds one. Spycam's going to try to get some more information. The spike has not been planted. He has to try to do something, but on the other end, the Doctor just managed to see his feet at the very bottom of the smoke and close the gap between them both. 9-10, RDA with the point lead.
What a brilliant, mini aggression set play coming out towards the A lobby position. It was just essentially 2 players, right? It was just Jansen and Mark L rolling Thunder just to secure their kill to Zan. And that allowed them, that whole A main lobby, the whole piece of map control in their remit.
Right here.
And the defense on towards that C set was sublime. Really nice trades coming in from RDA side. Lays now down on the eco. He push, Mark L.
Oh!
Ooh.
He just managed to come out with his life though, at the very least. Regardless of it, but Pixie and the rest are going to make quick work of them, and the fight is still continuing on.
Oh!
With the flashpoint, manages to find 2, but unable to find one more. Markel does find his perpetrator though, so 9-11 here, and RDA is making a lot out of the fact that Lays did not have a full buy round there. Nicely done.
It's crazy how aggressive RDA are in some of these situations, running straight in with a flash. I mean, to be fair, they are hitting all of their shots. They are feeling, that flow state.
Yep.
11 now on the board for RDA. They win this one, put themselves up to 12, and it might just be over because Lays would be down on a low buy.
Yeah.
So Lays, this round, super important for them.
Yep.
Initial contact towards his A-shot position. Markel creeping up. So is Fixie. Both extremities of the map. Operator on one side and a chamber on another.
He's really got the counter creds here. And I think they actually understand that as well. So much respect is given towards RDA. It seems as though the only point that they can really push through is up in mid. Even that has been smoked up in case for a B push. And they send Sube towards the backside of B here. Might catch someone off guard. There's 2 points to look at. Pixie also going to get word of it. Might make the rotation. Sube is going to find Zan. Doesn't quite get punished for it. He's still alive and moving around. Aftershock is going to be utilized, but look at how much time he's already bought through the links. It's going to be Jansen, it's going to be Markel, and that's going to be picture perfect. Match point coming in for RDA. Their life in this tournament is still here. They are trying their very best to bring themselves to the lower bracket finals. What a fight.
It's incredible to me. It doesn't make sense to me that this comp is winning rounds on Haven, but Lays, they're looking a little bit worse for wear. The attacking sides have not looked as good as they were on the previous map. I mean, it's only 2 rounds that they've managed to find on this attacking half, and they've got to go on a 3-round win streak just to push things into an overtime affair, if that's even got to be the case. RDA, these ops, so strong in the current meta. Not able to push them off. Sube finds his Hunter's Fury as well. That just might be it. I mean, so many great ults on the RDA side. Lays are just funneled in towards mid. A smoke comes through, a break of the trip. Sube uses Hunter's Fury, doesn't connect to anyone just yet. Trying to find out where they've gone to. But as the spike goes down, yeah, only 2 shots fired. But Lays, they want to push things even further. They push into the garage position. Vixie's there, but he doesn't get a single shot off. Markel, nice frag onto Zen. Oh, Mackenzie spotted out the back of the side as well. Huge fight coming in. Paranoia comes through. But still in the 3 versus 2. The teleport goes away. Divine, where could he have gone to? Not dead yet, being popped by the Doctor. Divine watching down. B-May, huge frag coming in. Temps with the final frag as well. Lays finally come alive just when their team needs it. Everybody finding those shots. And it could have really gone south if any of them missed those. I mean, RDA was swarming, and Divine with 2 incredible shots right there just to shut down the Doctor.
Yeah,
if he lived, could be seeing a very different story.
Absolutely, and I think Lays understood that as well. Wow, just beating them out of that 3v2, that really close call. But one thing they did, I think they just turned the map a little bit diagonally here, played a little bit of a unorthodox plan situation, but realized that the Hunter Fury is available, it's in threat, and now, what is it right here? It's Fixie. Oh, doesn't quite realize here.
He's holding it down.
He's holding down, but the kill contract is coming onto him.
He has no gun.
No
He's suppressed.
gun. Oh no, Zan
Nice work.
caught the best fish out there in the sea.
Yeah, that is potentially a counter that is, you know, just inbuilt in this composition. The ISO pick perfectly counters the chamber op. Both out for out. The ISO win it out every single time. I mean, unless he has something to do with the classic. The Doctor on the flank as well. Low HP. Jansen gets spot out by Letty. Surely this is 11 on the board. We're going the distance yet again, L. We're going the distance. All 24 rounds required and potentially even more. Sube rounds the corner. And there we go. Round 24. Right up next.
I mean, I can't be mad, Corden. If we go the distance, I really can't be mad. We at least got ourselves a really long third map here. We've seen the fighting space between Lace and RDA push and pull, and it really comes down to which team. If it really comes down to which team can get the 2 points ahead of the other, I wouldn't be mad either. At this point, though, Lace is looking great for them. They have Hunter's Fury available. They have the Neural Theft available. Even for Thames, if he actually gets a kill too and get an orb, he could potentially get a full-on Dimensional Drift that could really push them towards victory here.
Yeah, but how did he do with the AWP on Markel? It's down towards mid. This is so aggressive. Markel is flanking them from the window with an AWP! And he gets away, scot-free, no trade available. That is Zen out of the round. That is your entry man with the best ability to counter an AWP holding an angle. You gotta rely now on the utilities of the rest of the team. The Recon Dart, the Silver Drone. And even then, Temps expecting the peak! What a flick coming in from Temps just when they need him. That shot could not have been more pinpoint accurate. I cannot believe it.
Yeah.
A nice answer back.
Now with that, are they down the last man that they usually have to hold in clutch? Zan's also down for the count and lay, so a bit difficult in terms of making a breakthrough. But 38 seconds left on the clock. Lays is the one that needs to do the attacking here. They're so cautious. One operator trying to
They
scout
have no
so
idea.
much more.
From the shadows, investor onto the side just to clear things out. He's not gonna commit it, just to scout things. Smoke coming in from the heavens. Oh, and the Doctor finds a beautiful timing. Takes down Kenji. Hunter's Fury invested. They gotta get the spike down. There's not much time left. Recon Dart comes in. 9 seconds left. Jensen's in the side lane. He holds down the fort. Pixie's into the side as well, staring into the smoke.
One enemy remaining.
And it's just Divine left alone. This might be it. Laser's lifeline is out of the round. RDA have done it. All 24 rounds required, but it's 13 to 11 yet again. The comeback on Bind, and now the resurgence on Haven. They knock Laze out of the tournament, and they themselves push into the top 3 spot.
Please, they're not gonna look very happy here. But a good fight was put out. RDA though, what a comeback. Lost out so much. And then what could be considered a landslide in the very beginning, you know, when we saw Lotus being played out, we thought RDA was not in the right mentality here. They were getting frustrated. They were making very hasty calls that were not in their favor. And then they came back totally brand new in Bind. Lost out a little bit, but they still fought on. And that's one thing I have to say about RDA. They are fighters. They kept it going. They brought us down to map number 3 and even so close to overtime. But they closed it out against who was seated above them in the very beginning. Wow.
The last 2 maps were like a fever dream. I mean, Lays, you know, okay, starting from the start, RDA, both of those maps, they started out strong. They started out with a good start. Lays came back in the mid rounds, in the middle portion of the game. They found great streaks, but RDA towards the final tail end, their individuals all stepped up to the plate. Mark L coming in on Bind, Pixie, together with the Doctor, coming alive on that Haven, and that retake, that final one. Jensen also coming in for that retake with a beautiful flash. And that is how the cookie crumbles. RDA from Premier make it to the top 3 in MYSG.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Just like that, they went the whole distance. We talk about us in this map 3, but they went up from stage 1, stage 2, and all the way here to make it as top 3 in the whole of the MYSG region. And these are people that never gave up, because I remember after the timeout, they all bought. They were looking a little bit low on the buy, but they straight up went for the full-on investment and got totally run over. And that did not shatter the mentality. They were still fighting all the way until the very end. But here are the highlights that we're looking at. Lace played really well as well.
One enemy
It was so difficult to get rid of the double up setup, and even with a single up on the defensive side, RDA have some heavy hitters. I mean,
Yes.
every single one of their players able to just pick up that orb, and half of these highlights are just going to be orb kills, especially towards the tail end of Haven.
30 seconds.
Incredible work coming in from RDA, and what a Cinderella run coming in from them, from Premier. I mean, job's not done just yet, right? This is the lower bracket run. They're still alive. They're going up against Elevate tomorrow, a titan in the scene.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, and with
I just
anything
can't believe that we've gotten the distance.
in the distance indeed, and with anything, I think going up against Elevate is a rite of passage, right? You know, we saw them and how they played earlier today. Kind of a similar situation to how, in the end, Lace did lose out. Unfortunately, Lace is in the lower bracket here and could not continue on in the tournament lifeline. On the other end, though, Elevate, they've been bumped down to lower bracket after something very seemingly similar to what RDA and Lace has been going through today, all the way to map number 3. Comeback after comeback after comeback.
Enemy remaining.
And RDA now gotta get a good rest.
Enemy.
Gotta be happy for a bit, talk for a little bit here, and take the win because they very much deserve it. With that, we'll take a look at the post-match stats. Look how close
Wow,
that
so
is.
close. Oof.
12 in first kills. I think no real thrifties. Yeah, no real thrifties. Whoever had the creds at the time, they are going to walk away with that round. Clutches as well, according to the game, not really a lot. I don't think we saw many as well, if I'm not mistaken, because most of these were straight on fight per fight. Full on team fights, trying to claim side, trying to go for that post-plan situation, trying to get a retake. And with that, we're seeing something really close. I think for Lays as well, very good run, a true showcase, a true testament to the team.
Yeah, I mean, incredible work coming in from the Doctor. I mean, it's incredible to me that IGL is just putting up these kinds of numbers. He doesn't look like he's an IGL. He looks like he's just, a star player, a fragger in his own right. 23 and 16, that's a Clove. Calling a fantastic game as well. The adaptations mid-rounds towards the tail end of that map. Able to find the answer to Laser's counter to their ops. And on the other side of things, I mean, I just have to say a few words of Lays. This is a team that a lot of people doubted. I myself doubted this team when they first came back into Split 2. They lost Siren. Frey out of the picture. They brought in Letty. They brought in Thames last minute. And they just had to try to work with what they had. It's an incredible story still that they made it all the way to this stage. But today is the day for RDA. Today is the day of the Doctor. Top of the scoreboard yet again. He puts on a clinic for his team and just propels them into this top 3. It's incredible work.
Yeah, I love how we're creating so much wordplay here coming in because his name is a doctor here. The medicine, the clinic. We could open the whole hospital at this point here. For how much he's been saving up and clutching the rounds for his teams. Maybe not the best example coming from this map in particular, but he has been putting out so much here. The contribution that he has put out as well. Not to mention the amount of times that he's fought with the not dead yet and continuing on. Provided so much that contribute to his team to continue on and fight for their life in this journey. So RDA in their right as well. Few of these members have been playing for a very long while and trying their best in VCT and even the last year as well. And coming back into it, they are now considered the top 3. So we've seen the Rags and Rich's story, Cinderella, like you said, and they'll be fighting against Elevate tomorrow in the lower bracket final. So let's take a look at where we're at, Koden. What are we looking at?
Yeah, I mean, this is the tail of the tape. Elevate DSG winning out the initial, round in the upper bracket. We saw them face off against each other earlier today. DSG with the incredible comeback on Bind, and then stomping Elevate out in that third map. So DSG in that grand finals already. Lower bracket, we had Lays, RDA. They beat Nexka and KZ respectively yesterday. And today, what a display from RDA. What a display coming in from them. The resilience, second to none. I think even back in their game versus Kizuna, remember Icebox where it just went on forever?
Yep.
The resilience on this RDA team it's got to be respected. I mean, even if their backs up against the wall, you need to give them the credit. You need to give them the respect. And this third place finish is a testament to their resilience, to the team play, and the effort that they put in here in this split 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know you're not a fan of predictions here, but Golden, to face the truth, we aren't casting tomorrow. It's going to be a new set of casters. So I think we do deserve to put out a little bit of our chips right now. So maybe I'll start so that you won't feel a little bit of bias out here. But so at least for RDA and Elevate, right? They are confirmed going on tomorrow. I believe if RDA can bring it to map number 3, they could have a good possibility of pushing it back and bringing it to grand finals. On the other end, if Elevate can shut down RDA's plans at the very beginning, 2-0. We're going to see an Elevate and DSG rematch. So that's my chips. What about yours?
Okay. Actually, I think it's going to be a best of 5 in the lower final. So
oh, sorry. Okay, best of 5.
Even if they win map 3, I think they still have a lot more to go.
You get my drift, right?
I get your sentiment, right? It's if Elevate can strike first, get a couple of maps on the board, then they should be able to close out. If they go 2-0, they should be able to close it out eventually. But I don't know. I don't like how Elevate's Abyss had gone today. So in the best of 5, I think it's gonna be interesting to see if Elevate are gonna ban out that map, or are they gonna float it? And if they float it, is RDA gonna pick it into them? Because now RDA have the vault of how Elevate want to play that map, right? They have a little bit of information, albeit it was pretty much a stomp, so you don't have the most credible information, but still it's good info on how Elevate, at least their composition, on what stuff they can do.
Yep.
So I will have to say I kind of agree with what you're saying. I think if Elevate can get to a good start, if they can keep RDA's tempo, low and keep them humble, then I do give them the advantage. But if you let RDA warm up the engine, if you give them a chance to get back into the game, if you don't close things out at what was it, 11-8, then you're gonna be faced up with a very scary prospect because they will not stop, they will not falter, and it's an incredible story. But yeah, one more thing I want to add before we leave. I think this is both of our final time on broadcast here for Valorant Challengers and YSG. So I'd just like to give a huge shout out to everyone who's made this possible. It's been a pleasure to be here casting alongside you, El, all the production team back end. It's a bit of bittersweet moment because we're gonna get Southeast Asia, but we don't really have the MYSG anymore. But yeah, huge thank you to everyone who made this possible, everyone who's been able to set things up from TGC, the back line, all the talents that have supported me up to this point. So yeah, just want to thank everyone, all the viewers for watching, all the teams for playing and giving us incredible games here today. But yeah, that's my 2 cents. El, take it away if you want.
I will give you a 3 cents, but you said exactly what I wanted to say. And thank you so much, everybody, for watching us, as well as our team and our crew has been providing the support all the way until the very end. Of course, our sponsor, Riot Games himself, VCT, MYSG, everyone who's been watching, Zen Hybrid Pro here, all from the Creative Labs. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. And with that, we are done with 6 whole maps. 2 whole series, and tomorrow we're going to be looking at the lower bracket finals. So if you want to see how Elevate against RDA is going to pan out, make sure to tune in. My name is Eliminate, and you are...
My name is Colden. Thank you for joining us. This is us checking out. Bye-bye.
My ult's ready. 2, 3. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
ANC.